As the weeks go on, the hype just keeps getting better. We're here at the NACE Starleague for week number 8 for Black Ops Call of Duty Cold War, and we are getting into probably the nitty-gritty, the deep dive of these last chances for a lot of these teams. Week 8, Jesse, things are going to get real, isn't that right?
I mean, Colin, I'm looking to my left, I'm looking to my right. I mean, I'm seeing implications absolutely everywhere right now, and also I just said I'm looking to my left when I look to my right. So I mean, okay. Well, I'm already fumbling the bag right now, but nonetheless, implications absolutely everywhere today. This is a and to close the night. I mean, those matches. I mean, bring up the schedule, Colin. Bring it up.
It's so spicy. Let's take a look at our match number 1, because match number 1 actually starts us off really well over in the central region of the divisions. We got Northwestern State University 4-3 going up against St. Ambrose University, who are tied with them at a 4-3 record. So we're starting off with a decent match. Northwestern, a lot to prove, and the future of their playoffs riding on a win tonight for the starting of NACE Starleague here. We go to the rest of the schedule, and we are looking at our match number 2. In the Midwest, it's Cleary University going up against Trine University. Both teams, once again, on opposite ends, but pretty similar. You got Cleary University 3-4, Trine 4-3. So you kind of flip those around, and Trine's got a lot to prove at this end. They're the team that are right now in the lead between the two, and Trine right now are just trying to keep their number 4 spot in the division, so they're looking good on their end. Can't wait to see the improvement that Trine has in that game. We look over at our match number 3 of the night. We get to finally see the undefeated St. Clair Saints make their way into the broadcast for NACE Starleague. They're going up against Utica College, and they're looking to keep that number 1 spot over in the Northeast Division. To finish this off, we got the final and best match of the night. The match of the night where Akron Zips are looking at their chance at the throne, Jesse. That's the one that I got my eyes set on. It's going to be a banger of a match for us to close off. And it's really Akron's only chance to take that throne against Lebanon Valley College, something that ODU couldn't do last week.
Why do we gotta wait 3 whole matches to get to that final match between LVC and Zips Esports? I mean, it's gonna be a fantastic one. I'm really excited for the whole day, just in general.
I think that this is probably one of the best days that we've had for the NACE Starleague when we're looking at it. And yes, this is week 8, so this is kind of a lot of these teams' last chance, like I'm kind of setting things up for, Jesse. And it's a lot of chances for these teams to like overcome, get into that top 3, make sure they have that playoff spot secured, or the play-in spot secured, to try to have a chance into playoffs, because that's how the format's going to be working on. And you know what? As a matter of fact, Jesse, why don't you run us through the format just to kind of make sure everybody's under wraps on what's going to happen post that week 9?
Yeah, absolutely. So I mean, the format, it's 9 weeks of round robin action. Obviously, you're going to play every single team inside your division once. Speaking of the divisions, there's 6 whole divisions or conferences, if you will. Top 3 teams from each conference will then make it in towards a play-in where the third seed will take on the second seed. The winner of that will then play the first seed, and then the winner of that matchup will then make their way into the playoffs, seeding themselves. But you guys might think like, why are there only 6 teams making it in towards a bracket?
Yeah.
We're not doing any weird brackets, no CDL style stuff, no 6 teams up here, 4 teams down to the bottom. They're going to add 2 teams from the choice of the league ops, or I'm not exactly sure who's making the choice. Hopefully we get to make the choice. That'd be pretty fun, wouldn't it, if we get to make the choice? But 2 teams then get added in towards kind of like a choice pick. So if you don't get lucky, you don't win your matchup against one of those teams, if they still think that you're a fantastic team, you still have a shot to make it in towards those playoffs and be in that top 8, which then would be a top 8, I believe, double elimination bracket to then make it all the way through towards the finals. So exciting stuff.
You know, I really hope we don't get the opportunity to pick who goes in there. I don't want to be labeled as a biased caster for bringing it into those last 2 spots, Jesse. But you know what? I'm interested to see who does make it. Let's wrap it on back now to tonight's show. We got Northwestern State University against St. Ambrose University in our match number 1 of the night. We take a look at this head-to-head. I was wrapping this up as Northwestern's really opportunity now to make waves into that top 3 for a playoff, for a play-in spot. And a win against St. Ambrose would mean a chance for tying the St. Mary's University in their own end, barring a loss in the later end of the weeks. Right now, it's St. Edward's University, Independence Community College, and St. Mary's in that top 3 spot. So talk to me a little bit of the implications of this match.
Yeah, so I mean, you were kind of breaking it down nicely, but there's definitely a lot of implications for this match when you're looking over everything just in general here. St. Mary's obviously sitting at 5-2 right now. They are that team currently solidified, locked in that third place spot. But right behind them, you have these 2 teams in Northwestern State. You've got St. Ambrose, both 4-3. The only difference here is St. Ambrose has already lost to St. Mary's. So even if St. Ambrose wins this matchup and we get a St. Mary's loss in the next 2 weeks, unless St. Mary's loses twice and we get a St. Ambrose loss, that's pretty much the only way that St. Ambrose can still make it. So technically not out of it yet, but still really not with a great chance with St. Mary's having a bye this week and an automatic win going on to their record. And then Northwestern State, this is their chance. If they take this match versus St. Ambrose University, it all leads up to next week. Week 9, Northwestern State University versus St. Mary's University. And that whole matchup could end up being who ends up winning the matchup, because as we all know, tiebreakers, how they work in the NACE Starleague is if you win your matchup in the head-to-head and you tie that team, if you have the head-to-head record, that is the first tiebreaker implication. So if Northwestern State wins tonight, they win next week versus St. Mary's, Northwestern State, they'll steal that third place spot right away.
And not to kind of keep St. Ambrose University out of it. I mean, they're coming off a bye from last week and a win previous to that. And they've looked good in the NACE Starleague. They've looked strong. We've seen them on stream before, and we know that this is a powerful squad over in the Central Division. And, you know, a win tonight might not really bring them into the plans, as even though they're kind of tied with Northwestern State, the rest of their season doesn't really line up the way that Northwestern State does. But a win tonight would kind of keep Northwestern out of that and really stump their chances for the rest of it. So they can really play coy here and really shut things down in Northwestern State's hands. So let's take a look at the maps, Jesse, and see exactly where this best of 5 is going to be taking place, because we got a really good lineup right now of maps. We got the best of 5 starting off on Moscow Hardpoint, Miami Search and Destroy, Raid Control, back to Checkmate Hardpoint for the rest of it, and then Moscow Search and Destroy to close things out. A big best of 5 that starts on Moscow and possibly ends on Moscow.
Ooh, we get a double dose of Moscow in this best of 5. It's feeling like the first week of watching competitive Call of Duty in this game, because Moscow was that map before all the throwback maps started getting thrown in that everybody loved to play in this game.
So right.
So I mean, nice to see Moscow, you know, making their way back into the best of 5 here. But I mean, great map to start us off with, that Moscow Hardpoint. It's going to really tell a lot of tales. It's a map where you need to make sure your rotations are on point. So it should give us a very good implication for whose team is kind of on tonight, and then heading in towards that all important Search and Destroy. I mean, that map, Miami, we all know it's one of those maps where you need to be very strategically strong to be able to win that map out. And Miami, in my opinion, one of the best S&D maps in this game. And I mean, just looking at the rest of the map set, I mean, you got raid control again, probably the best control map that we could get out of the three, and then checkmate hardpoint and a Moscow search and destroy to close it off if we do go the full distance. Like you said, it's a great map set. Honestly, I'm excited. I'm here for it.
There's a lot of versatility that we could be seeing in the gunplay throughout this, and really different strategies, different favors for either school. Because I mean, yeah, we start off on Moscow hardpoint, something that the ARs could really come into play towards that Boulevard Hill or Boulevard side in Hills 4 and Hills 2. That's something that you can really look out for, but the rest of it, Fountain Hill, Checkers, that's where the SMGs really kind of reign true, and they can be making those hot plays, getting those route runners through to get in behind and make those flank plays as well to disrupt the spawns. It's something that's really good for an icebreaker to start off in these best of fives. I think Moscow is really underrated when you look at starting maps for a series in Cold War. I'm excited to see which team really shows their cards here in this map number 1, because I think Moscow is going to really set us up for a ride over the next little bit, where we have our raids, where we have our Miamis, and where really things get all different. So let's take a look at those motherlands over in Russia. Let's see if St. Ambrose has what it takes to shut down Northwestern, because this is where things really get lined up in the division.
Things are definitely about to get spicy right off the rip. Both teams, they're just going to contest for this middle hill, but it's Northwestern coming away with the hill. But you got to keep your eyes on Van Heckel. He's going to try to make that long wrap through the backside. He's actually already forced a spawn out from some of the Northwestern players towards the bottom side of the map. But he does get caught out. It's a perfect read from the Northwestern players, and they're still contesting the hill. I mean, I don't think you could ask for a better start here from Northwestern.
Oh, that's a flawless break so far. Templar, he was looking for 4 in a row. Although Kairos is going to shut that down. St. Ambrose getting into that Checker Hill. Van Heckel does try to make a quick dash back to that hill number 2, but when he's the one that went down, he should have known Northwestern are there. So the last remaining 12 seconds, they look like they're going to get cleaned up by St. Ambrose, and I like the way Northwestern are playing this to try to favor the second hill.
Yeah, they're absolutely putting full focus on, hey, you know what? If we get this early rotation, we pretty much can lock down a full 60 here. They'll give up those last 26 seconds on the old hill. Walrus doing a great job of just holding down middle of the map. You have everybody else watching different angles. Van Heckel almost gets caught out again, trying to make a little sneaky play through, but it's not going to work, and Walrus is perfectly in the right position just to shut these players down. I mean, they have a fantastic hold right now. Van Heckel has snuck through. He's still not going to be able to find the kill, unfortunately. And I mean, Northwestern, I mean, this is a hold and a half right now.
Oh, not a strong start here at all. But the spawns are going to be reasonably close, so they are going to have another chance at this. Agent is going to break this open with the help of Original. They find 2. St. Ambrose get their toes in the water over at hill number 2, but the quick cleanup of the long-lasting players of Northwestern, they can clean that up now.
Through.
Make the rotation out here. Yeah, Walrus looking to make a difference in the back, looking to make some waves, but Cairo sniffs it out. So Northwestern, they are on the doors right now of this rotation, but St. Ambrose are going to be the first to set up.
I thought Walrus was going to be able to sneak through there. I didn't see anybody see him on the cross, but speaking of sneaking through, Juice and Templar through the back, they will actually be able to get him through the... And it's going to force the spawn out of player 7 as well. So if they win these gunfights, every single one of these gunfights will just continue to force more and more spawn outs of these St. Ambrose players. They pick them up. They find the last few kills. And Northwestern, they spawn out St. Ambrose, a perfect spawn flip. And what was that, 10 seconds? That might have just gone the way of St. Ambrose before that flip comes through. Perfect rotation from Hills 2 to 3.
I mean, that was fantastic. As soon as Kairos takes down Walrus in the back, he thinks that it's a job well done. However, those last 2 players, Juice and Templar, they sneak in through those cracks, like you said. They get those kills, and you had Valor, who was sitting on that hill number 2, who was able to rotate on and create a perfect pinch with their buddies, and as the kills come through for the rest of it, Northwestern are going to be on a triple-digit lead rate now over St. Ambrose heading into this Boulevard Hill.
All I can say is St. Ambrose, they're not going to be able to survive long in this game if they continue to give up 45 to 15 splits on these hills. Because that's definitely not where you want to be, and that 4 down, that should help them for the time being. This hill can bring them right back into this game, tie us up as we head back over towards the first hill once again here. And they know exactly where the players are spawning, as they've already gotten into a few gunfights here. I think they need to be ready for Valor in the back, though.
They do. Juice, Valor, they get into the kill feed, split by the orange of Kairos. Still time going to St. Ambrose at the moment, but the collapse still in for Northwestern. Van Heckel with a big one. Can you transfer to 2? Your teammates are coming up big in the zone, so if you can take down Templar, that should shut down this attack. Exactly what we see. Valor, last chance. 3 down for St. Ambrose, and Northwestern off their spawns. Another perfect pinch that gets scrap time.
They'll grab the back 15, but I think the big thing that you can see St. Ambrose is trying to set up for right now is they want to set up for the first hill, as well as probably push through here and try to flip these spawns to get the spawns for the second hill. You can already see Van Heckel once again. He is that route man for St. Ambrose. If it wasn't obvious off the rip of the game, it should be pretty obvious now. And he gets caught out again, trying to make the long rotation towards back police.
It didn't work the first time. It didn't work the last time. So Northwestern again with the preferred side. Kairos eats his own nade. Unlucky. But St. Ambrose off that Boulevard Hill, Jesse, they've brought themselves back into it. So even though they don't have this, a good solid break, a good solid 4 down could throw things in the loop for Northwestern players. The kills coming through are going to be keeping Northwestern in that poised spot. You look at player number 3, Valor, going to be blocking spawns over to the escalator side. You can see the other players for St. Ambrose. They're going to be spawning deep in the bottom left corner of your minimap, deep in Boulevard. So it's going to be quite the trek to get back through. But take a look at the kill feed. 3 go down for Northwestern. They're going to be spawning in a clump now, all together at this hill too. St. Ambrose a chance right now to slip through and find their way in.
Especially with one of the players on the likes of Northwestern spawning out. This is by far their best chance to be able to get in here. And Kairos is actually able to sneak in through to back police. Should be able to clean this player up top. He absolutely does, but everybody's still on Northwestern. They do spawn up close. And even Juice, he spawns right back into the fray. So, I mean, this should not take too long up in the top to clean up Kairos once again. But the spawn out does come in. And this is actually a very good chance now for St. Ambrose to get the break into the hill.
Yes, it does. Right in through that screens. Heckel slides on past that. You got Kairos, backup player, to get into this hill. A tie game in the second set of rotations. Valor's deep in the Boulevard. Van Heckel's looking to spot him out side by side, but Valor somehow staying away from it. Agent coming off that spawn is going to catch him from behind. Ambrose, they have to break now for the last 19 seconds. Look at those blue arrows. They're heading right to Fountain.
Yeah, it's pretty obvious at this point, but Northwestern clearly has a game plan here. Their game plan is Hills 2 and Hills 3 are the 2 hills that we absolutely need to lock down. Hills 1 and 4, we're not going to put as much pressure on trying to hold, and it was pretty clear through the first set of rotations. If it wasn't then, it's pretty obvious now that that's what their main goal is. But then comes the problem of the last hill, where they get broken immediately. St. Ambrose gets in, and now you see St. Ambrose holding a 20-point lead here over the likes of Northwestern. They're trying to make their break back in again, and really, Northwestern doesn't have anybody in the back really holding these spawns at the moment. So if they start dropping, they should start spawning out here.
Oh, Juice has to go big. He might have timing here. Spawns out 2. Agent's gonna escape. No, Agent's gonna drop. Heckel's gonna get the trade though. So it's a toss-up right now for spawns as Walrus finds Kairos in the back. It is gonna be Northwestern in that north-south situation. Agent and Heckel find their way in behind. A full collapse now from St. Ambrose through the flank. 17 seconds. It's not really worth it, Jesse. So I would say give this up. Leave it at a tie game and once again try to dominate that Boulevard.
It looks exactly like that's what they decided to do. They sent one player just to kind of get close enough towards the hill to contest for a little bit of time. That was Kairos. He does end up falling, but he spawns right back up with his boys. And now Walrus, he has a big job here for Northwestern. He needs to try to make an opening frag to get into breaking this hill. It's going to be very tough, though, but they have a lot of different angles they can try to hit this from at the moment.
Well, Juice falls. Same with Walrus. Templar still alive in this bank, looking to cause some trouble, cause some chaos right now in the St. Ambrose setup. The other players of Northwestern, they're going to be spawning deep in at the bottom right of the Boulevard, trying to trek their way across. Valor throws some shots on Agent. He's going to make him jump on or dive on down. Just Kadesh tops up. Craig's going to find that. Uncontested raid now. St. Ambrose going to hop in that right away. It's Kairos and Original to lock down the remaining time. 25 seconds. Nobody running routes to take control of checkers just yet. It's still a toss-up right now for the rest of this time in hill number 4. Waller is inside of gold. He's going to find the trades. 4 go down for St. Ambrose. Northwestern again going to clean up the scrap time, and St. Ambrose, they're still spawning up inside bank.
Virtually a tie game as we head towards our third set of rotations. Valor's trying to get the cutoff through gold. He should get dropped here, but Northwestern, at least they have a little bit of a presence towards this hill, but they can't give up what they did the last time, where they just only try to contest for a little bit of time and put their full focus on the next hill, because in this hill right now, St. Ambrose can still win on hill 1. They can't give up all this time.
And you know, it's all Kairos right now. 24 and 15 on St. Ambrose. He's dominating the Globe Courtyard every single time that Northwestern into the rotation are trying to take control of the front of Checkers. You have Kairos hitting that route, flanking through and cutting them down from the side inside that Globe. So really, it's definitely, this is Northwestern. They need to dedicate some lives into this hill number 1. They have. They've denied St. Ambrose of finishing off this game here in this hill number 1. It is going to go back to this hill 2, but once again, now you have to watch the flank again, this time through screens, and you see St. Ambrose looking to fly onto Juice. He needs to turn up big. Kairos going to get flanked by Walrus, and with that help, it is going to be Northwestern securing those hill 2 spawns.
The kills that Valor got in the middle of the map as well, it stopped St. Ambrose from being able to get so close to winning this game, because if St. Ambrose grabbed the remainder of that time, they probably would be right around 10 seconds from putting this game away. And now it just makes it that little bit much harder. Northwestern, yes, technically can win on this hill. It's going to be very tough. They're going to need a hold very, very similar to the hold that we saw from them on the first set of rotations.
Well, you got Valor in that power position watching Boulevard. Player number 1, Templar. He's going to be watching that closet jump. St. Ambrose flooding in through that B hill. They're looking to fly right there. Split kill for each side to side. Still open for anything. Kairos gets the spawn in the back, so Juice, he's got to turn up big. He's got to be here for the team. He needs to reload, and that's the break for St. Ambrose. You now have Valor and Northwestern trying to break on through screens, trying to hold on to this for the remaining 12 seconds they need. But St. Ambrose now their chance to put this away. You got Shrieks. Shrieks from Juice. Is it going to land? He finds one. He's going to take out Agent, so it's an open hill right now. Jesse, we're going to Fountain again.
And Northwestern will be that team there early on the rotations, ready to go. And at Kairos, he's the only player. They need to make sure they don't get a team kill with that streak, though. That streak is going the worst. And Juice drops Walrus. There's going to be a 1v1 in the back here.
Juice kills himself. Kairos takes him down. 10 seconds left. Kairos could be the one to take him through. You have the spawns right in there. Northwestern 1 point away from putting this through, but it's St. Ambrose winning the gunfights. 5 seconds in their end. You have to race. You have those library players. Templar's going to find it, and Northwestern, they get into the hill for a 3-point victory.
What a map 1! I mean, we definitely thought that Northwestern had the best shot at winning that map on the rotation of library at the very end there. But that team streak, how do you not call out that you're dropping a streak right there and your teammate just stands right underneath it?
It's just sitting there. We're watching. We're like, hold up. Wait a minute. Something
ain't right. Exactly. That's exactly what that just was.
Not only did he find Templar with that artillery strike, as we see now in this instant replay, but you look at the kill feed right now. Juice takes himself down. So you got Templar all alone there. Kairos finds it. I'm surprised he didn't just hit the deck. Must have been having some prone block issues, but luckily for Northwestern, you had Templar and Juice spawn deep library, and you look at all the arrows for St. Ambrose. They're watching the front of the hill. They don't even know they're back there. So Northwestern, with those gracious spawns, they clear that hill, and they get back because they only needed that 1 second left. But dear God, was that close, Jesse.
That is a wipe some sweat off the brow. Flick it away. Yeah, you're safe for now, Northwestern. But St. Ambrose are absolutely coming for you guys in this matchup. They are going to be so mad about losing that map number 1. And now you got to look at that. And you got to think as well. How important were those few kills in the middle of the map that Valor got on the third set of rotations on hill number 1, when he found those few kills just to stop St. Ambrose from being able to get towards that back half of 10 seconds away from being able to win the game. He found a few kills in the middle. He slowed down that whole chance of them being able to win it within 10 seconds there. And you got to think, if they get those last 10 seconds, they're probably going to win it on hill 2, and therefore then forces it to go to hill 3. And I know you get on me all the time for saying this, and you're like, Jesse, you can't criticize the players that hard. That was one of the worst streaks I've ever seen in my entire life.
I'm with you on it this time. You know what? I will give it to you. That was terrifying.
Like, absolute worst case scenario.
From your end, even we're just sitting there, we're like, what? Okay, that Northwestern just gave this up. I mean, talk about Kairos getting like a blessed spawn hill 2 in that third rotation deep in the back of police station. Well, if Templar and Juice didn't somehow spawn back library, that's St. Ambrose taking map 1 right there. snuck away with that. They are lucky that they won that if you're Northwestern State. So you're right. You wipe the sweat off your eyebrows, and you need to dig deep now to kind of regain after that map one, because you really shouldn't have won that at all. Somehow they spun. I got to look back and look at the mini map in that last little fight there, because nobody was blocking those library spawns. Northwestern got in there and they snuck away with that map one. We're going to Miami for the second Search and Destroy, something that's just another toss up in my mind, because if you're looking at a team that's so equal to each other, or teams that are so equal between Northwestern and St. Ambrose right now, Miami Search and Destroy is the best of both worlds. You got the alleyway where your submachine guns can dominate, and you have the beach side where your ARs can dominate. I don't think anybody has an advantage where some teams would usually have an advantage on Miami.
I couldn't agree with you more. I mean, just even after watching that map one, both these teams very clearly are super even. I mean, even if you look over at overall map count, I mean, both teams right around each other. Hardpoint, each record is one off of each other. You look at the Search and Destroy, you've got 4-3 for a Search and Destroy record for St. Ambrose versus 4-4 for Northwest State University. So it really this is anybody's game right now, and I'm absolutely here for it. I think the absolute crazy part of that map number one is that you were talking about how St. Ambrose is going to have to regain from losing that map one. I think Northwestern State might have to regain from winning and almost choking that map number one as well.
That's what I meant.
Absolutely crazy. I mean, what a map to kick off the stream, though. I'm still excited.
Oh, I had a feeling that today was going to be just something different in the NACE Starleague, and already just right out the gates, it gives us that for our map number one rate. Moscow Hardpoint, 250 to 247 for Northwestern State University. Folks who are just tuning in, we've already shaped this up as this is a must win for Northwestern as well. So you're not only wiping the sweat off your forehead for coming out with that clutch victory in Moscow, but also because your chances are still there for winning the whole series. So let's hop into Miami. Let's forget about that Moscow right now and hop into the lights as we get deep into this. It's Northwestern cleaning up quickly. We might have loaded a little bit late into that first one, but Northwestern coming away with it. Let's kind of dive into this replay.
This must have just been a very quick round number one. If this is how, if we're seeing a flawless round come in here from Northwestern State, you got to think that was probably a pretty quick round. And it looked like they had bomb down as well. So you got to imagine that bomb site was probably fairly open for the taking there over on the B site for them to get it down like that and be able to come away with 4 kills in the round to no deaths. But nonetheless, St. Ambrose, they'll be looking for a regain here, rebound back into this round. But, I mean, kind of just framing back towards that first hard point just a little bit, Colin, you got to think as well, with Northwestern being able to take that map in that fashion, the amount of momentum that could give these guys towards being able to go towards the back half of this series as well.
Walrus playing close to piano. He might hit this flank. Oh, look at that. Route Man gets played. Walrus finds original from behind. Juice tucked away now. Has the player advantage. Doesn't have to worry about the pressure so much. You got Kairos now with that bomb. Haunting Walrus from behind. Where's the communication agent? Doesn't look like he's ready for this. Van Heckel agent, they get pinched on. He's going to go down now around this pole. 3 down for St. Ambrose. Northwestern looking for 2 quick rounds in a row as it's Kairos against the world with that bomb in hand. And he's going to get caught from the side. Northwestern, 2 quick rounds here in Miami.
And Miami is absolutely a map where if you are not practiced on, you will get exposed. And I mean, with how fast these first 2 rounds are, I don't want to pull it away yet from St. Ambrose, but they're going to need to figure out something really quickly here, because it just seems kind of like Northwestern State right now kind of has a pretty good grasp and a good hold on how they want to play this map at the moment. They attacked me early on off both rounds so far. They take control of that piano room. They're really not allowing St. Ambrose to get much control of the middle of that area, and it seems to be what's giving Northwestern State so far a good amount of progress and giving them a good amount of chance of being able to win these rounds. Valor should spot that cross as well, so they'll have some information that there's a few players here, and original tie up top. Ooh. He's gonna need to go big here, and he absolutely does, and he falls, and this should just open up the chance for a B-site plant again.
Kairos may not have ran it down middle, but he did find Valor looking to rotate through and find that half wall control right where agent is going to be set up. Juice has yet to check this one as he's still going and clearing these corners, but through the window, agent, he's just going to see the little glimpse of Juice, and he's going to double down with Kairos to send Northwestern now in the 1v3. It's Walrus 5-1 in the game, but that's where his streak ends. St. Ambrose cut the momentum.
Playing a really weird off angle for Agents, but it works out well for them as they're able to close that round out. And I believe Kairos found 2 in that round. He found 1 in the middle of the map, and he found that second kill there onto Templar as well. So just being able to find those 2 kills, it opened up so much space for St. Ambrose, gives them the man advantage. They play the man advantage flawlessly. They close the round out. And now Northwestern State, they're going to look for an answer here, and we're going to see a very different offense this time through from the likes of St. Ambrose. Last time they went to B, they got choked out, they got stopped. This time it's going to be an A hit.
As it was. Valor's going to be here. You talked about how clutch he was over in that 3rd rotation, Hill 1. Let's see if he's still got that ice here. 0-1 can bring this back considerably. Kairos is closing the distance fast with the 74U. No trade. That's bombed down. Valor finds 2, and he's going to dip out.
Is that enough ice for you, Colin? He finds 2 right off the rip. It's just going to leave Agent all by himself here. He does find 1. It would have to be a 1v4 for him here, though. He finds a second as well, but with that stun coming in, this should be a cleanup for Juice. It absolutely is. Northwestern, they will close that round out. Got a little shaky towards the end there, but
yeah,
that stun comes through, and it makes it a little bit easier. And these are the kills off the rip that you were calling out, as Valor found that first and finds the second on the Kairos here as well, just playing the head glitch on the steps perfectly with that Krieg 6 in hand.
And, you know, I actually thought Kairos was going to get that trade. Didn't expect Valor to... Didn't expect Valor to really anticipate that second player just closing the gap so quickly, but the way he was able to recover and flex over to that second kill was huge. And yeah, you said he finds 3 in that. He goes from 0-1 to 3-2 in the round, and he's going to take Northwestern back to a 2-point lead. Let's see if St. Ambrose are going to make any changes to this defense. You still have Kairos sitting in the middle of the map watching for the rush from Northwestern, but it's going to be a hit this time, it looks like.
And Valor definitely just caught it. He's like, yo, I just dominated these guys over at the A site. Let's go to A. I'm feeling confident over here right now. But Van Heckel will be the AR player from the opposing side, set up on a head glitch. Very different head glitch to what we saw Valor playing on the opposite side the last time through. But Van Heckel might just have to tuck his tail between his legs and get out of here.
Oh, let's talk about a callback to map 1. Van Heckel was getting had at the start of that Moscow, and it's not looking any better now into this Moscow. Juice gonna find first blood. That's gonna be bombed down at A. And talk about taking the B site, well, retaking the A site, that is a task.
Yeah, I mean, you can see player number 1, he's making that wrap back over towards those boats right now. You can watch the bomb from there. You can watch the bomb from Valor's positioning as well, right outside of the hotel. He will have a challenge here. It's off screen, and that win from Original Tie is so big. That gives them a different angle that they can try to attack this bomb on. And they actually get Juice off the head glitch at the back as well, giving themselves a great chance of being able to close this round out.
Well, now Templar. Players closing in from any corner. Walrus has it back 1v1. Agent's gonna find it! Not even skipping a beat. He goes right for the neck, and he's gonna find the second round for St. Ambrose just like that. Agent has been having a great map too. 5-3, Jesse. And to do that, I mean, Walrus, he needed to get there quick, but I didn't expect him to instantly challenge that second player, Agent, right here. He's going to find Templar. Walrus wins his 1v1, and immediately the snap from Agent. The communication was at a peak for St. Ambrose there.
I really hope a call didn't come in, a one-shot call there, because he definitely was not one-shot through that one there. You know, sometimes that there's that age-old meme in Call of Duty where you call that, I mean, I'm even worse for it, but you just call people out as one shot when they're not, and your teammates take the challenge and they end up losing the gunfight. Hopefully that's not the case there, but yeah, I mean, I definitely would have loved to have seen Templar play his life a little, or sorry, Walrus play his life a little bit there towards the end. There wasn't much time left, and I mean, that's pretty general search and destroy knowledge, where you just play your life with 12 seconds left. You don't really let them have the chance for the kill on you, and once he does, it gives them that easy round win there for St. Ambrose. A hard retake, but I mean, one that they absolutely are in full deservance of after that.
You're here to hear, folks. Cruz is inting your ranked games with those one-shot calls. An excellent collapse from Ambrose to take down Valor, though, as they get him at every angle, and they just sniff him out at the A site, almost exactly like Northwestern did in the previous round. This time flipped now. It's the retake for Northwestern that's looking a little bit tough now. 2v4. You lose those initial 2 players that were over at the A site. So it's Templar and Juice. There's some machine gun players, too. To take this site's going to be a tough one. Kairos playing close in the staircase. Going to be using that natural cover to stay alive and dip back into the hands of Original. Gets caught out. Juice evens us up. Now the chance. 18 seconds. Templar's going to find another one, and Juice! St. Ambrose, they fell apart! What just happened?
What are we watching right now? We literally just framed it up in the last round. A site, you know, once you get that bomb down, extremely hard to retake. We saw a 4v4 retake, whatever. You know what, that happens. But Northwestern just 2v4'd on the retake here. This is beautiful callouts and just being able to spot out winning one-on-ones over and over again from Juice here. He wins that one-on-one over towards the site, instantly wraps over, wins a second one-on-one. And the big thing is they spotted out Kairos there, so they knew that the second player was there as well, and on the beach side. So once they find the first kill, they find the second super easily. You just can't get caught out there. You can't lose a 2v4 on that site.
You know the age-old question on the differences between the Juice and the Sauce? Well, the Juice clutches those situations. Agent got caught there. He's sitting there thinking he's comfortable? No, not when Juice is alive. Big win from Northwestern, a 4v2 clutch to bring them back to a 2-round lead. Back on the defense is Valor. Gonna open up the Northwestern attack. Walrus might have snuck through. Original not watching his back. Could get caught on the rotation here. Walrus not pre-aiming it. Original's gonna get the first shots. Clean him up, even us back up. You got Agent and Original now with the crossfire with the players inside garage. And Van Heckel, I think he's getting the information here. He could call that rotation out. Juice is going to find Agent now. Original has to go big here. Temple's going to get the first shots, cleans him up. Now it's all up to Van Heckel for St. Ambrose in a 1v3. And he's inside this casino. Juice watching it. He gets that initial shot. He gets the call out. He's going to call for it now, but Van Heckel is going to find the 1v2. Bomb goes down, so time's against him, Jesse. He's going to make the wrap around, and Valor's waiting in lie. A big round for Northwestern to take their lead to 3, the biggest lead we've seen from them yet.
We talk about it all the time, and how ARs can really open up some machine gun routes on this map, but I mean, I don't think it's more obvious than it is here in this map right now. The way that we're seeing Valor and Juice play off of each other, find a couple of these kills. Yes, Juice is 7-3 now, and he did end up falling towards the back half of that round. But, I mean, just the opening kill he finds on the player back alley, that's not an easy gunfight to win on that player sitting on that head glitch. But he makes it work. He finds the kill with the Krig, and they get the job done once again. And it looks like they're going to go for quite an aggressive strategy here on defense over towards this B site, but it might be just the perfect read that they needed here.
That's a ratty angle. You got Templar watching Juice's back. Look at that collapse now. Walrus is going to chime in for one of his own. They're looking to put St. Ambrose down now. Van Heckel back in a 1vx situation. This time 4 players against him. And he's going to get right into this. Looking to catch Walrus on the exit, but thought he'll find that. Juice is going to take contact. Juice is going to put this through. Northwestern 6-2 on Miami. What was a close map 1 was a blowout in map 2, but the same outcome is Northwestern up 2-0 in the series, looking to find that spot, Jesse.
Yeah, Northwestern State, I mean, they've looked really, really good in that search and destroy. I mean, I thought that the hard point was probably in their favor, and they kind of threw it away a little bit. They had, what, around a 60 to 80 point lead at one point at the start of that game, but that search and destroy, I mean, it felt like they were never in a spot where they were really out of control. Definitely times where St. Ambrose looked like they had a chance to bring it back and kind of give themselves a chance to win the game. I think the 2v4, though, is really right here. Once Valor finds this wasn't the 2v4, but once Valor finds the 2v4 with Juice on the back side of this same site, we'll probably see the highlights as they come through here. But you got to think that round, once they won it, it just kind of felt like it was their map to lose at that point.
I think as soon as Valor got away with that, kind of those 2 kills, Original needed that trade. If it wasn't Kairos, it needed to be Original, and it just didn't come through. This is that 2v4 clutch when Juice just goes side to side and absolutely demolishes St. Ambrose in their hold towards A. I agree with you. That was what would be called the TSN turning point of the round right there, or of the game right there. I think as soon as you win that and you clutch that up, Northwestern, they had that and they never let go. But we got raid control coming up next, Jesse, and this is where we kind of get even more even when you look at the map sets and the game mode to map correlation, I think Raid is the best chance right now that you could go to for map 3 for St. Ambrose to start this or reverse sweep.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one. I mean, for the likes of St. Ambrose, I mean, they're 4-3 in control. Same with Northwestern State. We've seen it a couple of times for both these teams. I think the big thing here for the likes of St. Ambrose, so for them to come out on top, I think we're going to need to see some better play from the ARs here in this game. They seem to be getting outmatched right now. The Moscow, the hard point was pretty close. There's a lot more kind of open lane action that you can get there, but they were getting exposed on that Miami search and destroy. There was a lot of gunfights that the Northwestern State players were able to come out on top with just from the ARs alone, which then opened up a lot of routes for their submachine guns to get ratty, get in behind, get into some really annoying spots to really shut down the St. Ambrose players. And raid control can absolutely be a map that's very similar to that. If your ARs are holding down lanes and allowing your submachine gun players to get up and get into the spawn, get into the face of the opposing team, this is where Northwestern State can really start to kind of take over the game and start to really expose St. Ambrose. So St. Ambrose, your ARs, you need to pop off. You need to show up here in this game 3.
I mean, especially going to raid somewhere, when you look at raid hardpoint, raid search and destroy, it's a little bit of a different story than raid control, not just because of the game modes. Obviously the game modes are different, but the gunplay is different. The way that raid plays in general is different to control, because I mean, you've already highlighted the assault rifle players. When you look at hardpoint and S&D, it's a big map for some machine gun players to find routes and really run through their opposition. But in control, it's even more important for those assault rifle players to find the openings, because it's a lot harder for those submachine gun players to find those routes in control. It's a lot slower of a respawn. It's a lot more compact for the holds that you see on the sites. And as soon as an AR player finds a kill, I want to see those submachine gun players flying and taking the opportunity to close the gap.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I'm a little bit worried for St. Ambrose here. I'm a little worried if we start to see like Northwestern get into some of those situations where you have a player just sitting top bedroom with an AR and you're coming off on defense and you need to push into that. I just feel like if St. Ambrose gets put onto the back foot, I'm going to be a little bit worried for them to kind of get out of those spawn traps on offense, to get into those situations, to really help them win those offensive rounds, to kind of break out towards that water side. I think as long as Northwestern State here can kind of keep it clean and play their own game, I think this is absolutely going to be their map to lose here.
I think we're going to need a little bit more out of original in this map number 3. And map 1 is slow start. Map 2 was finding a few kills here and there for St. Ambrose. None of them really had a great map 2 over on Miami, but in map 1 on that respawn, it was original that was really kind of the make or break in my eyes for that. At one point, 4-17 for original. I was about halfway through when it was a tie game, and you would think that if original was having a little bit better, that would have been St. Ambrose dominating the mid game for that Moscow hard point. So I mean, if he could come out for St. Ambrose in this map number 3 and control the map a lot better, I think original could be the difference maker for St. Ambrose. If he wakes up here, I think they have all 4 players on the same pace. That could be the trump card over Northwestern.
Well, he's going to need to do it if St. Ambrose wants to kind of spoil Northwestern State's chance of being able to make a playoff spot here or make that last second playoff push. Because if you guys missed it off the top of the show, Northwestern State, they still have a chance. They can still make these playoffs, but it comes down to needing to get a win over St. Ambrose University tonight and then taking on St. Mary's next week, the team that is 1 spot ahead of them in these standings. And if they win that match over St. Mary's, it will tie them in record. They would then, because it goes to a head-to-head, they would then also get the win and get in towards the plans just from the way that the tiebreaker works here in NACE Starleague. So it's all to play for.
And you know my boy Seeker over at St. Mary's, he's just sitting back on his bye week and he's taking notes on that big whiteboard absolutely. That he has behind him. He's like, okay, don't go to Miami search and destroy against Northwestern State. Maybe go to Moscow because they did almost choke that. So you might be kind of looking to catch a few strats against Northwestern State if St. Mary's want to make sure that they can keep this team away from the plains later on. But I'm not counting St. Ambrose out. I'm just saying that is going to be a big game next week for St. Mary's if Northwestern State get a take. And having a bye week right now, it's perfect.
It's an advantage for sure for St. Mary's to go into next week with Northwestern State being on stream this week, to be able to like, oh, if we take this win, we can just watch them right now. Like you said, you write down all the strats that you just see, and maybe you do play them on Miami search and destroy. Maybe you see what you just saw from them in this last series. You know exactly what they're going to do now. and you play that to your effectiveness next week on Miami Search and Destroy. You never know, man. It might just work out.
It's exactly what we need to see. St. Ambrose, reverse sweep time right now. Let's head over to raid control and see exactly if they can get their brooms out to bring this through. St. Ambrose starting on the attack. It looks like a hit to B. Look at player number 8. He is going to have control of that courtyard. He's going to be the flanking as well. Valor inside Tiki. Spots that first one. Going to find an agent. Snaps over to Original. That's 2 down. Is going to get dropped by Kairos, but the damage is through. There's Walrus peeking out from the middle. Now Kairos all alone. He gets cleaned up. A flawless start for Northwestern.
It's absolutely huge. And with the positioning of Templar as well, it actually forces the likes of St. Ambrose not to spawn towards A. So no zone tag coming in right now. And St. Ambrose, it's going to need to be another hit over towards this B side. But everybody's still here for the likes of Northwestern State. So they can still continue to apply pressure and try to drop these players off spawn.
There's Juice, Valor. Try to take those gunfights, but actually St. Ambrose, when the kills come through, going gets hard. They get going right now. And yeah, those block spawns. It actually blesses St. Ambrose with a chance to quickly get back into B. 2 ticks are gone. Valor gets dropped inside of that. It's full 4 down for Northwestern. You got Agent at A. B's going to get caught. Minute 49 on this clock, Jesse. And St. Ambrose now a really good chance to get a quick round here.
Yeah, I don't think that could have worked out worse for Northwestern. I mean, not only do you lose all the gunfights towards B and lose the B site, but also because Templar pushed too far forward inside a garage, it actually forces the spawn over towards the A site for the St. Ambrose players, so they actually get a tick of progress in over towards that site as well. They will finally clear out their space as well. So Northwestern, they're kind of turning a bad situation into a good chance now for them to be able to close this round out. But I mean, with only a minute 15 left here on the clock and only needing 2 ticks, you got to think it's just a matter of when, if not if, St. Ambrose will be able to close this round out here on offense.
Yeah, all they need is 4 down. And that is basically this round number 1 under wraps. Juice is going to be playing that wide angle. Nate's going to force him off for this right into the ring now. The collapse from Northwestern. They find 2. But it's still 2 in retaliation. Valor's going to be the difference maker. But no, he's going to lose his 1v1. So really, Juice and Agent, closest players to A. The rest are going to be making a rush here. Nice play from Kairos to force out that player through their spawn now. They have the exit strategy. 50 seconds, a 2-life lead. I like this call from St. Ambrose. They're going to be setting up a pinch.
Oh, but it's perfectly watched right now from Walrus. Another player. They're going to make the bait and switch in the back as well. Northwestern, they should be here. But all the gunfights in the front, they actually go the opposite way. Ooh. And with the force, or with the position of player 3, it's actually going to force the spawn out from the Northwestern players. So now St. Ambrose, they can hop on this hill. They can stack and close this round out.
Original going to get a toe in the site. Site's going quick. 3 players are on there. Can Templar get in here and contest for long enough? Agent's gonna fall. 3 go down. Juice, what is that nade?
Was that from spawn? That nade might have just saved the round there for Northwestern. Only 7 lives left now for St. Ambrose and 20 seconds to get back on the clock.
Juice just dropped a nuke. He just dropped a nuke without even going on a 25 spree. That's insane. 5 lives left for St. Ambrose to clutch up when it counts. And this round has to really turn on its head. Juice is on 5. Can you play for those streaks? Not going to find the 6. Agent is going to shut down that last chance now. Nobody's there. Northwestern clutches up for that round 1 defense. You give it to Juice. And maybe if Juice didn't even find that, Templar would have found the kills on the crossfire, but that nade was so well placed that when Templar finds that kill onto Agent, he's able to do enough damage that nade, the splash damage, cleans up both of them.
And look how far back that trophy is right there on his right as well. I'm not sure if that's their trophy or if that's a trophy on the likes of the St. Ambrose players, but either way, if that trophy's in that spot, any St. Ambrose trophies that try to get thrown down in that side of the map get broken immediately as well. And you got to think that that's how that nade probably sneaks in and gets onto the site there with no trophy on it. So great plays coming in from the Northwestern players to be able to close that round out, and they're just icy right now. They keep making all the big clutches to close these games out. Game 1, 3-point win. Game 2, a couple rounds there that could have gone either way, and then even that round, you got to think that was a little bit of a St. Ambrose throw, but just a Northwestern clutch once again.
I'd be so upset. Northwestern, they got the ice right now. St. Ambrose just they can't clutch up right now. And look at all this progression that Juice is getting uncontested. Kairos finally going to swing wide. Is able to take down one. That's Valor dropping, but nobody else to fall on the Northwestern side. These last two players should be able to clean up the B side. Looking at 2 minutes and 12 seconds. A 1 life advantage for Northwestern. And I mean, taking out the B site, it's exactly like the start for St. Ambrose. A site's relatively a lot easier, but didn't work on their half. Let's see if they can pull this back.
I think a big reason why it didn't work is because Northwestern was able to drop those players in the back of their spawn, kind of like what we just seen from Kairos there. And what that does is it forces everybody to kind of just have to look one direction now for St. Ambrose. They don't really need to focus on looking behind them too much right now until some players try to sneak on through. Speaking of which, you can take a look at Juice right now trying to make this big flank play in from behind.
Oh, 3 go down. You can stack the site right away. That's 4 out of it.
Oh,
look how far St. Ambrose are. Juice is gonna be sitting here to block the rotations. Valor in the middle of the map. That's a perfect play from Northwestern. That's perfect control if I've ever seen it right there.
Yeah, and Juice, I mean, this flank is everything. He pretty much wins the round for them here, finding 2 kills in the back. His teammates find a few more, but as soon as he realizes that everybody's done, he pushes right back into Laundry here, forces the spawn out basketball for the rest of the St. Ambrose players, that not only forces the spawn out, but drops the 2 players that were close enough to being able to get him out of the power position. Just beautiful plays from Juice. I mean, definitely been such a great player here for the likes of Northwestern State in this match.
And Northwestern really showing their experience in Cold War right now, and they are triumphant in the plays. That whole rotation puts them up 2-0 now. Looking to sweep St. Ambrose at the start of the day for this NACE broadcast. Valor outside of Tiki this time. He called for Walrus again for that initial rush. Kairos going to be watching it now to overwhelm Valor. In Tiki, it's exactly what they do. The job's done now. Can they capitalize? Van Heckel watching the Cross Templars to drop. Walrus inside basketball court, looking to collapse on in. Is going to find Kairos from behind the trade, though. Original still inside this point. They got 1-tick gun, but it's going slowly. So Valor could get in here to slow this down even more. The fact that he gets in and out. Northwestern, if you take down Original in the back, they don't even get the B site.
I don't know how he got away with his life there with Van Heckel watching over, but he absolutely does. And now Templars inside the hill. And they should be able to pinch on this and stop this push from coming all the way through. What this does, though, is it does force the St. Ambrose spawn out. They go towards A. They can hop on in, but Northwestern was completely ready for it. They've still got 3 players set up, roaming through middle of the map, roaming towards the A site. They shut that down again, and now everybody on St. Ambrose, they're in a tough spot right now. 45 seconds. You only have 2 ticks of progress over towards B, and it looks like they are just saying, hey, you know what? We need to just make this full commitment now. Let's go towards this B site. Let's try to lock this down.
From north to south, from left to right, Northwestern, they are everywhere on the map. Walrus again through the middle of the map. Agent again catches him off. Can they clean up the B site this time? Juice hitting that flank. Agent's gonna drop. He finds 3, make it a 4 down, but B site gets secured. The spawns are going to come up on A. You can stack the site now for St. Ambrose. You can deny the perfect control map. Agent's going to find another one. Templar's going to drop. Here comes the collapse. Valor inside of Art. Walrus finds 2. Slides on in for the contest. Doesn't check his corner. It's going to be Kairos to shut this down. But still, this last player, Agent, can he clutch up? Valor goes down the dance now. The ring around the rose against Juice. Templar, though, is able to get there now. Minute 20. Northwestern backs against the wall, Jesse. They have the 7-life lead. And now the setup onto A.
They just need to make sure they don't get 4 down at any point in this. You need to make sure you have a player at A at all times to shut this down. Don't let anybody sneak through. Make the plays work for your team here. They still only have 2 players on the site right now. St. Ambrose have a shot to be able to break back into this, but Juice, once again, of course it's Juice, just sitting in the back, using that Craig 6 to full advantage, shutting down this play once again here. You can see the St. Ambrose players, they're trying to make a push to the middle of the map. They know they need to do this and do this quickly. Otherwise, it is not going to get done. No respawns remaining now for the St. Ambrose players.
I mean, it just feels so bad, though, because Kairos 23 and 18 for St. Ambrose. It's not even the best I've seen him yet throughout this whole series. He's been having standout maps from start to finish. It might be a 3-0, but Kairos has had a phenomenal series against Northwestern. As the time is ticking, he's going to be the last alive, made the full wrap around the map. So it's only a matter of time before Northwestern sweeps St. Ambrose today in match number 1. and they do it in a very, very fashionable way. The clutch in Miami, a 2v4. The last second spawns on Mount Moscow to win 250 to 247. And then the cold snap from site to site to shut them down off the spawns at A. I mean, every single time that I think Northwestern have given things up, they battle back and they show me how wrong I am, Jesse.
It really feels like Northwestern State just had the clutch inside of them today. And they're going to need more of that clutch next week against St. Ambrose, or sorry, against St. Mary's College, if they want to be able to come, or St. Mary's University, if they want to come out on top and win that matchup to be able to be that final team. But you're not wrong at all. I mean, the fact they were able to win that first map by 3, clutch it up, even with 2 team kills from a streak, close that game out. Game 2, they close out a 2v4 to go on to winning that game 6-2. And then here, I mean, both offenses from the likes of St. Ambrose, they probably should have won. But just Northwestern State University, they just make the clutch play after clutch play. Don't get me wrong, Northwestern State's offense was fantastic, but their defense looked very shaky on this map mode combo. They were just able to clutch it up and come away with it at the very end of it.
I have to say, I mean, I think that was just phenomenal out of Juice that whole time. Like, I was watching the way he was playing. You called it out many times that he was just... It was just that route, man. I mean, if it wasn't Walrus, it was Juice. The other way around. If it wasn't Juice, it was Walrus. Both having standout games, dropping over 20 kills in that control. They just nonstop were able to shut down St. Ambrose in every situation. I mean that B's take. Whenever we saw St. Ambrose on the attack, go to B, Valor inside Tiki, Walrus in the courtyard. And maybe Agent was able to shut down Walrus that second time around when they were on their attack, when he was rotating through those pool staircases. But then you have Valor sitting in Tiki, able to find at least 1, maybe 2 before he goes down. And he does enough to slow that take at B so the players off spawn could rotate, collapse onto the side and shut things down. And then when you look at A, I mean, how many times did Juice clutch up at A? It's just, I can't even count on my fingers anymore.
Yeah, I mean, Juice absolutely clutch up after clutch up after clutch up for his team in that series. I mean, I don't recall seeing him too much in map number 1. I'm sure he made some big statements, but it was really map 2 where he started to shine in that game. Him and Valor both running those ARs on long range, dropping those players consistently. And then that game 3, I mean, easily top fragged that game 3, looked very, very good for the likes of Northwestern State University. But now we can kind of talk about it now that they've won this. Now that they go up against St. Mary's next week, we've seen St. Mary's multiple times on stream. What are they going to need to do to be able to come out and win that? Because clearly they're going to need to fix some things in their control here. That wasn't the cleanest 3-0 that we've ever seen in control. And you got to make sure you're not team killing each other with streaks in the hard point. But I think they have a serious shot at it.
I think Northwestern, they have the shot to take down St. Mary's. I mean, what you're really looking at is St. Mary's, they have the bye this week. So like we were talking about, is they're able to VOD review the series that we just saw between Northwestern and St. Ambrose, see the pros and the cons that Northwestern were stating. So I think Northwestern, what you really need to do is you need to watch this back and look at those mistakes, and you really need to highlight those mistakes, even if you don't want to highlight those mistakes. There's a lot of good, but there was a lot of bad in this series for Northwestern. It wasn't the cleanest 3-0, like you said. And into that control, I mean, I think one big factor that they were showing in that control is that on the attacking side, they're kind of putting their eggs into the same basket over and over again on the attack. I mean, like I said, that setup from Valor and Walrus through the courtyard and Tiki side, the second time around, St. Ambrose, they read that. Agent was able to take down Walrus, and they were able to take down Valor inside Tiki. The only thing is that Walrus, or Valor, his, I guess his individual skill set is what Northwestern were really relying on, the fact that he can take down 1, maybe 2 players before he dies, making it slower for St. Ambrose to cap that B site. You can't just put everything into Valor making a clutch play next time. I need to see them have a different shots than just that 1, because then things are going to get tough next week against St. Mary's. They won't let you do that.
No, they absolutely won't. I mean, the LATAM phenoms. It is a crazy time here, Colin. I love playoff Call of Duty, man. It is absolutely fantastic. It's the best time of any season. And once you get down towards that nitty gritty where everything is to play for every single week. And that's why you're seeing the best form out of some of these teams now. Northwestern State, obviously not their best match today, but still a 3-0 nonetheless. And a win is a win at the end of the day.
It's not even St. Mary's, Jesse. You beat St. Mary's. You make it into the playoffs. Then you got Independence Community College and St. Edward's University ahead of that.
We didn't need to talk about all that, Colin. We're trying to frame up that. Okay, that is a different animal. St. Edward's University is 7-0 right now. They have dropped what? One map all year long so far? That team is unbelievable. ICC, on the other hand, as well, another team that has looked unreal. And I think a big thing that we really want to look at, too, is that matchup next week between Northwestern State and St. Mary's. Yeah, if Northwestern State make it, they make it in. That's great. That's great and all. If St. Mary's wins that match next week and they make it in, we get to see the rematch that we saw on stream a couple weeks ago between St. Mary's and ICC, where ICC destroyed St. Mary's, destroyed them. We could see that rematch possibly coming in as well. Like, it's all to play for, man.
Well, I mean, I'm sure that St. Mary's, they want their revenge in that, but first they have to take down Northwestern State University, and they have their own story to tell right now. And before we get into the interview that we have, I have a little bit of information for you all because, I mean, as always, every single week, LLS has done a lot. And for LLS, every 180 seconds, someone is diagnosed with a blood cancer. And 40% of all pediatric cancers are blood cancers. Every blood cancer diagnosis turns lives upside down. When this happens, the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, LLS that is, they're here to help. Since 1949, LLS have invested more than $1.3 billion in research, pioneering many of today's most innovative approaches. They work tirelessly to find cures and ensure patients can access the life-saving treatments they need. When someone experiences the fear and uncertainty of a cancer diagnosis, LLS provides hope, compassion, education, and support. So just like LLS is making an impact on the cancer community, the LLS hero of the game represents the players or the player who made the biggest impact in the match played. Whether it was a clutch play, a sacrifice, or provided strong leadership when it mattered most. And for that clutch play factor, today's LLS hero of the game is none other than Juice. So let's bring Juice into this booth. Let's ask him a few questions, Jesse. I know you're going to be happy for them because, Juice, you popped off. That was a quick 3-0, and you looked good.
Appreciate it. We worked really hard. It felt good to get the 3-0 there.
Now, is there anything that you guys kind of were factoring into this, like your hopes for the play-ins? Was there just a different energy in you guys today that were kind of bringing you over the edge to really want to secure this in a convincing fashion?
We're four very competitive people. Every time we step into our lounge and we plug in, we're all always trying to go 100% ready to trying to win every match we can. I don't know. I think we should have a really good competitive edge to us, so we won't give up even when it's tough. We're still gonna play to the end.
That is fantastic. But Juice, I'm gonna throw you over to Jesse right now because I know he was a big fan during that game, and I know he had some things to ask you. So Jesse, ask away.
I absolutely was. I mean, I was gassing you up a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. You were popping off, especially in that control towards the end there. I actually got two questions for you. First of all, what the heck? What happened at the end of that? At the end of that hard point when you guys dropped the streaks on your own team there? I just want to know, like, what was the what kind of, I know it was probably rambunctious, but was there like no call outs of where the streaks were going down, or like what happened there? Because you guys almost threw it away.
Yeah, no, it was full chaos in that moment. We were trying to sprint across the map, and I tried to yell out, I have an artillery. I told them I put it around the point, and I think they just misread it as I put it on the point, and so one ran off and it ended up hitting him, and then I ended up running into it myself, which was just unfortunate. But we got it done in the end, so all is well.
It was definitely we were losing our minds off that one. But just one last question. So obviously next week you guys go up against St. Mary's University, big matchup. Winner of that match very likely will be the team to make it in for that third spot in the play-ins. What's the mindset going into that matchup?
We're gonna grind really hard this next week, try to get some VOD review on them. We're always confident going into matches. We think we're good. However much that tells you, we think we're pretty good. We know we're gonna compete, but we'll see. I know we'll show up and we'll try to show out. Definitely.
Love to hear it.
That is fantastic. Well, Juice, before we let you go for this, any shout outs you want to take to the fans at home, maybe?
I really shout out to my teammates. They're insane. They're nuts. They're the ones that help me put up numbers, I guess you'd say. And they listen to my callouts, which is the number one thing I could ask for, honestly.
Well, maybe not on Moscow Hardpoint. Maybe
not on the Moscow Hardpoint, but yeah.
No, I love to hear it though. I like the passion going into the rest of the week. Best of luck for the future in this. I hope to see you guys in the play-ins. I hope you guys really gonna make your way through. You're looking strong, and have a good night after that one. Enjoy the win.
Thank you, you too.
Well, Jesse, match 1 is done, and wow, that was absolutely insane. I mean, from a 250 to 247 hard point to a 6-2 Miami Search and Destroy, and to that control on raid. I mean, it was a 3-0, but it definitely should have been maybe like a 3-1 the other way, maybe even a round 5.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely could have gone the full distance if that control, a couple of those rounds go the other way. I mean, let's be fair. They probably should have won the hard point in a little bit easier a fashion. With barring those streaks, they probably could have won that hard point a little bit easier. So, I mean, not too sure if it would have fully gone the other way if we would have seen a game 5. Definitely had the potential for a game 4 though there in that series. Just unfortunate for the likes of the St. Ambrose University. They just weren't able to get it done. But I'm so excited for that matchup next week between NSU and St. Mary's.
Oh, yeah. Well, folks, Northwestern, they set themselves up for that play-in spot next week in week number 9. Match 1, it is done and dusted. A 3-0 sweep for the Northwestern University squad. Coming up after the break, we got Shrine University up against Cleary University, and that is going to be a big one as well. So, see you on the flip side. Stay tuned for some more NACE. And welcome back, everybody, to the NACE Starleague here of Week 8 of the Call of Duty Midwest League. We're going to be going in now with Cleary University sitting 3-4 against Trine University 4-3. A little bit of opposites, pretty close, Jesse, but a lot to prove right now on either side.
Yeah, I mean, when you're looking overall at these two teams, like you said, very close in terms of where they are kind of in the standings. You have Trine University sitting at 4, Cleary University sitting at 6th place. But I think the big thing here when you're looking at these two teams is Cleary, they've kind of had a rough season so far. They've lost to a lot of the top teams that they've played, but they've pretty much beaten most of the other middle cut teams, bottom cut teams outside of the likes of Adrian College, who they ended up losing to. But on the other side, Trine University Esports, I mean, could you ask for a more unlucky team? I mean, they're in the most stacked division of the year so far.
I knew you were going to bring this up.
I mean, you have to. I mean, Trine University, they're in the division of the Midwest. They've got Illinois State, Minnesota State, and Northwood University. I mean, they've only lost 3 matches, but those 3 matches are to the top 3 teams in the division who are also at 7-0, 6-1, and 6-1. And now Trine University are very likely in a spot where they're not going to be able to make the playoffs here. And I mean, you just got to feel for these guys. They've played great all season long. They've only lost to those 3 top teams, and they're very likely coming into this match as the favorite over Cleary. And it's just very unfortunate for them that they ended up losing to those 3 teams, because they've also been the only team outside of the top 3 that has been able to take maps off of the top 3 as well. They've been great all year long. Just unfortunately, they're going to end up falling short before playoffs.
I mean, you even look at Illinois State University sitting in that number 1 spot, topping off this division at 7-0, 21-1 in map count. That one loss is to this Trine Esports roster. You got Marissa, Bentrick, Calamity, and Sweeter Chip. They haven't had a horrible season so far in the NACE Star League. It's just You're right. It's just unlucky. You got Sharks right now in that top 3 position. Northwest, and Minnesota, and Illinois could easily each be in that #1 spot. But it's such a hard division to play in. And Triad right now coming out in this spot that they are, the fact that they've been able to take those maps off, I think that just shows how strong this team can be and how much potential they have into the coming seasons.
Absolutely. I mean, look for them in the Vanguard season, because this team, if they're not in the group of death, I think that this team has very, very high pop-off potential. And I mean, this group has only given them more and more practice against top teams where they get a good chance for, in the coming seasons, like you're saying, to really be one of those teams that could be most improved, could be a team that could come out and really make some waves in the Vanguard season. So I'm excited to see that. But I mean, nonetheless, we still got a matchup to get through here for them today. We saw them last week. They looked fantastic last week. I'm sure they're going to look good again here today.
And on the opposite end, you have Cleary University looking to kind of show what they have and really prove themselves in this series. Because, like you said, for anybody right now underneath that top 3, it's tough out here as a Midwest player right now for the NACE Starleague. But when you come out into the middle of the pack, it's not that bad. I think you have your own goals to set here, because at the moment, top 3, it's unattainable. But right now, you can really show, you can take over that 4th place spot and show what you have to offer coming to Vanguard, like we say. Let's take a look at the maps right now, though, Jesse, as we can take a look at the win conditions of this series. Raid, 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 checkmate.
Raid. Well, sorry.
Standoff. So we got a triple dose of raid to start this one off. We might not even get to a different map in this series, although I don't think this is going to be a 3-0 in the day. So you're looking at checkmate and standoff for the difference, or for the distance in this best of 3. But having go through a raid as all of the first 3 maps, it's just, it says everything you need to. I mean, that this map 1, I talked about Moscow being an icebreaker in our first match of the day. Well, when you have a raid followed by 2 other raids, this first match is going to dictate everything.
And I think raid could be an interesting one as well, because it is, especially on the hard point, it can be a little bit more submachine gun heavy than you will see from a lot of the other maps, maybe outside of Garrison for your map #1. So I think the one thing that we've seen from Trine when we've seen them on the desk, and we've seen them on stream a couple times this week, is, or within the division, is their ARs are very good. Marissa is always on point with that AR. Maybe playing a triple dose of raid might be a way to kind of counter that AR. You don't allow her to kind of have that pop-off potential with the AR in her hands. So maybe this is where the likes of Cleary can really try to bring it back. You force more submachine gun play, more close quarter action, especially in a hard point. This is probably a really good chance for them to try to take map #1 here.
It is a strong chance, because I mean, you're highlighting the point that I brought up in the control raid last match, whereas in that raid, it's not as similar as raid hardpoint. It's not as similar as when you have it on search and control. When that objective comes into play, those ARs, they are going to have a lot more to show. So let's see exactly if this is the play to counteract the errors of Trine University. Let's hop into this map #1. Right into raid hardpoint, and right into the action as well. You see Bentrick and Sweeter Chips, the submachine guns players, open this one up, Jesse. And there you have it. Marissa, the ARs, they chime in for a few kills of their own. Almost a flawless break. No, it is a flawless break for Trine as they flip the map on Cleary.
I mean, we said it in the last series, but I mean, you have asked for a better break off there from Trine. I mean, they find all the kills through the middle of the map. Only 1 kill still on the likes of Cleary right now, and that's Shiesty, who's been able to find 1 through the middle of the map. But outside of that, it really has been all Trine right off the rip here. Yes, Cleary might be able to come back, bring the score back in their favor just a little bit here, because Trine pretty much just pushed through and flipped the spawns right off the rip here. But as soon as we head towards this hill too, you can see Trine to set up with every single angle to try to shut down this push, any push that Cleary tries to throw at them.
And Marissa, the gatekeeper here. Gibby's going to step up to the chopping block, the nade to force him out. Excellent utility from Gibby, but you got Bentrick to back them up. Going back and forth right now in the middle of the map, pound for pound. But if you look off screen, Calamity from the top ropes is going to find Shiesty. Marissa now taking up camp over at pool, but Gibby beams her right out of that garden. And now going to be wrapping on back, still trying in control of this hill #2. Cleary finding a few kills here and there, but not enough to break in just yet. Sweeter's got the trade onto Cujo. You got the setup right now for Clear to break in for one last chance. Number 8 is Shiesty inside the window, and Calamity 3 kills to absolutely stomp Cleary out.
Well, we said that they were going to need to shut down the ARs, but Marissa and Calamity so far off to a very good start here for Trine. I mean, 9 and 6 for Calamity, playing on those streaks. Would love to see if we can see if they might be able to find those streaks. They're rotating over. Marissa's going to be the first player to kind of take that challenge. Calamity not able to find the trade right away, so the streaks might not come as easy. Gibby will peek out. Calamity will find it. They do find that artillery as well. And with that first kill, it actually forces the spawn out of Gibby as well. So now the chance for a break here, it's a 4-on-3 on the hill.
You got Sweeter and Bentrick blocking spawns on the opposite side. The bench is going to be here, but they've taken too long. Gibby's going to be in there. Bentrick gets the trade 3-on-3 into the site. Cujo finds Calamity. Marissa instantly shoots back. Shiesty around the corner. Marissa and Bentrick shut them out. It's a break for trying to get in here, and they continue their dominance on raid. Bentrick finds Gibby now. He's going to be taking control of Jim. Cujo, the next one up. Excellent stun to take him out. And this collapse now for Cleary, it might be a chance to get back into it. However, Calamity and Marissa, again, they step up to the plate to shut Cleary down.
I was right there with you. I thought they took way too long to get over there to make that break. That I thought that Gibby was going to be able to make a bigger play in the back. He finds one, was not able to find any more than just the one. And now, with the way that these spawns are working, we're going to need to see another big break here from the likes of Trine Esports. This is going to be Cleary's chance to bring this back into the game. As we know, this is one of the tougher hills to break.
You called out the submachine guns. We'll look at Bentrick and Calamity. Almost exactly the same right now, 12 and 5 and 12 and 3. Calamity's gonna find one to lead the way. He drops that artillery strike inside the hill. Not gonna clear out Gibby just yet, so it's gonna be the guns to dethrone the site. Trine's gonna go 1-for-1 now. Sweeter Chips is gonna find Shiesty. Last player standing. He's gonna be Batty contesting this hill. They know exactly where this player is. They just have to clear it out. So Sweeter is gonna double down onto the other players rotating. Shiesty's going to try to get back into the mix. Cleary knocking on the door, but as soon as the answer is called, Trine shuts them down.
Yeah, another big break, and they've already got Calamity here as well, who can just continue to put that pressure on and force these Cleary players into some bad spots, and it's actually going to be a perfect rotation from hills to 4 to 5 here from the likes of Trine Esports, and they can 100% start to pull this game away and make this scary here for the Cleary players. I mean, if you're Cleary, you need a break. You need one quick.
Oh, excellent shots by Calamity. See, Cleary, they have players on the top and bottom of this hill, but as the kills come in, you see Trine are continuing their spree. Bentrick's on 5 now. You got 40 seconds into the hill. Marissa cleans up the trade with her own nade. And Bentrick, again, he goes for 6 before dropping, so not able to find those shrieks off screen. It's Trine rotating themselves from that hill number 5 back to the second set of rotations, and something you talk about a lot, Jesse, is in that second set of rotations, the amount of impact this hill one can have.
Yeah, it absolutely can turn into a money hill here, and that's why you're seeing so much focus getting put onto that hill from Cleary at the moment. They don't want to allow trying to get set up early, get into some powerful positions where you're just holding on to every single angle. It becomes much of like how it is when you're trying to cap the point inside a control, where just everybody needs to constantly be pushing into different chokeholds and different angles. It makes it very, very hard to be able to break, and luckily for Cleary this time through, they don't allow trying to get a good, easy setup here on the hill, and this should be more of a 50-50 as opposed to one team dominating the hill.
No, they get the break, but Trine, they don't wait too long. They find 3 in a row to retaliate themselves back in there. Marissa's gonna find the 4th. Gibby opens up this hill. Now Bentrick's gonna be closing the distance. However, off respawn, Cleary going pound for pound. Shiesty is gonna take down Bentrick, and Trine, they just don't like that. They are just going to find another triple kill in that kill feed. 190 to 70, over 100 point lead. Still 20 seconds to be added. I haven't seen an orange kill in the kill feed in a long time. It is a spree right now for multiple players of Trine. Marissa is going to get that wide swing from Shiesty, shut down a streak that she was on. But she has the artillery strike in hand too, in that back pocket for in case this goes to that hill 3. It's going to be the setup for Trine once again inside kitchen, Jesse.
It's kind of scary to think that Marissa's having a slower map right now at 17 and 10 than what we're used to seeing from the likes of how we normally see her playing, but still very good map for herself, and Trine is popping off. They have everything set up. We saw them get a full 60 on this hill the very last time we came here. They only need 30 seconds more to put game number 1 away, and clearly they're pretty much just forced at this point to just have to keep filing in from the front. There's not really too many angles they can choose to hit from because it will take too long for them to break into this hill.
Marissa sets up the crossfire. She's gonna have to force her way into the hill. A whole 3 in a row for Marissa. She goes double digits or double. The KD, I fumbled that one. She's 2-0 right now.
With her KD, there you go.
With her KD, yeah, she is stomping them now. 22-11, continuing with that 2.0 KD. Trying well on their way to putting this through. You need the contention. Batty's gonna run straight down mid, but it's not enough to keep trying away from it. 250-82, the 100-point club for Trine, showing exactly how strong this roster is in the Midwest Division.
We're going to see that play one more time. Her that gun only has 40 bullets in it. She takes a couple shots, drops the first player, and then she slides through. She even pre-fired the door for a little bit there too. So, I mean, just the pure accuracy from Marissa once again in that game. And unfortunately, we didn't get to have her on for an interview last week, but if they win this week, hopefully we get her on once again, because, I mean, she was great when we had her on the desk before. She's a great player. Absolutely popping off here for Trine. And I think one thing that I didn't mention outside of the top of the show when we were talking about these two teams is that, yes, Trine has lost to those top 3 teams, but I think another big thing for Trine here is they've 3-0'd every other team in the division besides the top 3 teams. So take with that what you will, but if that first map has anything to say about it, they are looking for another very dominant 3-0 here over Cleary, and it started off very strong with that, what was it, an 80-point club almost?
It was 250-82, so they looked good in that map 1 for sure. Now heading into the series, the trilogy of raid that we do have, I think this is where things are scary. I mean, you said it yourself, Marissa. She didn't have the biggest map number 1 even in that. It was Calamity. It was Calamity and Bentrick though, who were the superstars of that. Something you called out is that the different impacts the roles can have in different game modes. And in raid hardpoint compared to search and destroy and control, it's the submachine guns that you were calling out to make waves in that. And we saw it's exactly what happened for Trine. Bentrick, Calamity, they hopped right into that role and they were driving it to the moon.
Yeah, I'm not sure what role Calamity's running right now, because we saw them with an AR multiple times in that round as well, as along with the SMG. So might be running more of a flex role right now in this game, at least on raid. We'll see what they do in the search and destroy as well. But yeah, kind of like what you were saying, when you're looking at like an overall with how raid works and how roles work on that map, you generally see a lot more SMG play in hardpoint just because of the fast nature of the game. But once you head in towards a search and destroy on that map, you're probably going to see 2 to 3 ARs on this. I maybe 2 to 3 subs on certain rounds, depending on if your team's going to fly at the other team or not. But when you're in these rounds, and you're especially on defense, well, you just need to hold down a long range line of sight. I mean, you couldn't ask for really 2 better players on the likes of trying to do it than Marissa and then Calamity, just holding down 2 long lanes. It's going to be very, very tough for the likes of Cleary, I think, to be able to beat them on this map mode combo.
I think Cleary needs to kind of forget the rules of raid that we're talking about for the search and destroy, and I need to start seeing some of the submachine gun players go toe-to-toe with Bentrick, because Bentrick was non-stop finding those rotations early and really running those routes, as we saw one of the previous players in match 1. I think it was Juice in match number 1. He was the player that was finding the routes constantly, getting in behind, finding those flank plays. That's the role Bentrick's going to be playing here for the likes of Trine University. Now, I need somebody on Cleary to step up to the plate and go toe-to-toe with that, because if Bentrick is going to continue to run those routes on search and destroy, you could get away with that. You could get away with that, and it could be really punishing. So I think if I was going to highlight something from Cleary, one of their keys to victory is going to be going toe-to-toe with Bentrick on that submachine gun role.
I think it's going to be Gibby. I think Gibby needs to be that player that steps up here for the likes of Cleary. Gibby beams. We didn't see it in that map number 1, so hopefully we get to see Gibby beaming here in map number 2 for themselves. Because, I mean, he looked okay. There were definitely moments in that game where you saw him get a couple kills. He looked decent. We need him to be better if they want to be able to take a map here off of this Trine University team.
Well, the keys of victory have been set. Let's take a look at this execution. Map number 2. We continue the trilogy of raid, as we're in the second out of 3. Trine stomped Cleary in that map 1. what is going to be the story here in map 2? You look at the map control. Calamity's going to find the player Gibby inside of Zigzag. Bench trick, dip, dive, duck, whatever you want to say is going to find the second Shiesty. Batty's keeping us even 2 and 2. The stun not going to check. Cloudy back and forth, left to right. Give him the hands over there. Bomb goes down. 1v2. Cujo looking to collect this objective and find the gunfight. So he's going to pick up the bomb. I'm sure player number 5, Marissa, was watching that Zigzag. So you see the rotation here. Marissa is going to check underneath bedroom, but actually Cujo. Cujo! Hello?
Cujo, look to your left!
Oh no! So finally the shots come through. Marissa's going to be like, oh hey, I guess you're right there. And an awkward play. Turns out that Shrine just got something magical here.
That is what you call tunnel visioning at your finest. He was definitely being full focused on that back L, kind of in that garden area. He was trying to just pre-aim that, and just unfortunately does not see Marissa's head. Right to his left, over top of the head glitch. That's got to be one of the weirdest situations you'll see all year long. But nonetheless, I mean, what a hard 1v2 to be in against Marissa and Calamity right off the rip. Either way, and now this bomb heading right over towards this A site very quickly for the likes of these Tribe players. But Gibby will find that first blood on Calamity. That's huge.
Leary with the player advantage now. Cujo is going to strike from those pull steps. Sweeter Chips 6-8-9. Looking to clutch up now. Shiesty receives a few shots, but actually able to walk away with the gunfight. 1-1 Cleary. They find a round to answer back. Shiesty came up big right here. I thought Sweeter Chips was about to put us in a 1v1, but just using that rock, using the pillar, everything to an advantage. Plays that gunfight so well against Sweeter Chips.
Yeah, it definitely made it really, really tough for Sweeter Chips to be able to win that round. Just the movement alone, how fast he was kind of playing off those angles, like you were saying. It's exactly what you want to see. But nonetheless, Cleary, again, back on offense. The last time through, they went over towards the safe side. They got shut down very quickly here. Bentrix is already here once again. But he spots out 3, and he's just going to back up. He's not going to overcommit to this.
Shiesty finds the backup. The stun's going to land. They know Bentrix here. The swing from Gibby. He's going to find the advantage now. 3-on-2. Marissa drops as well. Gibby, that player you highlighted to come out and shine. Well, he's leading Cleary right now. 3-2 to another round victory. Sweeter Chips, another 1v3. Backed up near basketball courts. Going to have to make the full wrap around. Take Gibby on in this laundry head glitch. You have the Craig, so you might be able to walk away with the shots if you can land that multiplier. But no, Gibby's going to throw that shoulder. Dip on back. They know where he is, so it's time to set the trap. Shiesty, he's going to clean it up, and there you have it. The trap sprung. The crossfire successful. Cleary 2-1.
When you look at the overall, too, of just like how this game has gone so far, I think Calamity needs to chill a little bit at the early parts of these rounds. These last 2 rounds, it's been very quick first bloods where they've been the first player to go down. And I think maybe just kind of step back, don't play as aggressive here with the submachine gun. Maybe let them come to you a little bit, especially on defense like that. But definitely not what we're used to seeing out of Calamity there off the rip. Rough start to the Search and Destroy, but Shiesty, I mean, great last 2 rounds there to bring them right back into this game and take the lead.
Calamity, there you go. He slows it down. He finds first blood. Now Cleary, how are they going to react to this? Look at player number 5. Marissa has made that full wrap around, and this time Marissa isn't going to miss what Cujo missed before. Is going to come out with the trade, so still trying with that player advantage. Calamity cleans up another one, but the instant trade from Batty, 1v2. Has an idea where these players are, but the shots are going to connect through the wall, and Shrine are going to even us back up. So big round from Shrine. They do exactly what you want to see, Jesse's. They slow things down, and they find success.
And it was Calamity. I mean, I feel like they've either gotten the first blood or they've lost the first blood so far here in this game, but they do find the first of this round. Opens everything up for Shrine on that A side to be able to get it through. We'd love to see a team go towards that B site. We really haven't seen it too often here, and we know how easy it can be to hold that site sometimes, and it's exactly what we're going to see from Cleary. They switch the pace up. It's going to be a B hit. Calamity falls in the back. Another first blood on their name, and this should be an easy bomb plant here.
I think that's a great change out of Cleary. They pick up the pace of their own. They meet fire with fire. Gibby didn't spot Bentrick in the middle of the map, so there's still a route open. And Shiesty, without that call out, Bentrick's gonna peek and find the trade. Shots onto Cujo. The nade's not gonna fight clean that up, but however, there's an opening now, and Marissa takes that opening and brings Shrine to that player advantage. Another one. Marissa doubles down. Batty's going to be knocked off that bedroom. Head glitch. And now Cujo in a 1v3. Bomb's going to get hop. Sweeter Chips there. Bentrick to rush and chase. Cujo doesn't know what's on the edge. And that is a Trine victory hanging on the edge. Trine's going to hop that defuse. Stick it. Back Cujo up and never let go.
And it usually is very easy to hold this bomb site, but Marissa, with the play here onto Batty. Batty just kind of pushes over to the left side at the worst time that they could have. Marissa's there pre-aiming it and just gets the easy kill with the Krieg 6 to close that round out, give them back the man advantage. The round advantage here for the likes of Trine. And it's just been really, really tough so far for Cleary. I mean, they even get the first blood that round. You'd think that should be a round that you close out, and then it just falls to pieces. And it really starts with Bentrick finding that first blood for the likes of Trine through the middle of the map last round. And Marissa again finds first blood. They answer back with a round very similar, but Gibby's on the flank, has a chance, but it's
not for long.
Perfectly read by Trine.
You lose your player on either end of the field.
That was a little aggressive.
Larry needs to scrape something together. Batty needs to play this patiently. Wait for Shiesty to make that full wrap around because he is making a long rotation into the fray. If Batty jumps the gun, you're not going to have a chance to make this pinch happen. Marissa, the nade's going to land, and Sweeter Chips on the opposite end is going to win their 1v1. So Trine takes their lead to 2. 4-2, in fact, in that one.
And this is the Trine that we would expect to see as well. I mean, they're 5-2 in Search and Destroy. They've even taken Search and Destroys off of the top 3 teams here in this division. So one of their better modes for sure. Exactly what we expected to see from the likes of them here. And they've absolutely started to bring this one back for themselves. As soon as they start to kind of realize that Cleary were playing a little bit more aggressive of a play style, that's when you saw Trine start to sit back and just really start to take advantage of it here in this Search and Destroy.
I think Cujo, I mean, you just got to pay him a little bit more attention because there's been opportunities for kills, but just barely missing out on them. In the Vision side, look at Calamity's already in the back. He's rushing right through. He's going to take down Shiesty. Gibby trades it out, but you've already lost your whole team, and you might have the bomb, but losing out on your team, you have no map control. Sweeter Chips in that pool steps, has full reign on the middle of the map. I mean, Gibby has the chance to wrap around bedroom, go drop the bomb on B, but for Trine, it's a 50-50 at this point for where Gibby's going to go. And
such bad timing, too. He just doesn't spot that player as Sweeter Chip. He might be able to get the kill now. It actually shuts the streaks down as well. So, I mean, yes, you go down 5-2. At least you stop the streaks from getting any bigger here for the likes of Trine, but now you're on the back foot. Trine 1 round away from being able to close this out. Calamity, though, I mean, I can't believe they found this opening through the middle of the map. They just rushed right through. Easy kills onto the first 2 players in the round, and almost even finds the third here on a Gibby. Would have made that round even quicker.
I think that Cleary right now are just meeting their maker. Trine are on a different level in some situations. You see Calamity's reaction to finding that first blood, just flying right into that spawn. No worry in the world. Just ready to slay.
I would hate to say I'm surprised because I'm just not. I mean, this is exactly what I expect to see from Trine. If they're not playing one of the top 3 teams, they are that undisputed number 4 team here in this division. They are miles ahead of a lot of the other teams right now. They should get this bomb down pretty easily. Gibby does not have an angle on this. This bomb should go down, and they should just be able to play this from the backside of Laundry. Gibby's going to try to reposition around the right side, but Calamity's right there watching already as well.
Well, Gibby could have walked away with the equalizer, but Calamity's going to be dropped to 30 HP, and to get different sight off this. Cujo's going to find the equalizer and doubles down on Sweeter Chips. Calamity, things have turned now. 1v2. Gibby strikes from behind. Calamity has no idea. And Cleary stay alive in the search to destroy Gibby and Cujo. They turn the dial up to 10.
See, I would, as Calamity in that situation, you kind of need to just play on the information that you already have. You know that there was a player pushing you back laundry. If you hold that angle maybe for like another 3 or 4 seconds, you know you have a pretty good chance of being able to find that kill onto Gibby. But they don't even rotate off of the site, and they kind of try to make their way over to stop Cujo from the reign of terror that they were on in that round. And what that does is you don't even have the information on Cujo anymore, and they were pretty far back away from where you were in the first place, and it just makes it a 1v2 at that point. They're for Cleary. They're able to close the round out, starting to claw this one back. Bomb heading back over towards the B site. If they can get this bomb down once again here, they look like they might be in a position where they actually might be able to hold it a little bit easier this round as well. But they fall off the map with the bomb, pulling a Clayster.
I mean, it's bad enough you fall off the map, but now Gibby's got to fall off that middle positioning, and that's going to provide Calamity the opening into pillars. He's falling apart for Cleary, and Cujo buttered up them shoes, slipped off the edge. Gibby gets collapsed on. Shrine take the search and destroy 6-3. Big mistakes out here. That was something I never thought I would expect in that round, but it happened and I am shook.
Something I very rarely expect to happen in competitive Call of Duty, especially boots on the ground Call of Duty. But yeah, very, very unfortunate. Very Clayster-esque of Cujo to fall onto the floor, fall off the map there. It's unfortunate too, because I think Cujo was probably the best player in that map as well for Cleary. I mean, outside of the one round where he was, literally looking at Marissa and didn't find the kill, but outside of that round, Cujo was definitely the player that was making a lot of plays there for Cleary. And
of course, we set up
not able to come away with it.
Of course, we set up Shrine as the most unlucky team, and then Cujo does that, and then Cujo does this. As we look at the replay here, I mean, this was just so unfortunate. I can't believe Cujo didn't see him. I mean, maybe his aspect ratio is too low. Maybe he just doesn't see what we see on that screen. But so many mistakes from Cleary that brought Shrine to this victory. And it wasn't even just Cujo falling off that map in that set. I mean, you kind of highlight that round before that we see. Gibby rushes through the middle of the map, checks courtyard, doesn't see Bentrick hiding behind the rocket. Bentrick's able to take Shiesty down while that bomb's getting planted. So many things going out of the hands of Cleary that they were just kind of putting themselves into that position. It wasn't even trying most of the time outshining them in the gun skill, or rather than Cleary making so many mistakes in that round that Shrine were able to take advantage of, that it was just insane to see Shrine reading these in that sense. I mean, there was a round in that search and destroy that Cleary sent a player for the full rotation through garage and a slight flank a little earlier than that to try to bait that player off out of to try to bait Sweeter Chips out of bedroom. And Sweeter Chips finds that kill, plays it so patiently, waits in case there's another flank, and shuts down that other one. I mean, there's so many plays that Shrine University are just looking so practiced in Search and Destroy, and they're able to just blow that out of proportion because the Cleary are making so many mistakes right now in the series.
They absolutely are. I think I will say, though, a couple things for Shrine. There's definitely some small things that they can work on in that Search and Destroy map, especially as well. A few spots where Calamity's getting caught off early on, and even in the later rounds, they're making those big flank plays. But when those plays don't work out, that puts your team at a really, really bad disadvantage. They kind of might need to find a way to just, make those plays a little bit easy for Calamity to get that stuff done. Otherwise, it's just going to put them on the back foot constantly in the man disadvantage. And we saw that's when they were losing a lot of those rounds. So, I mean, maybe that's just one thing for trying to kind of look forward through for the rest of this Cold War season. But, I mean, there's not much left in it anyways.
It is going to be a big one. I think the big takeaway right now out of Shrine University is that they're going to be a team to watch out for in the Vanguard season when it does happen. They are already looking good, looking to end out on a higher note right now. Like you said, the undisputed 4th place team in this division in the Midwest. You're not in a bad position. I mean, I want to see how Cleary match up against other divisions in this sense. I think that, like you said, you got the bad luck of the draw right now getting into that Midwest division with Northwood University, Minnesota State, and Illinois State. And yeah, I mean, I guess it's where you're located into that division, but being located in a division with teams like that, I think you're making the best out of a bad situation.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like most of the other divisions, they're very likely making playoffs. To be honest, I mean, what Northeast Division? What's the record right now? They're 4-3 going into today. I mean, I feel like they could beat most of the teams in that division as well. They'd probably be right there about to make the playoffs. Southeast, I mean, it's very close again. There, that's where you have a lot of teams at 7-0 and 6-1 as well. They'd probably have a little bit harder of a time. So maybe half the other divisions, if they're not inside this one, they probably find a way to make the playoffs. But it is a very, very tough job to do, though, to make playoffs in a college league. So I mean, even just being the undisputed fourth best team in your division, nothing to be too shy about or too upset about for yourselves as well. And it's been a good learning experience. I think they said this is their first year with this program as well. So I mean, definitely taking strides already.
Definitely taking strides to better yourselves. And every single week we see trying, they look better. So I'm excited to see them in control here as we're going to finish off the trilogy of Raid in this third map. I think this is a chance for trying to really show their skills because they've usually looked like a really good control team. But now that you get control on Raid, you're able to put those roles to the test. And Marissa can flex that AR role. You got Ben Schrick on that submachine gun player who can most likely spawn trap, something we saw Templar doing in the past match. And I think that everybody on Trine are really going to kind of fit in nicely on this control map.
Yeah, they really are. This is, I mean, not one of their best modes as well. This is this is the mode where they have the least amount of wins in that 4-3. But still, I think it's going to be tough for Cleary. This is Cleary's worst mode as well at 3 and 4. So trying, I mean, if they wanted to put this map away, I don't think they could have asked for a better mode to do it on in a 3-0 fashion than Raid control for themselves here. I think the big thing here for Trine is just don't make any mistakes, and I think that they can walk away with the game win.
Well, talk to me a little bit about Cleary in the opposite end. As I mean, we've talked about how many mistakes they're making in that Search and Destroy, but at the start they looked good. I mean, you said Cujo had a really good game. I mean, besides we don't talk about those two little things that happens. Those are very minute in this talk right now. Cujo had a great start. Gibby had a great start. Cleary, I mean, they had lead at the start of that Search and Destroy, 2-1 over Trine. And after that, they kind of started to fall off a little bit. Talk to me about the things that you were seeing in the start of that game that they can really kind of expand on going into this control.
I mean, it was the kind of the first blood potential that they were finding, the openings that they were finding through the middle of the map. They were really doing a good job of catching Calamity off guard when they were trying to push through, trying to find those big flanks. And once they stopped finding those in the later rounds, that's when you started to see them really start to lose those rounds. So maybe going into this control, if they can find a couple kills right off the rip, play maybe a different off angle, just to give yourselves that advantage of finding the kill, catching a player off guard, and just maybe playing a little ratty. I mean, like just do something a little bit different. Throw Trine off their game to try to close out some of these control zones.
That's what I'm going to be looking at here in this control map, Jesse. And I think that really, if you're looking at Cleary, this is your last chance to really show what you are made of. So we're going to cut to a little bit of a break while Cleary get ready, Jesse. And when we come back, we get to see, do they have what it takes to back Trine against the wall? One last opportunity right now for Cleary against Shrine University. 0-2 against the Walls, Jesse. There's a chance to shine. Heading into this map map mode composition of raid control. You were talking about the first blood factor of Cleary. It looked good at the start of that search and destroy. Let's see them keep that pace going. So as we hop into raid control, let's see them highlight on that, expand on that opportunity. I'm looking at Gibby and Cujo to be that player. They're starting on this defense. Gibby deep into the ring. Ventric looking to contest him. The slide's on through. They go 1-for-1, and Calamity's able to take the advantage. Excellent break from trying to get 3 players down.
Not something you see too often off the rip is a team go straight towards the A side here. Usually it's the B side that you see a lot of teams try to attack off the rip of these games, but they clearly have their minds made up here. They push right towards the A side. They break in very, very quickly. And you've still got 2 players in the back here for Cleary, though they are able to break back in. But what this does is it actually opens up the lane for the rest of trying to get over towards this B side. They can hop right back into it now and kind of playing zone tag in the opposite way you normally see it here on Raid. And this could absolutely spell disastrous for Cleary early on in this round.
Yes, it does. Marissa catches StAU off this rotation. Bantrik's going to run it right down mid. Gets the information on Gibby. He's going to be feeding it to the rest of the teammates inside. They're playing cutoff to the rest of them. 2 ticks being worked on right now. Sweeter Chips has their toes into this site. Ventrik still cutting these players off on this. They know that last player, Gibby, is going to be in there. Sweeter Chip takes the challenge. Another 3 down. Make it 4 as Calamity finds Shiesty. And they're looking to steamroll from B to A.
It's not even going to be too tough either. They only have 1 tick of progress they need over at A. They can already hop 2 players on. And none of the exit kills really even came in there from Clear. They finally clear out their backs. But once they clear out the backs, this should be just enough time for trying to get everybody off spawn, get right back over towards this hill. And it's going to be such a tough break here for the rest of these Cleary players. Gibby does get in the back as well, and at least that slows it down for the time being. And those kills are huge. It stops the push coming through from the Trine players. The only issue now for Cleary is you're down 7 lives here with 1:50 left, and all Trine really has to do is try to pick you guys apart off spawn.
Yes, you do. Gibby trying to salvage something with Cujo through the middle. And he's going to lose out on that, but now he's going to fly in here. Calamity's not checking it. So Gibby has that opening now into Art. A little bit of map control for Cleary. And he's going to hop into the spawn to find a few of these players off that. Gibby is on a streak of 4. Can he find those streaks? It would be such a way to turn things around for Cleary. Gibby's 5 in a row now. As now trying, they're kind of backed up in this situation. They've really been turned on the table. If they can find Shiesty, they could find the break. Gibby's not going to find those streaks, as it's going to be Calamity to shut that down. And Trine now, they're slowing this game down, Jesse, and they're just looking to find an opening out of Cleary's setup.
The hard part is it's not even really about the break at this point for Trine. They don't really care about the objective. They just need to find the kills. And once they find that kill in the back, no respawns remaining here for Cleary. That spawn up should probably come in basketball. It absolutely does. So Cujo has a chance now to make a little bit of a flank play in from behind, but they can just pinch these players out. They have a 10v4 at the moment. And Cujo does find 1, so it at least is the opening.
They know where the rest of these players are. Cleary just needs to turn around and find this, but Bantrike, he finds 2 in the ring. That's Shrine now going to touch down for this time. The time stopped at 39 seconds, and Gibby, the last player standing, went 6 in a row earlier, but can't repeat that outcome. Shrine are going to find that first round after all. You got to talk about Cleary a little bit. They were able to kind of scrap something together there and make it an interesting round.
Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate that they lost so many lives so early on in that round, because it makes it that much harder towards the later half of the round for trying to be able to close that out. But uncharacteristic slow start here from Marissa at 3 and 9 as well doesn't help. But I mean, I'm sure they'll rebound from that in their second offense here, and we'll see what they can do on their first defense. As Cleary looks like they're going to head towards the A site right off the rip as well.
And Marissa, they shut down this whole attack. Bantrike, who's sitting inside that contestation spot at A in the ring, he didn't have to do anything. You go B to A and you look at Sweeter Chips, they're watching the other side. Still clear, the blue feed shining for Trine University. As Marissa hasn't even had to do anything. Marissa is 4 and 10 in this control, and really not making any of a difference, even though they're there. So still making an impact, even with that 0.5 KD.
Bendrick's got 8 in a row and full streaks as well, so it is
Helpful when that happens.
Yeah, it's definitely helpful, but like what do you really even need to do here if you're Marissa? I mean, your whole team is slaying out everybody off spawn around you. You're kind of just the anchor waiting in the back for if people fall. You're there to clean up the pieces. Couple kills through the middle of the map might open up a chance now for Cleary to make their way over towards the B site, but again, it's just the slaying differential. A 12 kill lead already to the likes of Trine. Make that 13 now. It's where it gets so tough is once you need to find all these kills, but you just have no lives left to play with.
Marissa over at B slides in, able to clean up Shiesty. As Trine regroup and recover that site, Cujo is the last remaining member inside Tiki. He's going to rush it right through that objective. And again, in the kill feed, just another 3 down. Bentrick has both streaks, 25 lives to 6. Cleary, they got no avenue to work with right now in this control map. They just have to make one last dash to be one last chance to bring this back, but Bentrick's going to shut them down. Sweeter chips to top it off.
They hopped back on A as well, so they will at least keep
Gibby
the clock
has
stopped.
a little bit of time, but there's only 3 players. They have a 20 life advantage, Jesse, in round number 2 of this control.
Yeah, it was just a matter of when. When will the round be over? Not if the round would be over in Trine's favor towards the end of that one there. And I mean, even with the slow start, Marissa's still picking up player of the round here with this play of the round. I mean, it's very tough because it looked like it was going to be a decent break off for Cleary, and then just everybody fell. They looked like they were going all to the right positions, trying just win all the gunfights, and it honestly felt like it was almost 3 just straight waves of Cleary pushing out and trying just finding all the kills. And by the time we hit 30 seconds left in the round, we had a 13 life lead for Trine.
Cleary, they need to dig deep right now, Jesse. As deep could go right now.
Look at the fake from Trine. They make noise over at A with Marissa, and everybody else goes over to B. Beautiful play. They're able to hop on. They can stack this zone now. As
Marissa's
everybody
just
on
away
Cleary.
now.
And she can just hop on to A.
Yeah.
Just brilliant plays.
Trine are playing this flawlessly right now. You got Gibby and Cujo to salvage this round. They are going to stop Trine on this B take right now, but as the respawns come through, it's going to be 3 players in the opposite direction. Bentrick almost snapping on Shiesty, but Trine now, all 4 go down at B. They're going to cap the A site, add a minute to the clock, and continue with their lead.
Bentrick apparently is unkillable right now in this round. Just finding everything is this team, and it just, you know what it feels like right now, Colin? It feels like Trine is playing chess while you got Cleary out here playing checkers. It's really is what it feels like. We'll see if Cleary can close the rest of this round out, try to bring it back, but with streaks and the life advantage, I just can't see it happening here.
Bentrick drops the cruise missile. You got Fairy Farquaad. Well, you haven't really talked about a whole lot as subbed into this control. 5 and 18 hasn't really made a difference in the substitution side, but potentially Fairy Farquaad heats up. Maybe that's the missing piece, but it hasn't been, so I'm not expecting it to be. Bentrick finds an opening now for a route through the middle of the map. They know there's some players inside kitchen now. Can I just run this down mid and find that opening? There is a gap. It's being filled by Fairy Farquaad, so if they can take over money, they can set up this pinch through Cujo to overwhelm him. Marissa's gonna find that. Here comes Bentrick now sliding on in. Perfect 3 down. It's up to Shiesty all alone, trying to escape, but Sweeter Chip catches them off. Look at all the rotations. Here comes the artillery strike now. Bentrick wants to put this away.
The stack, they should at least get the second tick here, but they got to look for a couple of these kills with their guns still as well, because the kills are still coming in here from Shiesty. They might just be able to slow this down. Marissa will find the kill, and they can get right back onto this site. If they stack it, they should be able to close this off. Marissa's going to choose just to hold the lane, though, instead, so it's not going to finish as quickly as they'd like it to, but it will finish nonetheless. They find the kills. That should be the game. Trine with a 3-0, and I mean a sweep that I think we were all pretty much expecting coming into this one.
They played that so well in that. I mean, it was a little bit shaky again at the start from Trine, but they just picked it up as it went through. And I mean, this last round, it just shows the execution that they have, the amount of practice that they have as a team. That whole setup from Bentrick in the middle of the map, calling out that there's X amount of players inside of money, You had X player back up to carry on for watching the rotations from flank. There were no flanks. Bentrick was just biding that time. Marissa strikes, takes down the player inside the wheel over on the wheelbarrow. And that's when Bentrick has the opening. You know those arrows from Clear University, they're going to be directing themselves over the B side, watching for the collapse. And that's when Bentrick can really sneak through the middle of the map and just take them down. Exactly what happened from Trine. Well practiced, well executed. That's why you called them the undisputed 4th team of the division.
And I mean, they keep up the trend as well. Continue. Anybody outside the top 3 teams has been 3-0'd from this Trine Esports team, so clearly no slouches, and they're going to be looking to carry this momentum in towards the Vanguard season. And just hopefully they can stick it out together. They can play. They can keep getting better and better as the year goes along. Because I mean, I actually really enjoy watching this team play, and I hope to see some more success out of them as we continue on throughout this. Just unfortunately, they get put into one of our groups of death here within the NACE Starleague, but you never know, man. Next year, it might just be their year. They might be able to bring it back, and I don't think you really could have been asked for a better series out of them here against this Caleri team. I mean, what, 100-point club in map 1, only giving up 3 rounds in the search and destroy, and then a hot 3-0 there in the control, and I mean, a pretty dominant one at that. Yes, the first round got a little shaky, but it just kind of felt like the Slain was just too much for Caleri to even kind of comprehend in this whole series.
They had a 20 life lead in round 2. Like, I can't even let that go. They had a 20 life lead in round 2 on raid control. I mean, if that doesn't show the gap between Trine University and the teams below it, I think that says a lot right now. I think that this is definitely a team that, like you said, and I'll agree, I enjoy watching. And something that we highlighted a little bit at the start of the year for the rest of this for the start of the season, to kind of close up this Cold War season for itself. Over here in the NACE Starleague, I mean, a lot of these teams are first-year teams. A lot of the teams are first time playing with each other right now. So this is where we get to see them start to build that growth and show exactly how they can expand on this week to week. And I think Trine is the one that, in my eyes, has been one of the teams that expand the most out of them all. So I'd like to see the growth carrying into the Vanguard season, but they still have some matches to go. We have our interview ready, so let's bring Marissa into the booth. Jesse, I know you have some questions to ask, and so do I. Congratulations on the win tonight, Marissa. You guys look great as always.
Thank you so much.
I want to ask right away, just a little bit of a breaker into the interview. I mean, you guys come into this looking to prove something, to bring this back. We call you guys the undisputed fourth place team in the division, and that's because you guys just look like you have an edge up on every single team that you've played outside of the top 3. And I mean, have you guys really been doing anything special to make sure that you guys are finding this growth week to week?
Honestly, we're a pretty new team together. We've got a lot of new players, so we're still trying to like learn how to mesh with each other. We've just been focusing on the little things, you know, rotating early, making sure we're counting lives and stuff like that. I think our practice is definitely very helpful to put us apart from these other teams. You know, we've had some tough losses, but we're only learning, and we can hope to carry that into Vanguard.
So that's what we like to see there. I mean, like, as we've been setting up, the growth has looked great at Trine, and you guys are definitely taking the right steps to do that. But I'm going to toss you over to Jesse now. A few questions I'm sure he has over the series.
Yeah, I mean, so kind of like what Colin was saying, I just like very impressed with you guys in general, just from like where we saw you guys from, like, what was it, week 2, the first time we saw you guys on stream, to now you guys just have taken leaps and bounds, obviously. I'm most impressed with the fact that you guys have 3-0'd everybody outside of those top 3 as well. Like, you guys aren't just beating teams. Like, give yourself a little bit of a pat on the back. You guys are dominating these other teams outside of the top 3. But my next question for you guys is, so obviously it's going to be, I don't think you guys can make the playoffs at this point, but what is that next step for you guys to be able to get onto the level of some of those, like those top 3 teams? Because you're already taking maps off them, but what's the next step to start taking those series?
Honestly, I think it's the little things. Sometimes, you know, we still make those mistakes of like not rotating fast enough, or like, you know, maybe channeling things we shouldn't. I just like to tell my guys, like, you know, let's take a deep breath, you know, fight this as a team. Sometimes we take too many ones. We're at fault for that. Just really playing together and being able to trust each other. I know one of the big things is always just getting better at each game we play. So like continuously taking something and learning.
Love to hear it. That's absolutely the right mindset to bring into it.
Do you guys have a goal in mind for the rest of the season now? Like for this week 9, what's the goal for Trine University to finish off on?
Um, Honestly, just finish it like it's any other game. Play it like it's any other team. Play it like, they have the chance to 3-0 us. We never go into any games thinking that we're going to beat anybody. We're always going to play it like they can beat us at any time. So just being strict on ourselves and, not letting them take as many rounds as we'd like for them to take. Just being really strict and like hard on ourselves and, staying focused.
It's the great steps to success. Sometimes being strict brings you to those levels. So definitely going to be seeing that into the next week. Excited to see what comes out of that. But before we let you go, any special shout outs to the stream you'd like to make?
Shout outs to our esports director, Tarvis. He's honestly put a lot into us and we really appreciate him.
That's great. That's great. Yeah, I love that. I love that. Bring it out to the esports director. Big shout out to Tarvis. But congratulations, Marissa, on the big win tonight. Another 3-0 under the belt. Go enjoy it.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
No problem. Cruz, another match in the books for week number 8 here in the NACE Starleague. And a big one, too, out of Trine University. Impressed at the growth. But let's talk about the standings for this group, because we kind of talked about it earlier on. You're looking at Northwood, Minnesota State, and Illinois State in that top 3 for the Midwest Division. And if we're talking about these 3 teams that we've mentioned are like sharks in the water right now, like 3 teams that could easily be that number 1 spot. Now you got to think that one of these teams aren't going to make it, or 2 of these teams won't make it into the playoffs.
Yeah, and I think even scarier is we don't even have a defined 1, 2, 3 yet as well, because next week is that final matchup, and we will see Illinois State versus Minnesota State. And if Minnesota State's able to take that match over Illinois, we're gonna have 3 teams at 7-1, or at probably finishing at 8-1 going in towards playoffs. So who knows how that tiebreaker will all work out? I haven't done all that one in my head yet, but I mean, nonetheless, like you said, 2 of those teams probably won't make it. I would imagine we'll probably end up seeing one of those teams as our invited team in. Possibly. You never know. Just pop off enough. You might still be able to make it if you don't fully, qualify your way in if you have a bad match, but have looked fantastic all year, because there's still those 2 wildcard teams that could make their way on into playoffs still. So
maybe, you never know. But what we do know is that we got match 3 coming up over the horizon. St. Clair College looking to stay undefeated tonight in week number 8, going up against Utica. It's going to happen right here on the NACE Starleague. We're going to get to a break, and when we come back, the continuation of Week 8 Call of Duty. Can't wait to see you there. 3 O's to start off the day. We got St. Clair and Utica College now going head to head to make it to bring us more action here on Call of Duty. I'm curious to see this one. I'm expecting it to go a little bit farther in each side, but still, St. Clair have looked like a strong team, Jesse. We got St. Clair coming in undefeated so far, 7-0 in their division. But you look at Utica right underneath this. If they beat St. Clair here, they not only give them their first loss, but they are going to be toe-to-toe even in their division as well. So this is a big game on both fronts. But St. Clair, they have been that strong team in their division. They look like a team that can't bleed against these other schools. So maybe Utica can be the ones to finally make them bleed.
I mean, not only just a solid team all year long and 7-0, but if we pull up the map graphic as well, or the head-to-head graphic here as well. I mean, St. Clair 7-0, but 21-0 map count, have not dropped a map yet in NACE Starleague. Woo! And we are in week 8. Like, that is a ridiculous stat. Utica College, they've only dropped 3 maps though themselves, so not too shabby themselves. They had a rough week 5 matchup against Ryerson where they ended up losing out on both hard points. They lost out on the control as well, so their only 2 map losses, or only 3 map losses, have been on Respawn. Both teams coming into this undefeated in Search and Destroy. So you got to think, if you're Utica here and you're learning from your mistakes from matches from before, and you're trying to bring that into this matchup against St. Clair, you need to pick it up in your hard point. You need to pick it up in the control. You know you have a solid Search and Destroy. You know they have a solid Search and Destroy, but it's really going to be those respawns. I think if you can take a couple respawns off St. Clair, I think that's your best chance of trying to come in, take this series away. But it's going to be a tough one, man. St. Clair, they have looked like a different team from St. Clair's that we've seen in the past. Obviously, this university is obviously, or the college is known very well for having a good esports program. They've been in multiple leagues multiple times, but this just looks like a different team, a different beast than what we've seen.
It does, and that's because it is a different team that we see. I mean, you got Gorilla really tying together this squad as a fourth. He comes in, and one thing that St. Clair used to struggle with was the slow play of a game when it comes into it. When they couldn't play at their full aggression playstyle, they had trouble at slowing things down and figuring out how to kind of combat that. But Gorilla has come into this, and he's been able to provide that leadership and actually slow the Saints down when they need to, and take a different aspect onto the game that's ahead of them. I mean, you have Sauce and Priestley, 2 players that are really fast and aggressive, and when they shine, they shine right to the heavens. They are 2 excellent squads, or they're an excellent duo. I mean, I used to call them the Tiny Terrors over here in collegiate Call of Duty in the Canadian side, and I mean, they rightfully earned that name in the past, but I'm curious to see this squad. It's the first time we see them on stream now, going up against Utica Esports Club, a team that we've seen before in Polish Prince, Divin, Frenzy, Jalen. I'm sure they're going to give St. Clair a tough time. So let's take a look at the maps, Jesse, and let's take a look exactly at where we're going to be seeing this, because we're starting off a checkmate standoff for our first 2. And if that doesn't tell you that this is going to be an AR-driven start, I don't know what else does.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you're wrong at all. I don't think you get a much more AR heavy setup than Checkmate Hardpoint and a standoff Search and Destroy back to back. I mean, definitely not 2 maps we've seen a ton of here in the NACE Star League in terms of starting off our series. But I mean, Checkmate, it'll be a good map to start us off. We'll get a good kind of knowledge of where these are. And I'm kind of not surprised to see Checkmate come through with St. Clair. I know they have a lot of players who are very strong on the ARs on their team, so I could see them running a 3 AR set, maybe a 1 submachine gun running around on this map. I think the thing I'm most impressed with St. Clair as well in this season and what we've seen from them is the fact that they're 7-0 in Search and Destroy as well. That the Search and Destroys are going to be really big in this series, but just off the fact that both these teams are undefeated in the mode. But St. Clair used to be, in my opinion, that used to be their weakest game mode. But so to see them still undefeated in that mode, I don't know if that's necessarily them just being amazing at it and being very good, or if we just really haven't seen St. Clair even really been tested yet so far here.
Well, that is something to keep into consideration for sure, and that's going to be something to really highlight going into this. You got Garrison Control for that map 3, and I think if you're looking at the distance now, Apocalypse and Hardpoint, that Apocalypse map isn't really until I see the best chance of St. Clair to really show their full potential as that Sauce Priestley duo that really gets up and aggressive is really going to take their strides in Apocalypse. I think that's going to be a big test for when St. Clair gets to the distance. But Utica, if they're going to kind of push St. Clair against the wall, it has to be at the start. Because really, in my eyes, I'm looking at that standoff search and destroy and that Miami search and destroy, Jesse. And both those two maps being very large maps and very AR-driven maps as well. I think that Utica can really take St. Clair down if they're able to kind of expose that weakness in the search and destroys that you were talking about that they had trouble in the past. Put that test up to St. Clair that we haven't seen yet. So we're going to start our checkmate, another AR-driven map, this time in the respawn. And this is where it is all going to start. So let's hop over there, Jesse, and see exactly what we're going to get out of these two rosters.
St. Clair, they're starting off on the unfavored side right now as well. So Utica, you know they want to get as much time, keep this contested here in Hill 1 and keep the spawns for Hill number 2 on that right-hand side of the map. And they're doing a great job off the start so far. Haven't really given up too much time. They're doing a great job of keeping it contested, not allowing these St. Clair players to really get inside the hill and make that big dominant the big dominant effect that we normally see from the St. Clair players. And finally we'll see them start to break on in the submachine guns showing up for the likes of St. Clair finally here with 15 seconds left. They should be able to grab this back half of the time. Now it's all about that break into P2.
At Divin really being careful on pushing into this one because you want to get the scrap time, but you don't want to give up spacing. And look at that. He hops in there, and he might have actually missed the chance to take down Brandon. Now has to force the aggression. You get Priestley to watch the back, but on the front line, Utica are winning those gunfights. So all is well that ends well. You look at those blue arrows off the respawn. They're going to be spawning in the top left of the minimap. One by one, looking to clear these corners. Frenzy's the next one up to the test. Does you see Priestley's actually snuck in the back? Jalen doesn't even know that. So here's the strike now for St. Clair to make their chance. Sauce on the opposite end. They'll be taking both fights on the front. Sauce finds 2. Priestley closes this out. And
they still get a spawn in the back.
Break in that. But yeah, you see Utica still a chance out here, Jesse, as Frenzy's going to be back there. Will St. Clair expect these last couple of players to be here? Well, it seems like they're pretty stunned, but Divin's going to get cleaned up. Hill's going to switch over the last 20 seconds, but you still have Utica players spawning here, so St. Clair still need to keep these arrows poised and watching this rotation, and that's exactly what happens. It's 4 down.
Utica does a really good job off the start of that round, though, or off the start of that hill, of just completely not allowing St. Clair to get anywhere near it. They completely shut them down on that rotation. And it honestly was looking for a good amount of time there, like they were going to get a full 60, but St. Clair, they answer back. They find a few more kills in the back. I'm honestly surprised. That was one of the weirdest spawns I've ever seen Utica spawn right back in the back there. Guess somebody just wasn't close enough to block the spawn from St. Clair. And they at least get a little bit of time towards the end of it. They were able to break. And now St. Clair, they're looking quite dominant on a hill that's normally very contest heavy.
It's Frenzy looking to break this out as now Utica are in a spawn trap potential position in that. They do get flipped out here, so now with the better spawns for the remaining hills, a chance to kind of spread St. Clair thin. However, something that's normally a contest-heavy hill in this hill 3, St. Clair have actually combined quite a bit of points out of it. They really have a chance now to kind of turn things out of the water with the rest of the 3 hills that are here in the first rotation. However, Utica, they have their exit strategy, and they have a little bit of map control. They're in the plane, and this is going to provide some avenues to strike into the Hill 4.
It just feels like no team has really gotten an advantage on any of these hills yet so far. It feels like it's been very 50-50. A lot of, like, it kind of feels like one team's getting the early 20, one team's getting the back 20, and it's getting contested for 20 seconds right now throughout these 60 seconds of the hill. But I will say the one thing that I'm impressed with and I'm seeing from St. Clair at the moment is that they're winning a lot of these rotational battles. They're winning a lot of fights off spawn outside of P2, which Utica had the undisclosed advantage for. It has really been St. Clair who's been controlling the spawn. So if they can find a way to continue to do this and not get broken as the games get later on, that's where you're going to start to see St. Clair starting to run away with this game.
Flawless break from Utica into that Hill 4, though, for the 20 seconds that are here. Brandon's still inside the plane, so potential for spoiler in the back. However, Utica, they fly right into there, so Priestley and Gorilla, they have to react fast, and they are actually coming out on top. Brandon doubles back to help them out. 3 go down for Utica. So they collect that 20 seconds of scrap time, Jesse, but they haven't broken St. Clair out of this rotation.
And once again, St. Clair, they'll be the first team there inside the new hill. And what's that, 3 out of the 4 hills it feels like right now that St. Clair has kind of been in control of right off the rip of the game. But Frenzy will make the break in from the front. This should at least kind of open it up, give his team some time to break through the deep side of the map. And this is one of the harder breaks to make here, having to break from this left-hand side. And you're seeing why Sauce can just pinch in from the middle. It just makes it so hard on Utica when they're rotating as early as they are. This looks like a very well poised St. Clair team right now.
Yes, it is. And they're even pushing the aggression. You look at player number 2, Gorilla, on that plane wing, flying at them right now with this 74U. 14-7. A 2.0 kill death ratio. He's on a streak, though. Divon's going to shut him down, so he's not able to get those score streaks at the end of it. But St. Clair, with this forward positioning, they're able to rotate into this plane now, set off for this hill number 1. And when you talk about these hill number 1s now, Utica, if they're able to break this, sometimes these can be transferred into money hills the second time around.
They can be, but I just don't think they have enough people stacking inside the hill right now. You kind of need to have all 4 players inside, kind of holding down different angles. Otherwise, it's just an easy pinch, and St. Clair, they can just send in a few people and just make sure they clean up their trades. It's exactly what they do, and they are able to completely pinch in. And this is probably just going to be very similar to what we saw from the first set of rotations. It's just going to be very contested through this hill number 1 unless we see a 4 down from St. Clair, and they are able to push forward and break these spawns.
Actually, you got a player on the flank. Player number 1, Brandon. Devon's going to catch him off. Contention inside the hill right now for the 22 seconds. Polish Prince takes the chow. He's going to drop. The other 2 players coming in. Devon's going to find one with Jalen topping that off. Break yet to come through. Sauce is going to be the one to keep St. Clair inside this hill number 1. But, I mean, Utica College, last time they were in the same exact position, and they were broken by St. Clair.
They were, but it took St. Clair like 40 seconds to break into this hill the last time. It was not an easy break by any means. Utica did a much better job of holding off, but I think it's going to be harder this time, though. St. Clair, they have a lot more forward progression than what we saw. So, I mean, if they're able to win a couple of these gunfights, they might actually force a spawn out here off the start of this round.
Oh, Brandon finds the opening. 2 go down, make it a 3rd. Sauce, advantage to St. Clair. The break comes through instantaneously. They sniff out Jalen. The break for St. Clair now, 150-99. They denied triple digits for Utica. You look at these orange arrows, they're going to be spawning in the top side of the mini-map. Gorilla taking that plane control with Priestley. They're shutting them down off this rotation. Utica can't get anywhere close to this crate. As Frenzy's actually going to find the wall bang onto Sauce. It's going to deny St. Clair a few seconds, but I'm sure they don't mind that whatsoever. You got plane control for Divon, but that's about it when you're looking at Utica.
St. Clair is almost double the points of Utica now as we look to head in towards this later portions of this game. And if Utica held on to that time, we'd be at almost a tie game here now, but just a beautiful break once again from St. Clair in the back. Well, and the reason that break comes in so easily, too, is they just push forward while Utica's sitting in the back. And because Utica was so far back and had no map positioning, they spawned out, and it just made that break so much easier for St. Clair. This was another hill where we saw St. Clair get a good amount of time on in the last set of rotations, but it was more so off the rip. They just were able to find a lot of the kills, able to hold it down. And this time through, it looked like Utica was doing a much better job. But as I say that, 4 players will go down, and it's St. Clair right back in the hill once again.
We got the juice earlier, and now we get to see the sauce. 17 and 15, having a great game on that submachine gun roll. However, still not at the top for St. Clair. Priestley, 28 and 13. Gorilla, 21 and 13. Brandon, 21 and 15. Everybody's positive for St. Clair. And Sauce isn't even the one up top, a player that usually we see in more of a superstar position with Priestley alongside that. It's actually taking the back step here as the rest of them were looking so good underneath this new and improved squad. St. Clair, they have made improvements, and they are through the roof right now. We go to the 4th hill now. St. Clair, 194 to the 118 of Utica. You see those orange arrows breaking from the front? Contention in, Frenzy. Forward position, he takes contact, finds Sauce with a trade instantly from Brandon. He's got full streaks. He's on 8 in a row, Jesse, and this is just looking so good right now.
This entire hill, he's just been in the top plane, just absolutely controlling every little bit of pace of play he can. He does finally fall with those 74 U shots at range there, but it just doesn't matter right now. Utica, they can't seem to get anywhere near this hill because of the position of the St. Clair players. St. Clair can bring this lead to what, right around 210 points at the end of this. I don't think they're going to be able to get back in now that the break comes through, but it doesn't matter. They have their early rotation once again, only 41 seconds away from closing this game out, and they absolutely can do it here on this hill number 4.
Let's get Brandon still inside this plane, though. No longer on that streak, but you still have that missile and artillery strike in that back pocket if you need it for this hill. It is the most open hill that you have, so St. Clair are going to be putting all their eggs into this basket to close it here. Priestley's going to find Polish Prince. No plane control right now for Utica. They're going to have to double down and group up for this, but they're losing players so fast as the kills come in. It's 4 down in favor of St. Clair College, as the Saints are looking to close out this map 1 in style. You got 30 seconds left on this hill. Plenty of time to close out this map number 1. You got Brandon taking that front line. You got the rest of them stocked in this hill, but actually Utica get the spawns in behind. Gorilla has no clue. And Frenzy gets in for a nice double kill. Polish is going to hop in for time, and Utica, they stay alive, Jesse.
They do spawn up behind, but it's just one of those situations where you're now down 100 points. St. Clair only needs 7. They need to play perfect Call of Duty from this point on. And Frenzy, you would think he was going to get traded out there, but no, not right away. The trade doesn't come through eventually. Yes, it does, but Diven now is able to at least get back inside. He can sit on, just sit in that cubby there and just try to play and for a contestation. It just doesn't matter, though. It's just, there's too much. St. Clair has too many people ready to go. They actually break right back in. So, I mean, not over yet, but Utica, man, 3 seconds only needed for St. Clair.
It's not over till Frenzy says it's over, Jesse. Utica College still in this. Here come the streaks for Brandon. The big guns are called out. Sauce gonna get into the fray. Here's the trade out. Frenzy overwhelmed, and St. Clair closed checkmate. 250 to 157. Just under a 100-point lead in the hard point. As St. Clair, they start off so well. Towards the end, you start to see that last little clutch effort from Utica College. They put all into that later end. And honestly, if I saw Frenzy playing like that at the start, maybe it would have been a different game, but it just, they didn't have that same energy at the start that they did at the end, and that's where St. Clair really kind of got that lead. So a very convincing map 1 out of the Saints. That's what the new and improved St. Clair Saints that we have yet to see on stream, but they are looking good.
I mean, Utica looked good off the start. They had a good hold 1. They didn't allow St. Clair to get too much time. They had a good rotation hill too. They held it for 30 seconds before St. Clair broke in from the back. But that back rotational break, as soon as that came in, it just felt like St. Clair took over until pretty much halfway through the second set of rotations, where you started to see Utica start to bring it back a little bit. But once St. Clair got a 100-point lead, it just kind of felt like they never threw away that 100-point lead. It just felt like they were able to, even if they got down like 30 seconds, the first 30 would go to Utica on a hill. St. Clair would grab the back 30 and bring it right back into their favor. As tight as the start of that game was, it just kind of felt like St. Clair was always in control.
One thing I'm kind of looking to pick apart here in the replays are the mini-map, like the positioning of St. Clair. It's a major constant in those team fights that I saw, and constantly St. Clair either had a player in behind Utica, or Utica was just trapped in between every single individual St. Clair Saints player on the roster. And I think that map position from St. Clair was really what led them to a lot of those strong 40-point, 50-point hills that they were collecting. And I think if Utica College really look back at that and look at the team fights they were taking, they realize how much of an opening St. Clair had to really run over them in those team fights. So a lot to learn of that checkmate if you're looking at Utica. However, St. Clair going up 1-0 into the series. You're looking at standoff now as map number 2. We'd head over to Search and Destroy, and you really labeled this early on, something that St. Clair used to have a lot of trouble on. But just like every other map, they're undefeated right now into week 8. Yeah, 8 right now into the NACE Starleague. They haven't dropped a single map, and it doesn't seem like they're looking to slow down right now. Talk to me a little bit about standoff, Search and Destroy, and things you want to see out of these two teams.
Well, I mean, if you're St. Clair, I think you just bring the same energy you just brought in that map number 1. You just keep playing your rotational plays down, try to get a first blood, maybe through the middle of the map. You have very dominant ARs. You see submachine guns on their teams that can play like ARs as well. With that 74U and Priestley, we saw it in some of those highlights. He was playing absolutely unreal in that game. So if St. Clair can bring that same energy, same strategies, I don't see a way where they can't come out and try to take this game from Utica. But I still think that this is Utica's best chance at grabbing a map here off of St. Clair. As good as St. Clair's looked, I need to see their S&D in action before I say that they're a much better Search and Destroy team than what we've seen from them before. Again, we said it. We've looked at this division. I don't think that this is the toughest division for St. Clair looking at the overall division here for themselves. So if they can come back and they can come out here and Utica can come and win this Search and Destroy, this is where Utica can really start to bring this series back. I still think they need to steal a respawn off St. Clair. And after that map 1, it's looking pretty obvious like that is going to be the hardest thing for them to do. But Utica, I mean, just come out, just play your game. Maybe you can take a search here.
I think I agree. I mean, Search Destroy, best chance right now for Utica to really show their strength against the Saints. But It's those respawns, those pesky little respawns that are going to be troublesome for that Utica College. And I mean, if you can find those 2s and 5s, what do we say? What do we say, Jesse? Search and Destroy wins championships.
It does.
There's a reason for that. So let's see exactly what we get out of this map number 2. We're heading to the Farmlands Standoff, one of my favorite maps to look at when we are in this game mode number 2. So let's hop on into the round, and already Gorilla's found that first blood on this onto Utica. That's Polish Prince, the opposing assault rifle player, gonna be out of the picture. You look at St. Clair off of that; they have so much positioning.
And Gorilla is that player right now for St. Clair. He's the newest player on the roster. We saw him earlier this year in some of the off-season tournaments throughout the collegiate leagues, but I mean, just the difference he makes. He's already found a first blood in Search and Destroy. I feel like that was one of the biggest things they were missing all last year, was somebody who was able to do that in Search and Destroy. I thought he might have seen that player in behind that wall, but it was just our X-ray. Not able to find it, but it's just going to leave Jalen all by himself now in a rough spot here. Might be able to find the shots on the Gorilla. Not going to be the case. He absolutely predicts Sauce, though, so a beautiful play from that. But in a 1v3, we know how tough these situations could be. He's going to have to try to solo out at least one more gunfight here before making it a 1v2.
Yeah, veteran Jalen's not new to this at all. I know he's got what it takes to kind of put a dent into this whatsoever. Completely reading Sauce. Can you find another kill before you drop? 17 seconds. You can see the remainder of blue arrows collapsing into that. So he's going to walk right out into the open. Brandon's going to shut him down. First round to St. Clair College, really highlighting what you were talking about in the pregame here. As those first bloods are going to be very important on a map like Standoff, a map that has a lot of routes to take. As soon as you find that first blood, you're able to kind of take those yourself on a defensive side. And you saw that player number 6, Sauce, was able to just cement himself into that gas station area as soon as that first player went by. And Utica were trapped.
Yeah, they really couldn't go anywhere. The first blood on this map, we know how important it is. It is absolutely everything. And now St. Clair continuing to push forward. They're actually going to go for a very aggressive A hit so far. Nobody even here to contest. So Sauce should be able to get this bomb down unless Divin gets up and makes an attack onto this. But he's not going to. He's just going to hold his ground.
Utica, they concede the plant. Time against them now. St. Clair, they flip the tides. Now they're on the defense. Priestley is going to peek out mid. Finds a lot. He's going to drop. Sauce as well. He's the fall. Gorilla does find one, but now it's the advantage to Utica in the numbers. Bombs planted for Gorilla, but he's going to have to give up that top battle. Polish is going to give him the work. Brandon for the trade, 1v2. Hops up, he spots Jalen on top of it. He's going to try to take that player off it, but you got to worry about Divin first before you get Jalen. Jalen's not letting go whatsoever. He's going to get the defuse, even though Brandon finds the kills. And Utica, they salvage the round. They clutch up.
Let's look at this here for 1 second. I think that while he was trying to take these shots on the Jalen, I think Divin, jumping in the way here, ate some of those bullets.
It did.
He absolutely body blocked the bullet, the 10,000 IQ play coming in from Divin there to stop the kill from coming through. I thought for sure that Brandon was going to be able to find those. Nonetheless, he is on 5 in a row, so streak's still very possible here for him. But what a play, just to body block those shots.
And unlike Checkmate, streaks would be big on Standoff. So that's something you really have to keep in the back of your mind. And maybe if Brandon went for Divin before Jalen, that would have been a different round. But it's the round we got. Divin's going to take a few shots from Gorilla. You got to watch out for this first blood. It was Gorilla last time around that really put St. Clair in a solid position.
Everybody is inside hotel right now for Utica. Kind of just stacking up together. So not really a chance for anybody on St. Clair to really push forward anywhere on the map. They've gotten a good amount of map control here for Utica. You want to just try to get this bomb down. It's not the best situation to try to put it down, but they absolutely will be putting it down to try to watch from the top of hotel.
Yes, they will. Brandon finds Polish Prince up top hotel. Jalen's still watching this flank, and he's going to find Sauce. That's the equalizer. And this setup from Utica is so good as the kills come in. St. Clair are down in the advantage. A 3v2 now. Brandon and Gorilla looking to salvage the round here. Gorilla's making the full rotation all the way through. Jalen read this last time. However, he's not going to find Gorilla. Divin taking the gunfight. Brandon finds the opposite, so it's 1v2 now. Jalen has eyes on the bomb. So 13 seconds, he really just needs to play the clock in this position. Brandon knows the objective. He needs to take the kill and get the defuse, and there's just not enough time to do both.
Oh, and he finds the streak, though. That's the big thing there. He finds the second streak. He basically says, you know what? I don't have enough time to get this defused. I'm just going to play full force, try to push up into top of hotel, get this streak, because he knows, once you get the artillery strike and you get the cruise missile, that's when the streaks can really start to be used in your favor. You use that artillery strike first just to get a ping. You can get so much information from that alone. But then with how open both of these bomb sites are, if they get that bomb down over by that tank side again, you got to think on that A site, you got to think like with streaks and just being able to have Brandon playing in the back with an AR, holding that will be so much easier.
Well, St. Clair, they lose 2 rounds in a row, but somehow Brandon walks away with both streaks. I think that is an insane thing to look at. Sauce running it right down to the A side last time, trying to get this bomb down as fast as ever, but look who's tucked away. It's number 2, Divin. Can he get this bomb planter? He does, but the bomb does go down, Jesse. So now time against Utica. They're going to go right back into the retake position that way they were before. Brandon and Gorilla stacked against the odds now. You have Polish Prince right on that defuse, and Gorilla is nowhere in sight to stop it. Utica hops the bomb. No worry in the world. They go up 2 rounds, and they're really making a mountain out of these small mistakes that St. Clair are showing.
Because everybody falls in that round so quickly in terms of the 2 submachine gun players here for the St. Clair Saints. What happens is Brandon has no chance to use his streaks here. There's that player from behind. He can't use the streaks. And unfortunately for himself, he just loses out on that gunfight as well. So streaks not even becoming an issue there in that round. It's still only 3-1. St. Clair can absolutely still start to bring this one back a couple rounds, go their way. It's a different game. But, I mean, I'm starting to see some very big similarities now they're playing a team like Utica, who's also undefeated in Search and Destroy. This is where St. Clair really can start to struggle, is in this S&D game mode.
I wouldn't mind to see Brandon use some of these streaks to cut this momentum of Utica, Jesse. I think especially now that you're on defense, you can give up one of these bomb sites, stack your odds onto one of them, and then drop these streaks in the other. But Brandon gets caught by Polish. Where was he? That's number 3. He's sitting in this half hole. He must have had some eyes onto that tractor. The bomb does go down. Divin is going to be caught by Priestley, who's diving in and out and finding these avenues. He's going to take a few shots. Is that nade going to clean him? No, it's not going to catch. He tucks himself right away. And now Jalen and Polish Prince, they're on the exit, and St. Clair on the prows. They're hunting them down, and they know exactly where Jalen is. It's just a matter of time. He is really tucked in here.
I mean, talk about map control. He's literally in his spawn right now. Jalen has a very, very hard time ahead of him here if he wants to be able to come away with this. If he can win this first one, it would have given him a better chance, would have put him in a 1 versus 2, but just was not on the cards there in that round. It's all opened up by Priestley here. He finds the first blood, and then right away re-challenges and finds the second blood as well here onto Frenzy. Beautiful stuff there. Frenzy must have been one shot. It looks like you only had to take 1 bullet onto him to close that round out, but when you're really looking at this stuff and you're seeing St. Clair right now, off that round, that's exactly what you want to see from St. Clair. You want to see them playing a little bit more aggressive through the middle of the map, not giving up those easy free bomb plants to Utica on that B site like what we saw in round number 1.
I think it's a big thing that, like, I wanted to see a streak, but they do that without using the streaks from Brandon, so they still have that for their option. Divin playing very aggressive this time at the A site. They know Sauce went for those early plans, so I like this change up. Polish trying to double down for them. Sauce still getting aggressive. It's actually Brandon to fall. 3 out of the picture for St. Clair. Gorilla's going to be the last alive as you meet fire with fire, and Utica, they can play with that.
I don't know why St. Clair keeps insisting on hitting towards this A site right now. Yes, you want to play that site because you have a good chance of getting the bomb down. Gorilla will make it a 1v2, but Divin's in such a great spot where if he jumps out, he should be able to hear it.
And Jalen knows it gets that information, so really just feeding this to Divin. Gorilla's going to hop up top on that optic van, and it's just going to be shots galore out of there. Just a couple taps, and Utica up by 2 again. I think it's great that you highlighted, Jesse, about the mistakes and the troubles that St. Clair were having with Search and Destroy in past seasons. And you get Gorilla out here. They're undefeated in the game modes, but, I mean, you said it yourself. When are they going to get tested? Well, here's the test.
It's not over yet either. They are just kind of struggling with going towards the same side. It's been a very one-dimensional offense. We've seen the exact same push all 3 rounds on their offense is going over towards A with one player trying to get that bomb down with a quick plant. I think they need to start playing for some picks off the start of rounds, maybe give themselves that man advantage before they decide where they want to go with the bomb. That's generally what you see on standoff.
First blood again. Brandon this time. Bruce has taken a lot of damage, but he has enough time to heal up because he had help from Brandon. All the players, once again, trapped inside the hotel for Utica. They need to fight their way out of this building. It's a position we've seen him in so far, and Priestley has been shining in this B site. He's just in and out so quickly. You just see how ratty of a submachine gun player he can be and how quick to the draw he is.
2 versus 4. You gotta think this is a round St. Clair needs to close out here for themselves. You gotta think they also have a pretty good idea of where these players are. Sauce might be able to catch Jalen off here, and as he does, the other player will fall as well for St. Clair, and they're able to take that round. But now comes the hard part. They're going back on the offense, and they have just been struggling on offense in the last 2 rounds.
I like that Sauce is trying different things in the alley when he's on defense. You see the first round, he fully flanks right into the hotel. A little bit patient into the round number 2, a lot more patient in round number 3, and the patience pays off this time around. They find the attack at the offensive side again. 1 round difference. This is where they've been constantly putting their eyes towards the A side. They're going to go again this time, and I'm sure that Utica are ready for this. You see Frenzy runs it right through courtyard, is going to have that broken wall sight opening. He's going to find 2 in that. Not only drop the bomb, but put St. Clair at this deficit. Priestley trying to stay alive, but he's going to be found by Frenzy.
1 versus 2, though. Gorilla will get away.
He's actually getting really good time against Polish Prince. He has no idea that he's inside Grandma's right now. So if you can find Jalen back here, you might be able to find it, but he has his back towards Hay, and Jalen's able to just take the sights to his favor. It's heyday out here for you.
St. Clair, you're killing me, man.
Yeah.
Like, why are we just hitting the A site over and over and over again? Do something a little bit different here. It's getting so obvious at this point that you're going to go towards the A site that Frenzy just pushes right up through the middle of the map, takes all the map control away from them in that round, and just is able to shut them down on the rotation and the cross that time. They've shut them down 3 different ways, 3 different rounds in a row here from Utica, and Brandon still has full streaks on the likes of St. Clair and yet to use one, now down 5-3. I wouldn't even mind if they used a streak to push them back off the start of a round to open up a bomb site. But
Sauce! This time he just runs it and guns it, and he's got that duo in Priestley. The Tiny Terrors thrive in those situations, Jesse, and when the going gets tough, they get going. But it's still in the same situation. I mean, I think it's on both ends for the attacking sides. I think Utica have constantly gone to the B side, and they haven't really been finding luck around the hotel. Constantly trapped inside that B site by the St. Clair squad. And this time around, they try to fight Sauce in the alleyway. And what does St. Clair do? They have Priestley there to back him up. They totally read that, because I think both sides are really showing that they don't really have a lot to change on their attacks. And to me, I think Utica really got lucky on one of their attacking sides. They won it. They found 2 rounds in a row, and that's the reason why they're in this advantage. So St. Clair, they need to change something up, even if it's kind of exiting the comfort zone.
And I think I get why St. Clair wants to hit towards A so badly as well. It's because the streaks wouldn't be as useful. It'd be, there's a lot more options to get out and get away in those situations. But I think if I'm St. Clair here, I'm playing this round extremely slow. I'm just going to kind of sit back and just try to find a couple of players before we push up and we commit to which bomb site we really want to play to.
Priestley and Brandon, they play him like a fiddle. In and out, bait and switch style.
How much you want to bet this bomb goes to A?
No, they're going to B. They're not giving up on this change. They heard you. They heard you, Jesse, and they're making those changes.
You got to do it quick though. There is a rotation coming in from Jalen. If he can get in, okay, well,
slow and steady.
maybe not that quick of a rotation. It looked like it. I saw his arrow start to move over there, and then he started to crawl on the floor. So, not trusting the push in towards back alley as well. He doesn't want to give his life away too easily here, so they'll just bunker up together and try to retake this in a 2 versus 4. But the amount of map control that St. Clair has, this could be a tough round to lose.
Yeah. Priestley, he's at the A site. He knows there's no flanks just yet, and when it does come through, Jalen's going to get caught. Brandon finds the last in no man's land. We're going to round 11. Right here in standoff, as St. Clair, they have scrapped together an attacking round off of, who would have guessed, a change and a shot at B. Who would have guessed that? I think you did.
And they get defense in the final round as well. So those big kills and those big numbers right now coming in from Gorilla and Brandon and Priestley at 10, 11, and 9, really, really helping the team out to bring this back for themselves here. They get the final defense, and defense so far in this game has really been what has been the kind of helping each team be able to win this. And it looks like a very quick plant trying to come in from the likes of Utica. This looks very similar to their first offensive round where we saw them get the win.
Yeah, taking a page out of the Saints book, but Saints are taking a page out of the Utica book right now. And as quick as that plant was coming through, St. Clair were quick to deny it. Here comes the artillery barrage to stuff Utica back in their spawn. They're actually going to get a tag onto Jalen as well, so they know there's going to be a player through. Polish Prince, who took that damage, is going to get cleaned up. Jalen's all alone in a 1v4. Now they know where he is, and they're going to clean him up. St. Clair clutch up in the search and destroy to stay flawless, and against the odds, they make it happen. Just a few changes, and they looked a lot better.
I mean, it took a long time in that map for them to really kind of realize what Utica was doing and how they needed to play against it. But I'm glad we got to see them, go towards a different bomb site once in that map overall, because I mean, the A hit worked off the start. And you know what? Don't get me wrong. I love me a good A hit on that site where you push through, you get the bomb down quickly, and then you just hold it off. Well, unfortunately, you do that same hit 4 times in a row, Utica's going to start to realize that that's what you're trying to do, especially when, they've stopped it twice before that. And they finally go towards the B site, and they're able to win out a couple of rounds to close that game up. But it just seemed like defense was just very, very strong on this map with these two teams.
I think that's because they were falling into the... I think it's because that St. Clair were falling into the same tendencies again and again, Jesse. So, I mean, this was actually the turning point for Utica. As soon as Jalen gets this ninja defuse, St. Clair go back onto the or not really a ninja defuse, but he gets the defuse in with the body block coming through, and then on the opposite end, Utica just were overwhelming St. Clair with that pressure. From then on, St. Clair's defenses, they were able to counteract that pressure with patience, and the patience plays off. You've seen this last round after things have changed. They allow Utica to kind of present themselves at that B site a little bit more. They know that Utica wants that B site, so they allow them to go there. You had Brandon on that barrel, who's been constantly watching boxes deep in the back spawn of Utica's or of the attacking side, and this time around he's watching that B site like a hawk because he knows that's what Utica has been doing on attack, and constantly Utica are not changing a thing. I said they got lucky that one time on attack because I don't think St. Clair were ready for them to go to the B site, but as soon as St. Clair realized that, exactly like Utica realized that A hit from St. Clair was nonstop, it was just a matter of time before St. Clair changed something up, and Utica weren't ready for it.
It really did feel like Utica... it really did feel like St. Clair made the adjustments towards the end of the game, and Utica really just never did. It really was just constant B hits over and over again, like you were alluding to there. And you got to think maybe that's where they fell apart there in that game. I think that last round, I think they were trying to hit out towards that same site again, the exact same hit, and it just got shut down from St. Clair. They were ready for it. Once they started sending Priestley through the middle of the map to just sit in the middle, make those challenges early on to not allow those players to get that bomb down for free, and just sit in the top of the hotel to really just shut it down. That's where you saw St. Clair really start to come out on top, and that's destroy. They brought it back, still undefeated in maps.
Still undefeated. And that is probably the craziest statistic that St. Clair has. Let's head over to Garrison now for this map 3. We're keeping the ball rolling now as we're heading right into the tank armories. And this is now where I'm looking at Priestley and Brandon, who have been having such a stellar series in that submachine gun role to really show their magic. Priestley's actually got an AR this time around. He's going to be rocking that Krieg. So he's going to slow things down. He's able to hop on down. It's Sauce in the SMG role and hunt things backwards here. So they have presence to B. They have map control at both A and B now. So that's really going to split Utica's decision. It looks like they're going to really be dedicating a lot of lives over to getting Brandon off of that A site.
And I can see why Brandon runs an AR off the rip here. I'd be surprised if we don't see him switch to a sub again now. But, I mean, just off the break there, just having an extra AR just to hold down those long-range lines of gunfights, why not? And see, right to the sub he goes off of the respawn. And now he can get a little bit aggressive. He can push in through bricks, help out his submachine gun duo. And, I mean, it's just a brilliant start here from St. Clair.
And after that aggressive start, they slow it down, Jesse. And really, they're picking apart Utica inside bricks. Now with this whole collapse, Jalen's the last player standing on this radar, looking to find a few kills, and he's able to do a little bit of damage, enough for Frenzy to come off that respawn, along with Divin to clean up the rest of them. So Utica's still alive at A, but so is Gorilla in this spawn. If he can find a few kills, that can allow an opening for St. Clair out of green. Polish is going to go down. Gorilla's still alive out there. He's got the backup in Brandon. Do you need a few kills out of Utica to really claw their way back into this? But St. Clair with so much control of the A site now, they're going to get in here. Jalen eats the nade, and look at the rest of the orange arrows. They have to flood on in through bricks. They have to fly, and they have to find these one-on-ones. And that's exactly what happens out of it. 3 go down for Saints, and Utica's still holding on to this. Oh, but Gorilla's able to get 2 ticks. No way Jalen lets this happen. Jalen's got to get... Whoa!
He couldn't challenge it. If he challenged it, he was going to get dropped as well. I think he was just trying to wait for his teammates and didn't realize that the stack came through. Because as soon as those players came through top green, they just all hop into the hill. And that's, again, the difference that it comes in. Once that zone got changed, it became so much easier to cap on offense. Because you can just play him behind that wall. And just everybody get on, everybody cap the hill from that point, and they are absolutely able to do so. And you got to think, Utica looked like they were in a good chance of holding on to that zone until they didn't realize that Gorilla was still snuck through. And once Gorilla made all that noise in the back, it just made it so much easier for the rest of the St. Clair players to break back in from the front and get back onto that hill once again.
Well, strong start from Saints. All players positive after round 1. Pretty smooth sailing for that. Gorilla's on a 2 spree right off that. Sauce has the opening through the vents. Frenzy's watching it, and he's got the backup too. Jalen's got that crossfire there to clean him up, and the rest of the Saints players just in a field day, hunting them down through the middle of the map. Brandon comes out with a 3 spree, and he's going to hold on to it.
Utica is just, once again, just not in a great spot here. They need to find a few kills because a lot of map control right now is going to the likes of the St. Clair Saints. And if they can find a few more kills here off of spawn, that's when St. Clair can really push forward and get into the spawn of the Utica players. But nope, Utica, they will find a few. They can get onto this B zone and actually stop the time as well. So this is all looking good for them. This is really their chance of being able to get back into this.
Need to clean up Sauce. Divin's got the trays, but Priestley has his back. And St. Clair again come out on top at that B site. Utica sent back to spawn. I think one thing to highlight, Jesse, through all of this is that Utica are maintaining these lives so close. It's 20-19 in the life factor. They can clean up Brandon and Gorilla in the backline there. They are going to have the life advantage, but Gorilla is able to find Divin. Priestley's going to drop. Utica has the opening towards B. Are they going to be they call for Sauce here? And they do. Polish is able to clean him up. That should be the B-site gone.
And they have a man advantage now as well. At least 1 life. It's still better than no advantage for your team. But they're going to have to make the full wrap from B to A. And this is one of the tougher breaks to make in the game. We saw St. Clair do it, but St. Clair had a whole lot of pressure in the backside of the Utica players. And nobody has really been able to sneak through yet for Utica.
No, they don't. Well, we saw how simple it was for St. Clair to get a good 4 down and they stack this site. So I think if Utica really kind of slow down their attack and do exactly what St. Clair did, just check these angles, make sure you clear out every single nook and cranny on Garrison. You can find this pretty simply, but it's just going to come down to those 1v1s, and Sauce is going to shut that down. Gorilla, who was hiding underneath, he hops up. 3 down for Utica. And just like that, they stop the attack.
This is where St. Clair can now push forward and try to put Utica back into that spawn trap. The only thing they need to be careful of here is if you do drop at least 2 players, you need to just make sure you're putting more focus on holding down the spawn. But until you start to drop players, you need to just full push forward. Keep these players pinned in the back of their spawn. Make their lives as miserable and as hard as possible here. But as 3 players go down now for St. Clair, it actually opens up the top side of green for the Utica players to make it through. That's the dangerous play with pushing forward.
as it does Frenzy. In the site, Brandon's going to clean him up. No respawns. In fact, 3 lives for Utica against the 7 of St. Clair. You see these remaining players only have 20 seconds to get onto the site and stop that clock. So they really got to put the pedal to the metal. Polish is going to be the first up. Gorilla's going to put him down now. Priestley almost cleaned up Diffin, but shooting back, he's going to keep him alive inside this hill. Jalen's going to stop that clock at 5 seconds, but St. Clair able to clean up those kills. They go up 2-0 in the control, 1 round away from the sweep, and our 3rd match of the day. And it is just coming out of the fundamentals here from St. Clair. The way they're playing together, the way that as soon as you see those ARs find a kill, you can see those submachine guns close the distance. And I love the way they're playing this map right now.
They absolutely just fly. You're not wrong at all. As soon as you see an AR drop another team's AR, the subs are just flying on the likes of St. Clair. Everybody positive right now. Saucius is 10 and 10. It's still at least neutral. 1 kill. He'll be in the positive column as well for his team here. I mean, they've just looked great so far for themselves. Utica struggling to keep up in the slaying, but in the slaying factor with St. Clair at the moment. Both rounds have gone to lives with St. Clair being the team to come out on top.
So it has. Off the start, though, these breakoffs have been so key to so many control maps. Well, Frenzy could have cleaned up Gorilla. That would have been huge, but not able to pin St. Clair back into spawn just yet. It's Gorilla. A turret in the back line, not allowing any orange arrows to get past him. Sauce is going to dip down into the vents now, looking for a route, looking for an opening.
Is that a FFAR?
It is an FFAR. I was so confused at what that was. I haven't seen it in forever. It seems foreign almost.
And they'll get the stack onto the B site. This is where I'm interested to see if Utica just chooses to completely give up the B site again, because the last time they had a chance to break back into it and they just gave it up. They didn't want to re-challenge it. They didn't want to give any time towards the likes of St. Clair, and it looks like exactly the same situation is going to happen again here. But the attempt will at least come through. They don't give it away for free, but now here comes the thing. St. Clair now, with how late that break was, St. Clair can just transfer from one site right over to the other and get a good amount of pressure onto that site.
Jalen was just trying to put some pressure off those spawns so that his respawn teammates can get back into the fray ever so quickly, and that's exactly what happens. Every single player for Utica who was alive came out with a kill. And if they can find another 4 down, you can do exactly what St. Clair did to you and start to push these spawns a little bit, Jesse, but that's just, they're having trouble getting through that 3rd line of scrimmage that they apply. St. Clair handling this with business. They know Frenzy's going to be up here. The collapse is set. The trap's going to be out. Stun lands, but nobody's going to follow up. They're just letting Utica stew right now in their own sweat.
And
just
the last time these two teams pushed forward and you saw St. Clair trying to break in, they were actually down in lives when they were trying to break in. They have a 5-life lead right now. You got to think like eventually they're going to be able to find an opening here on Utica.
Well, Frenzy doesn't want that to happen. Enough time is set, so Priestley's going to be cleaned up, and Brandon's here. We saw Gorilla out there last time, and Divin says, oh no, I'm not going to let that happen again.
And that 3 down is huge. That brings the lives right back to even here. Once a 5-life lead, now down to just 1 here as St. Clair trying to make their way out of the hill. And this is where the rotation out can get a little bit tough. Everybody on Utica is pushing forward and putting themselves into some powerful positions to shut down these St. Clair players. It's really just Frenzy who's left alive now, though.
Ooh.
And he won't find the kills, but he buys enough time for the rest of his teammates to come off spawn, get back inside the hill, and defense still holding strong here for Utica.
I think Utica can understand the win condition of St. Clair right now. They're putting so much emphasis on this back brick setup. Frenzy's able to find 1, so he's going to delay it. They know Jalen in the back line. Priestley cleans him up. There's the opening 3 are going to stack the site. Divin needs to go big, and he's not going to be able to. Priestley now has full streaks and site control. He's going to bring those big guns out. Here comes the strike, and it is going to land. Divin's going to drop. The rest of them are there. Here's the stack. If they clean up Polish Sprint, that's going to be the round. St. Clair Saints, they dig deep and they close out Garrison Control, sweeping Utica College, staying undefeated in their division and undefeated in map count.
St. Clair is looking like a different beast this season. Looking towards Vanguard, I mean, I think this team can absolutely be a team to be reckoned with coming towards the new game, but it's not Vanguard yet. We've still got a couple weeks of action left here in the NACE Starleague. and they are looking like they want to put a Cold War title under their belt before heading into the new game. And I mean, if this has anything to go off of it, realistically, they probably could 100-point club them in that checkmate, barring a few mistakes that they make. Dominant control. And then the one thing that has always eluded this St. Clair team from being a top team has been that search and destroy. And I mean, they looked rough in it today, but they finally were tested and they come away with a 6-5 win. They clutch it up. Maybe they might need to do a couple more things to fix it up when they go up against some of those top teams. But even if they can take one search and destroy out of a 5-game series, that is when this team is really going to start to shine, I think.
I think that St. Clair have the building blocks right now of a top 3, maybe even a top 5 team right now in collegiate Call of Duty. And great, if they can clean up that search and destroy, that's going to close the gap even more. I think bringing Gorilla onto this roster has really brought them into strides to greatness. And comparing them to last season of Cold War to this season of NACE, you're talking about Vanguard. We're not done here, Jesse. This team is #1 in their division over in the Northeast, and they do not look like they have a care in the world to give it up.
You're absolutely right. They really don't look like they have a care in the world to give it up. Now, we do need to talk, though, a little bit about some conditions here, because we didn't frame this up before, because we didn't know, who was going to win this match. Utica lose the match.
Yes.
Utica could be in a little bit of a rough spot here now, because there is another match going on tonight here in the same division, still between these two teams. If I can just get the two names right, 100% here between who it is. So it is... Thought I had it pulled up. I do not have it pulled up at the moment. Ooh. So just give me 2 seconds. I'm going to pull it right up between the two teams. So it's University of Ottawa and it's Ryerson University that are playing today between in this matchup. Ryerson was the only other team to beat Utica so far. That was all the way back in week 5. We talked about that. If Ryerson beats Ottawa today, Ryerson then jumps Ottawa and is now in that 3rd spot going into playoffs, which then would mean that Utica will then play Ryerson in round number 1. A rematch for Utica, rematch for Ryerson, but it was a match that went Ryerson's way the first time, and that could end up spelling disastrous once again for Utica. So this match was very important for them to win, and they don't end up pulling it off.
I think things could be a little bit different right now if Utica College weren't kind of backed into a corner going into that control. If they walk away with that search and destroy, I would have felt like we would have seen a different outcome into that control for sure. But, as St. Clair keep that steamroll going, that comeback just elevates them to another level to close out this series. So if we end up seeing that Utica Ryerson game and Utica comes out on top, I would love to see a rematch out of Utica and St. Clair. I think that if any team has a chance to take down St. Clair in this division, to upset St. Clair, it's going to be this Utica team. And they have, like I was saying, St. Clair has the fundamentals to be a top 5 team right now in collegiate Call of Duty. I think that Utica has the ability right now to kind of stump that whole factor, to deny them.
They can definitely take the search and destroys. It's got to be the respawns. They need to focus on those respawns when they come back. And even against Ryerson, those were the 3 maps that they lost to Ryerson before. The only 3 maps that they lost leading up into this series were 3 respawn maps. So their search and destroy obviously is very good. They looked good in this map today, but they need to pick up the respawn. They need to find a way to do something. Otherwise, they're just going to fall to St. Clair again, I think. St. Clair's too good at respawn.
Well, we do have Priestley in the booth with us right now, right out of St. Clair College. So let's bring him in here. Congratulations on the 3-0, Priestley. You guys stay undefeated in maps and in the division. I mean, how are you guys feeling right now?
We're feeling good. The search got mixy, but I don't know. We kept the map streak, win streak going, so we're okay with it.
Oh yeah. I mean, you guys keep it going. You're right. Got a little bit close into the standoff, but you guys take care of business, like before. I don't know. Yeah, you guys are. A lot of people don't know this. I'm one of the early members of the St. Clair COD team. I've played with Priestley. I know they got the clutch out of here, so I wasn't too worried about that. But I do know Jesse has a few questions for you, so I'm going to toss it over to him.
Yeah, just kind of one question for you guys. So in terms of this year, obviously, like last year, you guys struggled a little bit with your search and destroy. You guys made strides clearly with the roster change and bringing in Gorilla. It's kind of helped you guys out quite a bit in terms of your search and destroy. But what do you guys think the biggest step forward you guys have made? Because clearly this team's on a different level than you guys were on throughout the Cold War season earlier in last year.
I mean, you kind of said it. I think Gorilla was a good addition. I think he leads in S&D for us a lot. And yeah, so he's helped a lot. And I think we just expanded our map pool from last year. A lot of teams let us play the same map last year, but this year we're getting a more diverse map pool. So we're just trying to get better at everything, even though we still have our weak and strong maps. Yeah, we're just expanding in all of their maps instead of just having one like go-to map that we want every time.
And is that something that you guys are going to be looking to like keep going into Vanguard as well? Just trying to make sure you guys have like a super wide map pool going in towards
Yeah,
that game as well?
yeah, always. I mean, if a team figures out what your best map is, then vetoes are a thing for a reason. If they veto it, then you're kind of screwed. So
Absolutely. I mean, you love to hear it.
I mean, going into the rest of this season, how you guys feeling about? I mean, you guys are in that #1 spot. You're looking like the best team out of your division. You guys make it out of playoffs. How you guys feeling about the rest of them? Any teams that that are on your radar?
yeah, I mean, there's a couple. I'm not gonna name names, but there's a couple teams we're looking forward to playing maybe when we get into playoffs. But yeah, I mean, for this team, we're confident we can outgun basically any team. We think. I mean, even that first hard point. I don't know if you guys recognize the scoreboard. I feel like we outslayed that team way more than the scoreboard showed. Like, I feel like we probably should have like 100-point clubbed them if you just looked at the scoreboard. But that's something we have to work on. Teams can get points on us even when we're out killing them. So it's just something we gotta fix.
Well, it sounds like you guys know your goals for the rest of the season. So I'm gonna let you guys kind of clean things up, talk over the rest of that series to get together, and enjoy your win for the night. Any last little shout outs you want to make towards the stream?
I'm just gonna shout out my team. They played a good series. Shout out the other team too. They made the Surge super close. It's probably the closest map we've had so far in NACE. So shout out to them too.
Well, go enjoy that. I know you guys want to celebrate a nice 3-0, staying undefeated, Priestley.
Thank you.
Match number 3 leads to the same outcome we've been seeing all night long. 3-0s galore, Jesse. I would have never guessed this at all for the lineup that we did have. But I mean, hey, some of these teams, they just came to play, and that's what happens. I mean, Call of Duty, it's a day-to-day esports. Sometimes people just don't show up on like at certain times. But I do have a little bit thing to talk to you a little bit before we do toss this break, Jesse, because I got word that University of Ottawa, or Ryerson, did beat the University of Ottawa 3-1 in their series. So I know you're going to want to hear that.
Yeah, I mean, that means that Ryerson very likely has secured that last spot now in towards the playoffs because the way that the tiebreakers work with them in Ottawa. Oh man, that makes things interesting. Ottawa, that means Ryerson should very likely play Utica in the first round of the play-ins, and Utica's going to have to find a way to learn from the mistakes that they made in that first series and against St. Clair here in this last series. They need to find a way to win some respawns. Otherwise, they are going to struggle against Ryerson once again.
Well, plenty of things shaping up over here in the Northeast Division for NACE StARleague, but another match off the board, and one last to finish off this Week 8. Coming up after this break, we are going to have our last remaining match, and the match of the night that I've been setting up, Jesse. Lebanon Valley College and Akron Zips. I hype this off as the last chance for Akron Zips to really dethrone Lebanon Valley, because if LVC win tonight, they're going to be that #1 team, and they're going to be securing that #1 position going into the play-ins for their division. So we get to check that out, see if Akron Zip, they have the ice to clutch up. Stay tuned for some more NACE StARleague. We're going to see you after this break. You know what they say? We leave the best for last, Jesse. Match number 4 of the night, LVC versus Akron Zips. Such a strong team that we've been seeing non-stop on stream over in Lebanon Valley College. And I mean, we've seen Akron before, and maybe this is their chance to dethrone the Kings and tie themselves up for that first place position. It's going to be a big one. It's going to determine a lot for the division. And I think, you know, we saw the same thing last week with ODU up against LVC. And we saw how that ended up. It was a very close one, but I think Akron could do the exact same thing.
They absolutely can. I mean, Akron, definitely not a team that anybody should really be shying away from right now. They're 6-1 in the season at the moment. They've been very, very good this year outside of one loss. And that one loss comes to Stockton Blue. And I mean, I don't want to hint too much in at our implications that we got going on so far, but we definitely do need to talk about it because that loss could end up being their ultimate demise this season. This match is honestly a must-win match for Akron right now as well. As much as they would love to beat LVC to force a 7-1 tie between the top 3 teams at the moment, the big thing out of this match right now is if Akron loses this match, they'll then come into a tie with Stockton having a very easy schedule for the next 2 weeks. And if Stockton ends up tying them, that loss to them in week 3 could end up being the tiebreaker that moves Stockton up and in towards the finals, and it gives them that last play-in spot. And I mean, I think that Akron has a better chance of being able to beat some of these teams over Stockton as well. But that loss, that could absolutely end up being what hurts them really badly.
Stockton are just at Akron's doorstep right now, just waiting for the mistake to come on through it. And going up against LVC, this is not an easy feat for Akron Zips to kind of go up against. So if we look at the rosters here, LVC, you know him, I know him. We've seen him a lot on stream. It's going to be Tenacious, Dunder, Minty, and Veritox. But we've also seen Akron Zips here before. Kramali, Thieves, Tweet 2K, and Tobes. Not a roster to blink twice at. And like I said, I think that if ODU had the chance to take LVC to a map 5 and possibly even close out the series, I think Akron could back LVC up just as much. But it is going to be a tough task in that. So we took a look at the maps and modes for this series. We can take a look exactly at what we have to go through, Jesse, because it's going to be an interesting one. We're starting off on Garrison Hardpoint. We got Moscow Search and Destroy into it for map number 2, back to Garrison for map 3, and if it gets pushed the distance, Apocalypse and Standoff. So this is not only a tough matchup for Akron, but when you're looking at the maps, it's going to be tough in that stance as well.
Well, here's the thing with Akron. They absolutely are going to need to be standout in their hard point here against Lebanon Valley College. It tends to be Lebanon's weakest mode at 6-3 right now, which is not saying much. It's still a very strong record, but Akron is an 8-1 hardpoint team right now. Only loss coming to in that 3-0 to Stockton Blue earlier on in the season. I think the big thing looking overall at this map set, though, is if you're Akron and you watched the stream from last week and you were able to get any little bit of, you know, on-screen time watching LVC play last week, we were seeing the same 3 middle maps that we saw in the series last week in Moscow, Garrison, and Apocalypse in that Search and Destroy, Control, and Hardpoint respectively. And they either almost or they did lose that Search and Destroy. I don't quite remember the outcome of it. They won it. They won it 6-5 in round 11 at the very end last week. So LVC definitely looked vulnerable on this Moscow Search and Destroy map. So that definitely could be a Search and Destroy that Akron might be able to steal off of them. If they watch back from that VOD from last week, they can learn from the mistakes that Old Dominion took against the likes of LVC, and they might be able to take the win here. And then just looking over the rest of the maps, I mean, you just need to come out. You got to play your game in Hardpoint, and I'm glad to see 2 very close range maps come in because I think that could also play into the favor of Akron.
Well, let's condense this now. Talk to me a little bit on the win condition right now in Akron when you're looking at the maps and modes. What are we looking at? What are the keys for them to pull apart this LVC roster right now?
Well, I mean, 8-0 still in Search and Destroy, so that's definitely their strong suit. Yes, they did almost lose one of the maps last week on that Moscow S&D like we talked about, but if they can take those 2 Search and Destroys, seal a respawn, I don't see a reason why we can't see Lebanon Valley College come out and take this. And we talk about it all the time, but Search and Destroy, what does it do? Wins you championships, and they are 8-0 in that mode for a reason.
Yes, they are. And that's actually where ODU were struggling last week against them, were the Search and Destroy. So I think that's very interesting. 2 different storylines really into the series and 2 different opportunities for Lebanon Valley to fall out of this first place spot. ODU couldn't do that. Big story is, can Akron do that? Because if we look back to last week, Jesse, ODU, they said it themselves. They're not worried. They're not worried about Akron at all. But I mean, if the Zips come out right here and outclass Lebanon Valley, the #1 team in the Eastern Division, I think that is actually going to put a little bit of worry in the eyes of ODU. It's a big one. You know, Stockton's on the border. Everybody has their eyes out in the East for this matchup right now. It's going to determine a lot of opportunities for the play-ins. It's going to determine a lot of people to fall out of that opportunity. So let's just take a dive right into this first map right now, Garrison, and really highlight Akron. And what do they need to do? Because we know the search and destroy is going to be big for them, but the respawn is going to be tough. So what are we going to be looking at from Akron in the respawns?
Yeah, I think Akron, I think they just need to kind of play their game here. They're obviously very good at hardpoint, 8-1 record on the year. I think if they can, you know, kind of just find a way to use their submachine guns to their advantage on Garrison and really just control the pace of play, control the spawns for themselves, I think that's the way that they find their best chance of being able to win this.
I think that is going to definitely be their best chance on this one. We were having a little bit of trouble getting into the lobby right now, Jesse. Folks, we want to get this game going as fast as possible, but we will get into this lobby as fast as possible to get that for you. So we're going to cut to a break, and when we come back, we are going to see the two Titans go head-to-head. Here we go. We're off to the races with Lebanon Valley and Akron. Jesse, map #1, it's going to be Garrison. Akron are going to be the first into the hill. You're looking at those blue arrows to collapse, and collapse they do almost flawlessly right back into that hill. You see, Akron are actually going to be on the less preferred side for the initial hills. So they have a tough task to get through them.
And Lebanon Valley, I mean, already off to a really good start here. The fact they're able to split time here on this first hill, along with continuing to hold on to the spawns for that second hill, it's huge. And as long as they can continue just to find a couple of these kills, as these players try to sneak on through, they try to break in through the back, this is where you can really start to see Lebanon Valley might be able to come away with a lead going in towards this next hill. But Tobes has done a great job of sneaking through. He at least finds one in the back, can't find the second on to Dunder, and they hold their cams just long enough that the rest of the LBC players should spawn back up with their team.
If Tobes found that kill, it would have blocked the spawn in the back, but not going to be the case. Now, Cremoli on an island. He finds Minty in an uncomfortable situation. He's just going to be like, Koi here. He's going to delay two players to wrap on back, players 5 and 6. It allows for Akron to have a little bit of an opening through breaks. The collapse is going to be through. Tenacious is going to fall. And as they overwhelm these players in Lebanon Valley, you're looking at Veritox and Dunder to come up big. They find two. They allow the third to come on in, and they're able to stop Akron's push just like that. They keep their lead going. So 23 seconds, and now what happens with that? Akron, they're going to be, again, on the less preferred side.
That push is only good if you can make the break early enough. But Akron, they get shut down on their first 2 attempts. Lebanon Valley College, they hold the first 40 seconds of the hill and now get the spawn flip as well. So they're holding on to the good side of the new hill as well. And this is where you can start to see Lebanon Valley really have a chance to take away a big lead in this game. They can start to chunk into this lead bigger and bigger. Look how far away Akron is spawning from the new hill.
I mean, we talked about how hard this is to get out of in control. Well, it's just as hard to get in hardpoint. My eyes are going to be on Kramali here, as he's been able to find his way in the back. Excellent patience onto the kill on Dunder. So he's going to slip his way on through and now provide the collapse from Akron. A second one, Tenacious. He's going to fall in tools. Feeves shovel down inside. He's going to have the break. The players are going to be in now. These last 2 in the backline. Veritox and Dunder, they do it again.
But the spawn comes in the back, though. They can still try to make this push. But Lebanon Valley, it looks like they've read it perfectly. It's just Chromali back here. He should get cleaned up. He absolutely does. I thought for sure that was going to be a break, but a perfect hold from Lebanon Valley College, and it's going to see them coming away from that hill with around a 60-point lead.
The disengage from Dunder and Veritox in the backline. They handle both chokeholds to a T by putting Akron into their uncomfortable gunfights. And now Lebanon Valley have once again flipped Akron out of those positions. They take control of garbage, and they send Akron packing back to this. Veritox 3 in a row in that kill feed. He's 13-2, leading the whole lobby in kills. He is having a stellar start to this one again. Can't find Feeves. It's going to be an opening now, an exit for Akron. However, the next up to the bat is going to be Tenacious, locking down these angles. He's got Dunder over to, above him. Lebanon Valley looking to lock down these routes and deny Akron of any map control at all. And that's exactly what they're doing. When you look at the kills come through in the kill feed, it's mostly going to be blue at that. Another 2 goes down, and
look who's in control of the spawns again.
Yeah, this is crazy.
This is masterclass of hardpoint right now. Yes, Akron might have gotten 51 seconds, but every single rotation right now, Lebanon Valley College is just bullying their way through. They let Akron get the back 10 because they don't care. They'll be like, hey, you know what? Let's just set up for the first 60 once again, pretty much, as they continue to just run through this Akron team. Finally, you see Akron start to get a couple of kills, but even with those kills, they're just now able to get onto the hill, and it's still 15 seconds into the start of this.
Feeves trying to run routes into the back, but Lebanon Valley, they know their angles right now, and they know that Akron are going to be rushing in from the right side of the mini-map. They have it locked down. Tobes is able to win his 1v1 over towards Bricks, but not enough really to deny Lebanon Valley of a whole lot. Nice bait and switch so that Thunder can go down. However, the remaining players of Lebanon Valley, they are not allowing Akron to get anything at all. Tobes gets the spawn into the back. He has a player with him as well, Kramali. There is potential for a pinch, but at the same time, there's potential for Lebanon Valley to once again spawn trap Akron in the less preferred side.
Just feels like wherever Lebanon Valley wants Akron spawning is where they get them spawning. As now we head back to hill number 1, and the spawn flip comes through again. They flip, they put Akron in the back left-hand side, exactly where you don't want to be spawning. And then as this new hill pops, they have them in a spawn trap. Yes, you've got 22K still back here. He actually finds 2, so that might give their team a chance as well with the spawn coming in from behind. They can now try to break in from the front. They absolutely do, but I mean, this lead is just so big. 130 seconds right now to the likes of Lebanon Valley College. And they're still in control of the left-hand side spawns. They can still get the respawn towards the new hill. It's going to be such a hard task for Akron to come back here in this game.
This is astronomical right now, the lead. A masterclass is the right way to say. Tenacious, he's able to lock down 2. He's on 3. He's not even going to go for the hill. He's just going to make sure that you can catch Akron off of these rotations, and it's exactly what he's going to do. Tenacious finds Tweet. He finds Feeves. He's got the Craig and the 74U. 5 in a row playing for the streaks, and you see the rotations are already going to be there for those blue arrows just outside of green. Tenacious 6. Can he get that artillery strike for his team? He only needs 1 more kill to do so. He knows where the flood's going to be coming through. As you look at Akron, they don't even want to chow him. They're just making sure that they can take green and they can fly on through. Tobe's going to find the opening now. Here's going to be the flood for Akron right through the middle. It's Lambs to the slaughter. Dunder, he's going to find 2 out of that. Allows Tenacious to get in for that artillery strike. That's going to be the last one too. The cruise missile going to be locked down. This is Lebanon Valley's game to lose, Jesse.
Yeah, Akron needs to touch. Otherwise, Lebanon can win on this hill. I mean, if they don't make some sort of at least an attempt to break in here. Okay, they absolutely do finally, but once again, look at the spawns. Lebanon, they just push all the way through. They don't care about the scrap time. They just want the new hill. They'll set up. They'll go for another full amount of time here, and all they need, Colin, 22 seconds. They can put this game away with full streak still in their back pocket.
You got Akron on the respawn button, spawning exactly where you need to, but Veritox once again backed into a corner here. Last time was able to find 3 to claw his way out. Thieves is going to turn the corner. Excellent distraction out of those players coming off the spawn to allow Thieves to do just that. But look, Lebanon Valley don't want to give him anything. They're going to rush right into the fray. Deny anything out of the pockets of Akron. Here come the Shrieks right into the deep ends of the spawn. Tenacious is going to find Chromali with that cruise missile. And the setup for Lebanon Valley to take their lead to the next level. 238. You can win right here. Just look at those orange arrows, how far away they are. You have to push into the unbreakable hill. That is Garrison Hardpoint point 3. 250 is going to tick on over, and a dominant opening for Lebanon Valley over Akron.
This is a 7-0 team versus a 6-1 team. This is no two teams that are so far apart on the standings that we shouldn't even be talking about them, but a dominant victory for Lebanon Valley College. Never a question in my mind that they were not in the driver's seat of that game. 100-point club, Akron Esports. And I mean, the way that they just controlled the spawns, that was a colorcaster dream, honestly, watching that game. You could not have asked for a better painted picture from Lebanon Valley College from the way that they played that hard point.
I was looking at a painting right there. That wasn't even a game. That was art out of Lebanon Valley. Let's look at this replay, though, out of this team. Let's look exactly how they were handling this. This is later on into the game as well, and just look at this. Akron, they get the breaks that they need to, but right on their heels of the rest of LVC, and you can see that they are just allowing themselves to take over these spawns. You find green control. You push Akron back into that hill number 3. And this is towards the end, too. This is when Akron had that break into the backline, and they didn't take positioning out into that warehouse. So Dunder was able to push up with Veritox. They had the crossfire lined up, and as soon as that pinch came through in tools, Akron didn't know what hit them.
It just felt like whatever Tenacious and whatever Veritox wanted to do on that map, they could do. And it didn't seem to matter what they were running either. AR, submachine gun, put it in their hand. They were going to get the job done no matter what for themselves there from Lebanon Valley College. But you know what? I think we've given them their dues. We need to start talking about Moscow Search and Destroy, because Lebanon Valley College, they looked vulnerable on this map last week. They looked like they very easily could have lost this. They won it in around 11 against the likes of Old Dominion University. Now, if Lebanon Valley College, they want to come out and they want to win this again, you got to think that Akron watched that game last week, and they're going back, and they should have some strategy going into this one against LVC. So LVC, they might need to change up some strats here.
I think that's going to be a big pointer right now. We've hyped Akron up to be the search and destroy guru right now in this series. They are undefeated in that game mode. What they need to do right now is forget about that hard point, forget about the respawns, because we know the respawns are going to be hard for Akron to win.
Well, just to kind of correct you, so it's actually Akron with the better respawn record and Lebanon with the better search and destroy record.
Oh, okay. So I'm a little bit
I think
off
you might have
track
heard me
there.
wrong earlier.
I heard you wrong. I read this wrong, but it's going to be definitely nonetheless hard for Akron to beat out Lebanon Valley here. I think when we're really diving deep into this, Jesse, it's going to be those first bloods. They really dictated the pace of the day for Search and Destroys, and I think if Akron could catch Lebanon Valley in some uncomfortable positionings, I think that they really could overwhelm them, because there were a lot of team fights out of Akron that they really looked comfortable in. It's just those first bloods are the tough spot.
Yeah, and last week when we saw Lebanon Valley play on this map too, it just seemed like there was like little nuances that they weren't able to get right consistently. So if Akron can find a way to expose them and really just figure out, if Akron watched that tape from last week and they saw the way that Lebanon Valley played that search and destroy and won it in a 6-5 fashion, there's no way that they don't read and see a bunch of mistakes that LVC was able to make so that they could push this and give them a chance to be able to win this game. I honestly think because of it, this could be one of their better chances of taking a map off of them, but also with Garrison and Apocalypse coming up next. It was also those two maps that played in the series last week as well. So you never know. This series is by far not over yet.
Do you think that Akron Akron won the draw in the vetoes right now? Like, what's your take in that situation?
I think Akron won the vetoes, but I think Lebanon Valley College is just a slightly better team right now. As hard as that is to say, I think that these vetoes do favor Akron, but I just think that Lebanon Valley has the talent on the team to still be able to win any map that comes up.
Well, that's one thing that we heard out of Priestley in our interview prior to the break, is that like these teams, they have those deep map pools and they're able to just go toe to toe. Even if you're not good, they want to be the best at everything, so nothing can really surprise them. So when we're really looking at Lebanon Valley, we know they're going to be in that comfort zone. But I mean, Moscow is it's one of those maps that, for Search and Destroy, when you look at like the B site and the A site, the way that they have a close opening connecting them through the middle, that's going to be checkers. If Akron can start utilizing the amount of space that the map gives them on Moscow, I think that they could really kind of back Lebanon Valley up, but they really need to kind of not play for the kills and really play Lebanon Valley to the map.
I think one thing that we also saw a lot from Lebanon Valley last week was a lot of A hits, a lot of A hits. I'd be interested to see if we see them maybe go more towards B in this game as opposed to towards that A site because of last week's matchup. You got to think that Akron watched that match, right? Like if you're Akron and your life is on the line right now, you watched that match from last week. You went back and watched it, and if you see that, what do you do as Akron? Do you then set up for those full A hits, and then Lebanon Valley College could play into their hand and go towards B, right? That's why I love Search and Destroy so much. It can absolutely be just a game of chess back and forth, and it's interesting to know, like, they might have all these notes on them, but what if LVC just comes out and throws a completely different strategy than what they did last week?
I'd like to see Akron kind of play this as a default right off the bat, see how Lebanon Valley are going to play into this game, and then start to kind of use your strats that you've been studying on to kind of affect the rest of the game, to make those mid-game adjustments, figure out how to work yourself around. But I don't think that you should just come out straight out of the gates trying to counter Lebanon Valley, because you have to think that it's on the same thing. At Lebanon Valley, they know that Akron were watching that, and they know they went to A at the same time. I mean, VOD review is a thing for a reason. I don't think LVC are going to do the same thing twice.
No, I don't think so at all either. I think Lebanon Valley College are going to come out with a much better game plan here in this Moscow Search and Destroy. But, I mean, whether they're going to win it, that's still yet to be seen. I think this map's going to be a really good one, though.
Well, let's check it out, Jesse. Let's head over to Moscow Search and Destroy and see exactly what Akron can do here in this. They're going to be starting on attack. You see all three players around this bomb are going to be moving down through this boulevard. And actually, Kramali, he doesn't catch eyes on this one, so Akron right now are kind of getting away with this.
But there's no noise at A, so they need to know that they're going over towards this B site right now. And this was something that Lebanon Valley did so well last week, was make the rotation from B over towards A last week so well. Minty spots that out. He will find the first blood in the B site. This should be bombed down. They do get a trade out, so it's going to be a 3v3 retake needed from Lebanon.
Yes, they do. Bomb goes down. Thieves in the closet with Tobes. Here's the slide. Minty's gonna get overwhelmed. Akron are inside now. But you see Dunder. He's gonna double down right now. So it's gonna be the last player, Thieves, for Akron to clutch up at the moment. Dunder has found himself into the TV room, as they are playing this so good. You know where Dunder is. Now here's the call to set up that crossfire. Player number 2 is gonna rotate all the one round through this closet. And just wait to have eyes on that bomb. They play it so well. LVC have the crossfire, and they deny Akron of the round.
In case you guys were wondering why we started calling the teams by different names in that round, we realized halfway through the round. I got so excited off the rip there, Colin, that we saw a B hit that I didn't even realize the team names were wrong off the start there. So we'll have to keep everybody informed as that continues on. But that is LVC in the red for now. Akron will be the team in the blue. And I mean, that's a great first round there from LVC. Very different from what we saw from them last week when we kept seeing them hit towards that A site consistently. Now going towards B off the first round, something that you absolutely love to see. And now Akron, we're going to see a very heavy hit over towards this A site. All 4 players are here. They might be able to overwhelm them, but a first blood already to Tenacious again.
Tenacious, he's got backup too. Dunder watching over his shoulder. It's going to call right for that slide. The team Audi cleans up Tweet. And Thieves trying to escape. The collapse is already there for Lebanon Valley. Akron get trapped in the escalators, and LVC take 2 quick rounds.
We get to see the first blood here. They were not ready for this push at all. Absolutely just fries one, gets in behind, puts the trophy down, and this challenge out with the Diamatti, he just waits to get back to full health, challenges at the perfect time, and he probably almost got away from that as well. Peeves was just right there to come back. Super, super tight right off that first round. Now we need to start seeing some adjustments coming in from Akron here, though. They can't go down without a fight here in this game. Back on defense. And last time through, we saw a 3-1 split. They sent 3 to A. They sent 1 through the middle of the map. This time, where they're actually going to leave 1 over at that B site, but it's not coming to B. Full push over towards A.
No, it isn't. Minty's going to take the wide swing with this bomb. Has to be careful to not drop that in no man's land. Thieves on this pillar. He's going to trade with the counterpart, but the flood from LVC, they have taken over this site. The Diamante, the swing. Dunder finds Tweet. Last one alive is going to be Kromali. Make the full wrap around. Dunder's going to collect this bomb, and he's going to escape as well. So if Kromali found that kill, it would have put him in such a good position, but now they know where he is. They're able to react to those shots, and Veritas going to peek on up, clean up Kromali. LVC 3 in a row, Jesse. They look unstoppable right now.
They look like they watched their VODs from last week and have really, really learned from the little mistakes that they were making consistently last week. I mean, that is just some disrespect to play the timer outside the map and come back in with the weapon change just to win the gunfight like that. It's not disrespectful, it's just a very smart play, but disrespect on his opponent's name nonetheless. And now LVC up 3-0. I mean, 6-0 for Dunder as well. I'm surprised they didn't feed him that last kill to find those streaks, but he's 1 off here. I believe is he running the AR?
I feel like Lebanon Valley, their players are shrieks, Jesse. They're
I
unkillable.
mean, you're not wrong, but Tweet 2K does find the first blood here in this round, so it's not over yet.
No.
And they're heading back over towards this A site. They might just be able to try to get this bomb down, but of course, Minty from behind, he'll even the numbers out.
Yeah, they gotta find Veritox. That's what they do. However, Dunder watching it, barely escaping. Tweet's gonna find him on the back end. Akron find their first on the board. They stop the lead that Lebanon Valley kept climbing up to. And they finally find this. I mean, I thought Minty did enough through Eskies to find that. Veritox was playing very quiet to that brick wall, but Akron make the heads-up play to check it. They deny that forward positioning that Lebanon Valley were going for. So aggressive, yet not allowing Dunder to get that. Wait, no, I think they did
find it.
Yeah, Dunder did get the streak.
He did find one, but that's all he's going to get. But I mean, I think the more important one on this map as well. It's a little bit harder to use streaks on this map. So, I mean, just getting the information from the artillery strike to be able to at least, you know, see a push out, find where those players are going to go. And players have gotten so smart. And I've seen some plays in this league that I haven't even seen all year long on where people have dropped with those artilleries inside of this map mode combo and already just bully their way onto the A site, get the bomb down, the LVC special, and now they're looking to close this round out once again.
Yeah, Thieves got baited into Vanguard right there.
It's just,
Minty
it's not
pushes
fair.
into Eskies. You look at Tweets on that flank, but it's already too late. 31 seconds to find all 4 kills. Can't even get past Minty off that second one. The shots were good. The shots were there, but I mean, Minty got the first shot out of that at 74U, and you see it right now. And I think this is such a big play right now. Minty getting that bomb planted as fast as possible. The wraparound into screens. Sorry, outside of screens. Into Eskies right now to find Kromali. I mean, that just puts Tweet in such a bad position. I think Kromali was really ready for that post plan to be set up, but he wasn't ready for the fight.
He absolutely was not ready for the fight.
0-5.
Yeah, he's looking in the mirror and seeing that screen face right now. He's quite scared of this Lebanon Valley College team at the moment, as they're honestly just running through the map. And there's no simple way to say that, but Akron has just not looked up to the pace right now that we're seeing from Lebanon Valley College on this map mode combination. And LVC, they're going to take full control of the A site once again.
Oh, it's Hopes.
Yeah, at least finds the first blood. But there's still 2 players there, so if they try to wrap, I mean, Lebanon Valley is still in a decent spot to be able to shut this push down over at A.
Dunder inside the courtyard. Tobes catches him off. A big 2 kills out of Tobes. The bomb carrier gets that ace B site under wraps. Bomb's gonna go down. Player number 1, Veritox, almost plays that so well, but in fact, he's gonna turn at the wrong time. They know exactly where this last player is, and look at Akron's setup now. They know that he's either gonna flood through screens or rotate through checkers, and every avenue is gonna be watched.
That's an easy round for them to close out there. Once they get into that 2v4 situation, they played so well. They kind of just wrap the bomb, wait for it, and they just kept taking individual gunfights where it was just one player basically fighting two consistently throughout the end of that round. And I mean, I think Lebanon had a good chance of being able to come back in that round there. It just was not enough for themselves. If you're just joining us now, names are flipped. Lebanon Valley still going to be the team in the red. Akron will be the team in the blue at the moment, but looking for, honestly, to try to build off that last round to continue on here in this game.
Bombs going through checkers. It seems like the play is to either flood Eskies or take out that player at the half wall. And it seems like Eski is going to be the wrap. Tobe is going to be forced on out. Back into the hands of Tweet 2K. I don't want to see him give it up. You know, that presence to Boulevard makes me think that this is, in fact, going to be a B hit. And as soon as Minty finds Tweet, they're going to wrap right through that courtyard, get into the apartments, and hopefully get this bomb down. But nope.
Oh, the fake out. The fake out. 100 IQ. They get them off the site. This should be an easy bomb plant now for the LVC guys. They shoot the trophies off. That should at least alert the Akron players that they need to come back. But now they're going to be coming back into a chokehold that is the LVC players set up and ready and waiting.
Hold up, Jesse. Something's just not right over there.
Oh,
Bomb goes down and all three players fall. Minty, the bomb carrier, the bomb planter, now the lonesome player in a 1v3, now 1v2. Tobes is going to get the trade, flies right out of screens. Bomb's going to get diffused, and Akron are going to close this lead 4-3 now, only one away from tying us up.
Oh, that was just pain. That was just straight pain. They did everything right except for win the gunfights. Unfortunately, they end up falling out. They even got first blood in that round. Just a beautiful retake, though, from the likes of Akron to be able to start clawing their way back into this game. Only down one round now, as they've won, what, 2 in a row here for themselves. And I mean, I thought the one thing that was missing from Lebanon Valley last week was those B hits. They definitely could have put that bomb down at B, but I loved the push over towards A there. It was a smart play. They just unfortunately didn't get the job done for themselves.
Nope, they forgot the key part. The kills. That one, Dunder's pushed aggressively in that Boulevard spot. If they don't check this out and they just hop right into there, Dunder's going to find that off angle. Can't escape. Tobes gets the trade. 3v3 now, as you can take a look at that mini-map, and you see player number 4, Minty, still here at the B side. That stun's going to give that away, and they could take a page out of Lebanon Valley's book, cut through escalators, but they have Veritox waiting them on that. Are they going to check this half wall again? Veritox has played there every single round. Thieves, unchecked. Veritox is going to strike now. Bomb's not going to be able to go down. Tobes has to double back, take this gunfight, but Veritox waiting for the bomb to push through. He's going to drop that. He's going to put Kermali all alone to clutch up, and that's just not the name of the game right now. If you're Kermali, Akron, they're going to fall 5-3. Lebanon Valley 1 away from going up 2-0 in the series, and it's all Veritox here. I mean, what did I say, Jesse? He's played here every single round. They needed to clear it.
And it just seemed like they didn't even check it. Maybe he hit it later. I wasn't quite paying attention up towards the top side of the map on the mini map, so I'm not sure if maybe he just hit that a little bit later than he had been. But to find that sneak play through there, you got to think you just got to watch that. Such a known place to play. I mean, damn, when I play this map on Search and Destroy, that's where I like to play as well. So I mean, I feel like you got to check that at least once if you're Akron there, but not going to be the case. And Lebanon Valley, they're going to get very aggressive once again over towards this B site. The defense was even more aggressive though from Akron, and they're going to lose out on one. Streaks come in, so this should be an easy entry into this B site, and now they're just going to play angles and try to stop this rotation over from LVC.
Here's that adjustment, Jesse, from last week. Tobes is going to find it. Bump didn't get planted, but he can't escape, so you still have that life advantage. You would have liked to get to see if Tweet could find that kill right now. 1v3, Thieves all alone on the bus. Bomb goes down now, 1v2. The wide swing from Veritox, he's able to shut that down. Lebanon Valley, they walk away with Moscow, 6-3, 2-0 in the series now. Business as usual. It got a little bit scary sometimes, but I mean, like I said before, I mean, when it got tough, they walked right through to the finish line. I think Lebanon Valley are really showing how good of a team they are and how much they can improve from week to week.
Yeah, and I think they probably wanted to play this map again, to be honest, and just try to learn from their mistakes. Because let's be honest, this team is 7-0 right now, on the way to possibly being 8-0 after tonight. And at this point, I think it's all about playing good teams and trying to strengthen your map pool against those good teams, right? So they almost lost Moscow last week. So what do? They go into Moscow this week, and they absolutely dominated. I mean, they were up 4-1. They were looking very good. Yes, you know what? You lost a couple of rounds, but maybe they were just trying some different things out. You never know. And honestly, the one round that they lost on when they were on offense, I absolutely loved the way that they played that round. Unfortunately, they just lost the gunfights, and you know what? Sometimes that happens to you. But I love the play. They played mind games with Akron, try to push the bomb over to B. They fake it out completely, exactly like what they did round 1, and then they bring the bomb over towards the A side, get it down. I mean, honestly, I'm a very big fan of this Lebanon Valley College team, and they're playing very strongly right now.
And what do they do the next attack, Jesse? They go to B and they follow through.
Oh, yeah.
Or yeah, they go to A and...
No, you're right. They went back to B.
I'm turning around right now. You got me all turned around out here, Jesse. But whatever, they get the job done. They get the job done out here on Moscow. They go to B the second time around. They follow through with it. And I think that I was impressed with Akron's ability to read the situation, but it's on the same part. I think they got aggressive on defense. They really tried something new, but Lebanon Valley just hit them where it hurt. And that first blood, they found a second one right inside that closet. As soon as you lose that player in the closet, it's just go time for Lebanon Valley to fly through the rest of the routes and take them down. So moving into this control, they're going back to Garrison, which they controlled ever so dearly like a work of art. They're going right back into this control map, and you are scared if you're the Akron Zips.
I mean, if you're Lebanon Valley, if you can somehow make this Garrison look the way that you made that hard point look, I'll be very impressed. But if you're talking about a painting, Colin, it's like one of those ones that you buy that like comes with the numbers, and you like paint them in like the proper color. Like one is blue. That's how easy that map 1 was for Lebanon Valley College. So I mean, if they're able to replicate that a little bit going in towards this Garrison control, that's it is a scary thought. If you're Akron here, I think you need to take a look at that map 1, and you need to realize you need to just outslay your mind out here, because you got really badly outslayed in that map 1. You got very badly out-rotated. If you can find a way to just get a couple more kills under your belt, play so that you're not just letting Lebanon Valley control the entire pace of the game, that's, I think, how Akron can come out on top. But if they just play Lebanon Valley's game, I think this is their game to lose once again.
I think pace is the right word to use. In fact, I think that Akron, they need to focus on that and slow things down. I think they were giving up way too much to LVC in that hard point, and that's why LVC were able to determine where they were spawning so often. So if they got 4 down, I want to see them group up and not kind of push into those individual 1v1s, because it was in those 1v1s that they really fell deeper into the holes that were being built and being dug inside that first Garrison hardpoint. So it's going to start with that team play for Akron. It needs to be at a 200% right now if they want to start this reverse sweep.
Yeah, and you got to think, if you're Lebanon Valley College, you probably want to get this done as soon as possible, because I believe they lost Apocalypse Hardpoint last week, if I'm correct. Yes. Yeah, they did. They lost 250 to 241 last week on the Apocalypse Hardpoint. So, you know, they probably don't want to head back over towards that map. I believe they also did lose this Garrison control last week. Yeah, they did. So this is where you saw the likes of ODU start to bring it back last week, was in the Garrison control with a 3-1 win, or with a 3-2 win, and then a 250 to 241 win in the Apocalypse Hardpoint. So we'll see if LVC can learn from their mistakes from last week. I love that they're trying to strengthen their map pool by playing the same maps that they have already lost to a very strong team, and maybe they might just be able to do it here against Akron.
Maybe they're going to be able to do it again. We saw them do it on Moscow, control on Garrison. So where they're going to show us again just exactly what makes a number 1 team right now. I think what makes a number 1 team, especially if you're Lebanon Valley, is the fact that you can be that number 1 team and still improve throughout the waste. I think it's a staple to show that you just can never be too good, Jesse. I love that I'm seeing them make these changes.
Always looking to improve, and I think that's a big thing. That's how you separate those top cut teams to those bottom cut teams, is when you're always looking to improve, even when you're at the top. And you got to think that Lebanon Valley, I mean, you got to think a reason why they're still looking to improve too is this isn't even half of the league right now. They have so many big dogs to come up against come playoffs, and this team, they just want to get better and better.
Well, we've had 3 sweeps today, And we're on the horizon of another one. Tenacious holding down that analog stick, rushing right down the middle of the map. Thieves is going to catch him out from behind, but the damage has been done right now. Akron, they still have Cromoli alive. He needs to make the work right there. Nice play on the Dunder, makes it uncomfortable. B-site's possibly gone right now if they clean up Minty. But it seems like he's just going to dip in and out, make sure his foot's on. Finally, they overwhelm him. B's going to get cleaned up. Add a minute onto that, Jesse. 2 minutes and 5 seconds. And 24 lives to 19.
That was so fast. This is, and I think this is what we saw last week too, wasn't it? Just offense after offense after offense won on this map mode combo last week, and you're starting to see it again here. I mean, Akron's looking like a different team right now. This should be an easy cleanup and an easy finish to this round here. Second tick of progress will come through. Cromali's already fully streaked out here in this round as well. But Lebanon Valley, they are at least able to get back onto the hill here. I mean, if they're able to hold on to this and bring this one back, that would be a monumental comeback here. And it's absolutely not going to happen. Tobes and Co., they will get back in. They'll break it down. They should close this round out. And Akron, I mean, they come up with a statement here in round number 1 here on the control.
They're showing Lebanon Valley didn't make those impactful changes that they made on Moscow this time around. Maybe they did put some focus on it, but still very, very vulnerable here on Garrison control. I think that Akron, they played their best Call of Duty so far tonight, right in that first round. They even got streaks. Somebody got both streaks underneath their belt for Akron just in round number 1. So you come out with a lot. It's Cromali, who was 0-5 at one point in the Search and Destroy, let me remind you.
Yeah, he had a really rough Search and Destroy. So, I mean, to see him come out like that is big for their team. He's trying to make a statement right now, trying to bring this team back, give them a little bit of positivity, but it's not over yet. We'll see how he uses those streaks as well, because if they get put into a rough spot, I would love to see them use those streaks on defense to close a round out, because we just see, for some reason in this league, offense on this map mode combo has just been what has just dominated it.
Thunder finds Tobes with that the nade in hand. Presence on A and B, and we're at equal contention right now. He's going to find a Dunder. He's going to clean up Tenacious. So Lebanon Valley are cleared out of the A side. B side's going to get capped, though. So add a minute to the clock again. Advantage in lives to Lebanon Valley. Tweet. Oh, he could play spoiler here. He's found such a good position. He's going to find Dunder now, and he's just going to dip out. Waste so much time from Lebanon Valley after they collect that extra minute.
And the big thing here is even if Lebanon is able to break into the hill and they find their way, you can still just drop streaks here if you're Akron. That's the big thing right now. They do break in.
Kromali's still here. And he's still finding kills with the gun. So you don't even need to use the streaks if you're Akron. So right back into this. Say bye-bye to that life lead. Now, it's going to be time. That's the factor for Akron. They need to start draining this clock.
Lebanon Valley College, they're going to try to make their way in through square just to try to break back into the hill again, but it's Cromali from the back. He spots it out. This should at least turn all the arrows around for Akron. They can try to watch this.
Do this, they open a tweet. To the back line. Oh, Tenacious from the top ropes. He's able to find that kill from behind. Secure Lebanon Valley the point. Now with 3 players on it, nobody's going to be sent forward. No shrieks are going to be dropped because nobody can follow up with them. So Lebanon Valley are going to stick it and win out an attacking round of their own. And, you know, we see this sometimes, Jesse, is that, like, you don't want to burn those shrieks right away because, I mean, even if you can force out those players from the site and deny them of capturing it, sometimes the shriek takes a little bit to get. You know, you get really close to finishing it off and they just hop right back in it. If you're not there to contest those players, you might as well hold those shrieks.
Yeah, I mean, I don't completely dislike the non-streak usage there. I mean, the only thing I would say is Cromali was the first player to fall, so if he came back off spawn and he had anybody close to the hill, maybe streak it with just one, just to try to, because of how hard we've seen defense has been to win for these teams in NACE so far. But nonetheless, they don't use it there. Good streak discipline, because I don't think that they would have won the round with using the streak there either way. So can't really complain about it. But now Lebanon Valley on defense, it's looking like a much better defense here. And, you know, maybe that's a good reason for Cromali not to use it. They can try to use these streaks to break out of the spawn trap that they're about to be put in.
A way better break off for LVC now, and Minty's just going to take control of this warehouse. And he's valuing his life more than valuing these kills. I mean, he walks away with that nade, but it didn't even matter. He just needs to keep Akron back there and keep them trying to take him out of that positioning. It's going to burn so much time.
Peeves is so good.
I was going to deny this, but yeah, Peeves just dipping in and out of that gunfight. He's going to find it, and they still need to worry about Minty. I'm surprised nobody's going to be watching it. So here comes Minty in through the back line. He's going to find Thieves, and he's going to double down on Kromali as well. Still staying alive. He's got an artillery strike, almost the cruise missile. But Tobes, out of the vent, he's going to shut that one down.
I was like, no way that player just would have stayed alive there. But the movement, it was on point. He does stay alive for now. But if you're Akron, you are so trapped back here right now. It is not even funny. You have full streaks and you can't get out of your spawn in the slightest. I don't think there's a point to using them here in this round unless you're able to hop onto B in some miracle here and stop this clock. One player has snuck through in Tweet 2K, but he's probably just going to get shut down, and he does. There's just too many Lebanon Valley College players there. And LVC, I mean, they'll take the first defense in a quite significant fashion.
So we don't see the changes right away, but we do end up seeing them the second time around. The adjustments into the next defensive round, the way that Minty and Tenacious just rush right through the main platform of the map, right through the middle, and we're able to get in behind. I mean, you saw Minty does not even want to take those gunfights right away. He just made sure he stayed alive long enough for them to forget he was there.
Very, very, very close game so far here. And Akron, I mean, life is on the line right now. Your playoff life is absolutely on the line, and you need to come away with a round win here on defense for yourself. You got 2 streaks. You need to use these streaks at all costs. If they get put in a bad spot, I want to see them invest immediately, just because they need to do something to win this round out and bring their team back into it. And that first blood going to LVC is not going to help on this offense.
Thieves right behind the radar dish. Tenacious is going to find that one. You need Tweet 2K to go up big, and he does. He puts that 2K to work, and he puts it to stone. As Dunder's still alive on this point, but you do have Tobes to clean this one up. A big 1v1 win for his side. And that's going to slow Lebanon Valley down again. They're not going to waste any time, though. They're going to get right back into this advantage. Try to take that B site by storm. The thing is that maybe they don't want the B site, Jesse. The thing is, though, is that Lebanon Valley, because Minty has that artillery strike, even if Kromali uses his streaks, they have something to counter it.
Streaks do come in, but I don't think he's going to find anything with this. If anything, it's just going to back the players up slightly, but they can hop right back into A. And all that A is right now is just a distraction so that everybody else on LVC can win the gunfights on the left-hand side. They don't know Peeves is behind them. But actually, I think they are going to make the wrap and try to cap A first.
I think it's the right call. Here comes that artillery strike for the both, but Veritox!
No.
Mistakes were made as he heard that strike, and he's like, okay, I concede.
But they do burn both streaks.
That's a big play, and you still have the streak on Minty. In case you want to push back those spawns, get 4 down, you get 4 down again with that. Kills coming through Akron. They're making this hard. They're making Lebanon Valley fight for it. If you look at the lives combo too, 17 to 18 right now favoring Akron. So they're not out of this just yet. If they can deny this B site from getting capped, it would be so good. In fact, though, they do get some kills. They're going to allow B to get capped and put all their eggs into this last basket.
They need to try to make a push in through the other site, but I wonder if they use streaks here to open this up. With how rough their defenses have looked, I feel like we're probably going to see them try to use their offense first, but no, the streaks do come through. Pushes the Akron players off, but just not enough to really get the full break in yet.
What is in Tobes now? Tagged up, he's going to find Dunder. That's a big one. You look at that mini-map. Tenacious is going to try to play spoiler off these players off spawn. Hops up top. Thieves is going to drop. Minty to combine. That's 3 down. No, it's 2 down for Akron. The last 2 players are going to be turtling inside this A site, taking every single gunfight they can on 2 upper zones. Kromali's going to find Dunder, and Veritox the last alive. No more streaks, and Akron are looking to push to a round 5.
And something I was going to say was, I just thought Akron might hold, or that Lebanon Valley might hold on to that streak with how rough their defenses have been to try to just close this one out with guns alone. But this isn't over yet. There's still 6 lives left. They find 2. If they find this 3rd kill here, this is a wide open site. They can 2-stack this hill. They stop the clock. It's a 5v7.
Thieves and Tobes are going to be the entry players. You have the collapse here. The 3rd player is now in, but Tweet, Tobes, Thieves going to go down. It's Minty in the backline. Tobes looking to clear him through. That's a big retake from Akron. 1 player remaining is going to be Veritox. Akron on pace for round number 5 here in that. It got close, but they keep it in their favor here inside round number 4. They answer back with a defending round. And this is the changes that I like to see out of both squads. Neither one of them giving an edge to the other in this control. Veritox now trying to just deny this last kill to the Akron players and maybe walk away with a few of his own. And Tweet's going to put this one away, so not going to be the case at all. Akron bring us to a round 5. No streaks on the board for either side, Jesse, too, so that's another factor in this.
And I can't... How many ticks of progress did Akron get on their 2nd attack? I don't remember. Did they get any? Because I don't think they did. Which would mean that LVC should have defense here in this final round because they did cap 1 zone. That's exactly what that means. So LVC will have the final defense because of tick progression over towards that B site. It should be really interesting to see what happens here in this last round. LVC, they've looked rough on defenses, but with a good break-off, they might have a chance to win this round still.
And we've seen both teams win attacks, and we've seen both teams win defenses, so you know it's possible here. Veritox gets pushed inside green. Tobe's going to find that clear. Now opening to A. Thieves going to hop right on that. If you can find their Tenacious, it'd be huge. Thieves finds Tenacious, but not able to find that second one, and Minty hits the hot flake. The route around gets paid fully. And now look at Lebanon Valley off this break-off that you were talking about. They're looking to take extra advantages in the map control. They don't find the right kills, so now they need to wait for another 4 down to do that.
Yeah, they can't push up and get inside of that full, dominant position yet. They need to just find a few more kills through the middle of the map. Make sure they clear out their flanks so they're not the players who are going to be getting shot in the back. And they haven't cleared out Tobes in the middle of the map yet, and Veritox is actually going to fall in dark. This should actually open up the left side now for Akron to be able to push up and try to push out and get some progress here onto the B site.
Minty out of the fence. He's going to strike. Thieves going to receive that one through, but a flank for a flank, and here comes Tobes. In behind, looking for Minty, but checks the wrong corner. Minty finds Tweet. They finally overwhelm him. 21 seconds, Jesse. It's do or die for the Akron Zips here inside the series. Thunder's going to catch Tobes with a lurking nade. It's a 3-on-3 for the site. But look at Tenacious. He slipped his way through. He's going to double down onto Thieves. 8 seconds left. I don't think it's possible to touch, but hey, Akron can do whatever they can now. 1.4 seconds. Veritox cleans up the last one. LVC clutch up on the defense. It goes to round 5 inside the control, but they get the job done when it matters.
And they got 2 defensive wins this week that we did not see at all last week from them. So clearly some improvements made there. Unfortunately, they lose a couple of their offenses this week, but definitely we see the improvement there on defense from Lebanon Valley College and a very dominant 3-0 over the likes of Akron. I mean, that first map was flawless from Lebanon Valley College. Map 2, 6-3 victory was still very clean. They were up 4-1 at one point, and then that map 3, a 3-2 victory. I mean, that was the closest that Akron got it. But Lebanon Valley College, man, they are a scary good team, and they were able to come away with that game win.
Bone-chilling, frightening. You use the verb to describe them best, and I'm sure that most of those verbs are going to be deadly when you're explaining the likes of Lebanon Valley College. So they're going to improve to 8-0 inside their division, 24-5 in their map count, as they are looking like a different beast. That should lock down the first place inside that division for the Lebanon Valley, and that is going to open up so many avenues. Now, Akron could be tied with Stockton.
Yeah,
they are going to be tied with
1-3-2.
Stockton.
Yeah.
So
that's a scary thought. So, I mean, now if you're looking over all the implications right now, with Stockton being up, winning 3-2 over the SSU Bears today, that's going to actually hop Stockton above them in the standings due to head-to-head differential, which means that Zips has now fallen from 2nd place to 4th in the division standings. out of a playoff spot, and looking at their match next week, they are in for a rough time. They play Old Dominion University next week. Must-win match for them. And they need to hope that West Virginia University, Potomac State College, takes the win over Stockton Blue. And Potomac State has not been a fantastic team so far here in NACE. They are 2-5 right now. That is a not good state for Akron University. We said this was a must-win for them to come in. They needed to win this if they want to win playoffs, if they want to make playoffs, and it is looking more and more so. Like the odds are stacked against them in this game, in this division now.
I think it's even scarier that ODU, they were able to push Lebanon Valley to a map 5. Akron didn't even get close to winning some of these maps. I mean, maybe the control, if they got to Apocalypse, that could have been a different opening for the rest of the series, but you saw the changes at Lebanon Valley. I'm very impressed that this team that's already good is striving to be better. So this is something that's scary when you're looking at the rest of the division for the East, because throughout this whole thing, throughout the format that you're talking about, Jesse, is that only one team can leave the division. And we have so many good teams out here. When you have a team like Lebanon Valley, who just looks like unstoppable over this whole thing, I just don't know if it's possible out here when it gets done. ODU is going to be a good team. I hope I get that rematch in, or hope we get that rematch in play-ins, because I think that's going to be a good game against Lebanon Valley. But we do have Tenacious on the call right now, Jesse. Let's hop into this interview. Let's bring him in. Another 3-0 for the night, Tenacious. Business as usual. You looked great.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Now, you guys obviously making some changes into that Moscow going into this week. What were the changes that you guys were highlighting out there, and do you think that you still have room for improvement?
Yeah. Well, one, there's always room for improvement in my head. And two, I mean, main thing we really worked on is just trying to play off each other more, like work together. Like trades is the most important part. So
it's a big thing. You guys definitely looked like a better team against Akron than you did for ODU. So yeah. I'm going to ask about this. You guys lock in that number 1 spot in the division for the play-ins. Do you think that you're worried about that rematch in case you go up against ODU? Like, do you have the changes in mind already that you would implement?
I mean 100%. Like, I think they should be a top 10 or a top 10 team in the league 100%. But and the only change is like still playing confident, playing your game. Nothing really like major. But I mean, I'm looking forward to a rematch. I mean, those guys are my friends. Like, I'll always love playing against them. So I'm looking forward to it.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think a big thing that I noticed in your Search and Destroy this week from last week was that you guys were actually heading towards the B side a lot more on that Moscow. Yeah. But just a big question though. I mean, I don't know if you guys realize or not, but you guys probably just knocked Akron out of being able to even make playoffs now because of their loss to Stockton and Stockton's win this week. Stockton now jumps them in the division. Do you think that Stockton can make a big change and a big fight against ODU in that matchup that they'll play before playing you, like coming in towards the play-ins?
I mean, yeah, of course. I mean, if they're playing correct COD, like, anyone has a chance to win.
That's a good point.
It's a pretty good point right there.
he's not wrong at all.
Just come out here. If you play COD right, you can win out the map any day of it. So I mean, that's just a great way to put it. Now, Tenacious into the playoffs at this. If you do make it through for that position, which you are in a good position to do so, what's the goal for it? I know you guys want that number 1 spot, but who's on your radar right now for teams?
I mean, any team that doesn't have a loss is on the radar, of course. I mean, we're trying to win. So, I mean, I guess we're headhunting.
Oh, okay.
We love that answer.
Yeah, you just want to give them L's out here. You want to make sure that you're the undefeated team. It's like, fine, I'll do it myself. You pull out that Infinity Gauntlet, get rid of them. So that's gonna be a great one. But before we let you go, any shout outs you want to make to the stream?
Shout out Dunder for the S&D play calls. That's our S&D master.
Too used to being here on the winner's desk, I think.
Yeah,
you know what's up. in there. But I won't hold you for too long, Tenacious. I'll let you guys go celebrate this one and get ready for the next week matchup. But congratulations on another 3-0 for the night.
Thank you. Thank you. You guys have a good night.
You as well. Jesse, it's done. 3-0 galore today. I think you said it. Today is either going to be a bunch of game 5s or a bunch of 3-0s, and we
really
got the quicker of the two.
Yeah, it really is what it felt like. I mean, I think I said it in our green room before we came in. I was like, who's ready for a bunch of 3-0s that probably shouldn't be 3-0s? And it's exactly what we got. So I must have cursed us going into today's matchups. It was, I mean, it's an interesting one, too, with Lebanon Valley College coming out and taking that win. They're headhunting, like he said, as well. They want to take the big dogs down. Well, they'll absolutely have the chance to do it now. I mean, they're the number 1 seed in this division for a reason. I think they have one of the more stacked divisions as well. So, I mean, the fact that they've only lost 5 maps is pretty impressive so far here throughout the division. And you got to feel bad for those Akron guys. The fact they lost that 3-0 to Stockton Blue all the way back in week 3 could end up haunting them. But you never know. If they win next week and we see a Stockton loss next week, they can still make playoffs. So they got to hope for a loss, and they got to come out with the guns blazing against Old Dominion next week.
You know what's interesting about the NACE StAU right now is that there's 7 teams out of 6 divisions who haven't lost a map. I think that is a wild statistic. So, I mean, especially look at the West, where you have undefeated Texas A&M International and Arizona State University. Obviously, they still have to play each other because one of them has to lose. So you're going to be walking out here like with a lot of teams that you're going to be looking to headhunt if you're LVC.
What division did you say that was in? Because I feel like they played
the Western
each other.
Division.
Or I feel like today or next week is supposed to be their matchup against each other. I can't see if I can find that for us. But yeah, they absolutely should have some very tough matchups up next. But I'm not sure if that match happened this week or if it's happening next week or not. But either way, I mean, we're in for some absolute heavy hitters next week, as it will be the final week. You thought there was implications this week. Can you think of what we're going to get next week in the final week of the regular season?
It's been great. Everything is coming to a close in the regular season. Make sure you guys check out the schedule, though, for the rest of the NACE Starleague, because we have a lot of action other than Call of Duty as well. You look at Monday, Rocket League, Overwatch. Tuesday, League of Legends. Wednesday, you know where to find me and Jesse right here for Call of Duty. Thursdays, you get a break, but Friday, CSGO. Because we have plenty of action here in the NACE Starleague across the week. 7 p.m. Eastern start time. That's 4 p.m. Pacific time if you're looking from afar. But that's going to do it for week number 8. You guys are gotta look out for week number 9. It's Halloween this weekend, folks. Stay spooky out there. I hope you have a great weekend and a good night. I can't wait to see you for week 9.